A young man in a state of anxiety and fear pursed his lips. He was panicked but couldn't believe his eyes. The face you're wearing is that of the fourth young master of the demon path. How can this be so absurd? What the hell is going on? Why am I transmigrating into the most useless villain in my novel? Why does it have to be this damn Hyuk Ryan Woon? Why? After a while of screaming wildly, he had difficulty keeping quiet to think. Must calm down. His name is Lee Si-woon. He is a normal 32-year-old man living in Korea. Why would a normal person like you get into a martial arts novel that you wrote yourself? When I think about it carefully, something must have happened before. Not long ago, when he was still in his modern body. Lee Si-woon breathed heavily and put the box down. Finally done. First of all, I have completed the move. Taking advantage of the time to rest, Lee Si-woon surfed the internet to watch the news. Suddenly he was startled by the notification on the screen. Famous actress Yoo So-ra had an accident that left her in a coma. At that time, Lee Si-woon was in a state of shock. Suddenly, the objects next to him fell onto the ground. Lee Si-woon looked bored at the pile of things. But in that same object there was also a computer that had been open since when. The coincidence surprised Lee Si-woon. A folder appears on the computer called The Path of Heroes, and the owner of this folder belongs to Lee Si-woon. He couldn't help but smile. My dark past, my hero's path. Do I want the martial arts novel I wrote 10 years ago to still be here? Lee Si-woon spent a few hours reading a novel. This is a novel he wrote during his student days. But a scene inside startled Lee Si-woon. Did I write this? You must return to the hero's path. Everything is true. Suddenly the computer screen lit up. From within there is a source of energy that pulls him in. Just like that, the current situation. Lee Si-woon is bewildered looking at the strange face in the mirror. When I woke up I was like this. Should I be happy because at least I still have Hyuk Ryan Woon's memories? Finally, Lee Si-woon sighed in frustration. In general, in this world, he is Hyuk Ryan Woon, the fourth son of the head of the demon path, who was in a coma for a month, because the horse was scared by a bee and kicked him down, and… Just thinking about this, suddenly a stream of memories rushed into my mind. Hyuk Ryan Woon held his head and struggled in pain. In that memory, Hyuk Ryan Woon is a guy who flirts all the time. Specializes in bullying the weak, he even tortures beggars. Not only that, he's lazy, sloppy, doesn't care about anyone. After seeing these images, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. Memories of Hyuk Ryan Woon's life quickly flooded into my head. My head was about to explode. This guy is really useless. It's even worse than I thought. But the real problem is, Hyuk Ryan Woon will die. He will be finished by beheading. The more I think about this scene, the more confused I become. Sweat flows like rain. Hyuk Ryan Woon knelt down on the ground and yelled, "Why do I have to penetrate this despicable piece of trash? This guy will eventually be stabbed to death by the main character and turned into a stepping stone for him to become a hero. This guy is a foul-mouthed villain. Why, what? Before being killed by the main character, I have to find a way to return to the old world. I have to make a plan." Thinking about this, my mood calmed down. Of course, it's a bit of luck that Hyuk Ryan Woon is the fourth young master of the Devil's Path. Even though in modern terms he's a bastard, he could still be an heir or a crown prince of some kind. Because he has a lot of money and power, so he can definitely find a way to return soon. These things are as easy as eating porridge. Main character, I won't wait to die. I will survive and return to the old world at all costs. Your singing makes the people confused. However, they are also used to this crazy state of yours. In the room, Hyuk Ryan Woon was still busy looking at his face in the mirror. This guy's face looked so vile. After all, he is the weakest of the weak. Should I try martial arts? Thinking, he took a few steps. After a while, Hyuk Ryan Woon showed off his stance. Immediately there was a stream of air coming from inside the body. At this moment he was stunned. This was the martial art of the Hyuk Ryan family, the sword art of unmatched destruction. As soon as he saw more hope, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately wanted to try. He used all his senses to feel that source of energy, a vague source of energy surrounding his body. This was definitely gas. Hyuk Ryan Woon slowly gathered his energy according to his thoughts. Not long after, his hand released force. Hyuk Ryan Woon screamed loudly. His whole body jumped into the air, shooting out a weapon as sharp as a blade from his hand. Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy with this success. But before he could celebrate, his whole body was immediately compressed to every meridian. Hyuk Ryan Woon's pitiful cry in the room. Because he had just woken up and had done something violent, Hyuk Ryan Woon had cramps. He loudly called for someone to find a doctor. Hyuk Ryan Woon's scream made the servant outside rush in. When she saw the body convulsing on the ground, she was frightened. Hyuk Ryan Woon's whole body was shaking, his mouth was foaming, his condition was extremely critical. The servant shouted in panic. Not long after, Hyuk Ryan Woon was also treated. Tai Wai helped him acupuncture points on his body. Thanks to that, Hyuk Ryan Woon's situation has returned to normal. And this made him even more determined. He almost died in this weak body, his muscles twisted from using advanced martial arts. Why can't this bastard hit a normal punch? The unmatched destruction sword art, a technique exclusive to the Hyuk Ryan family, a family with many leaders over many generations of orbit. Just practice it and you will almost become unmatched. Not only is it at risk of being lost, but it is also extremely difficult to learn. In addition, it consumes a lot of manpower to perform. The user must also clearly understand each technique to use the technique properly. Only then can the power of the move be promoted. Client Hyuk Ryan Woon neglected to practice, and only chose moves that were easy to learn. He had never practiced how to regulate his temper, or seriously learn the techniques of boxing, so it was only natural that he was weak, because there was no way Hyuk Ryan Woon could use this type of martial arts. Thinking about this, Hyuk Ryan Woon became even more frustrated. Why did I have to be born into such a weak body? He tried to get out of bed and walk away. The place he went to was the treasury of the demon path. Right now he doesn't have much time to rest and must quickly find a way. Inside the Kin Pavilion there are many documents. Hyuk Ryan Woon rummaged through each book. But after a while I still can't find what I need. The pile of books was left scattered on the ground just like that. Hyuk Ryan Woon still didn't give up and continued searching. Before long, his eyes were immediately attracted. Fortunately, he can read Chinese characters, thanks to which studying books becomes easier. Now we have to learn more about the Devil Path. The people of the Demon Path do not call themselves by that name. They consider themselves Shinto, and the correct name is Sun and Moon Shinto. During the Yuan dynasty, the Sun and Moon Shinto spread their name widely among the oppressed people. Set up a base in the Central Highlands and build up your forces. And assisted Zhu Yuanzhang in overthrowing Yuan rule. And obviously, they successfully helped Chu Nguyen Cheung ascend to the throne. However, because the emperor was afraid of the power of the Sun and Moon Shinto, so he expelled them from the first day he ascended the throne. Then they migrated to Xinjiang, a place very far from the Central Plains. The remaining Taoists could hardly survive. Until the third-generation leader, who had a deep hatred for the people in the Central Plains who drove them away, amassed enough strength to return to the Central Plains. However, his ambition to enter the Central Plains was always blocked by the imperial army and sects. Hyuk Ryan Moon, the 15th leader of the Sun Moon Shinto, father of Hyuk Ryan Woon, defeated the Western Army before directing all remaining forces into the Central Plains. Reading this, Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled, so that's why Hyuk Ryan Woon will fight the main character. In the upcoming Demon God Festival, Hyuk Ryan Moon will announce his plan to enter the Central Plains and will choose a successor. And it will become Hyuk Ryan Woon's worry, because I already know who he will choose. I am the one who wrote this book. After the Demon Festival, the successor will send a vanguard team to the Central Plains. And Hyuk Ryan Moon, who failed miserably in the successor election at that time, forced himself to join the Tien Phong team to correct his mistakes and go to Trung Nguyen to make fun of that famous protagonist, and died with just one blow of the sword. There are only 2 years left until the Demon Festival. In other words, I only have 2 years left before being killed by the main character. Surely there must be some way. He was startled as if remembering something. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately spread a piece of paper on the floor. Then start taking out a pen and writing. First, I have to write down everything I remember about this novel. On the other side, the maid was walking with the butler. He seemed extremely surprised and asked, "So young master wants to meet me in the classroom?" The maid nodded hesitantly. The old Quan started mumbling, "Strangely, the young master is the type of person who never goes there." The maid also chimed in, "Something even more strange, As soon as the young master woke up, he screamed something. The language was difficult to understand for a long time. And now he was sitting in the classroom writing something for hours. The old Quan opened his eyes in disbelief. The young master wrote. The maid nodded in panic. Old Quan seemed frozen. He regained his composure and coughed. You go. Don't tell anyone about the young master's business. The maid bowed her head and obeyed. As soon as he finished giving instructions, the old Quan hurriedly ran to the Sutra Palace. He stood outside the door, constantly panting. I don't forget to wonder if it's because he hasn't fully recovered yet. What if he behaves crazy again? After strengthening his spirit, he nervously approached and asked, Who called me Dao, young master? Hyuk Ryan Woon then glanced at him. Mister, there you are, I mean. Mister, here, old Quan. This kind of thing makes him unbelievable. Is this guy really mentally ill? Why does he speak so softly? The Hyuk Ryan Woon of the past, every time he met him, he would beat and curse him. But there was never a time when he was as gentle as today. While he was still thinking, Hyuk Ryan Woon struggled to find a chair and brought it to him. Old Quan's scared appearance made Hyuk Ryan Woon's heart feel hopeless. How bad was the client's name to make him so scared? A while later, after accepting the truth, the old Quan hesitantly asked, What's wrong? Hyuk Ryan Woon then asked if he only took care of Hyuk Ryan Woon, or also took care of his finances. Old Quan, although very stunned by his question, still answered, Both of them. Hyuk Ryan Woon gritted his teeth and prepared himself. Finally he hesitantly asked, So if I sell everything I have, how much money will I get? Old Quan quickly asked again, Are you in trouble? I will handle it for you. After saying that, he seemed to remember Hyuk Ryan Woon's previous nature and sighed. He seemed to know what he was thinking and waved his hand. I didn't cause any trouble. Old Quan looked surprised. So why did you ask about your total output? Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely frustrated. He reluctantly said, Because money is the only way to solve everything. Old Quan was still confused with this answer. He didn't understand which thing was a bullet. Hyuk Ryan Woon also didn't explain but just waved his hand. Let it go. It's not a problem, just tell me how much money I have. Old Quan still hesitated to speak. He seemed to want him to explain this question. In the end, Hyuk Ryan Woon could only come up with one reason. If a person was just standing on the boundary between life and death at that moment, they would think back, what have they done with their life so far? Why do they have to accumulate money, gold, silver, and precious words? Even if you die, you cannot take them with you to use. Should be, hurry up and change everything into silver. This eloquent appearance of Hyuk Ryan Woon made him constantly sweat. The old Quan listened in amazement. 200 grabbed his hand and said friendly, Then leave it all to you. There's still a lot of work to do, so hurry up. Remember to record the amount of money and treasure. Closely monitor how much money each item sells for. After listening to Hyuk Ryan Woon's orders, old Quan still couldn't believe it. The young master had just returned from death's door. Now he was like a completely different person. Was the young master really okay? So, a few days later, countless gold bars were converted. Hyuk Ryan Woon couldn't contain his joy. I've only sold a few items and I've already earned this much. I don't know if this is enough to carry out my survival plan, but I still have 2 years to prepare for that ghost festival. Which also made him more determined. He promised himself to create a survival plan within 2 years. If Hyuk Ryan Woon's money is converted into today's currency, he currently has about 2 billion won. This amount makes Hyuk Ryan Woon nod, not bad, but not enough. The Demon Festival is 2 years away, and the main character will only get out of the cave after the festival ends, which means he's safe for now, however. Then he thought of the plot he had written. The male lead would be pushed into the abyss by his pursuer. But thanks to this, he also discovered a cave. Even though there was no one inside, there were still medicinal pills. Along with that is an ancient sword. The male protagonist develops himself in that cave. After receiving those things, the main character becomes stronger and becomes the #1 powerhouse. Another 3-cent gangster story begins. Whatever, now that I have the money, I have to move on to the next step. Not long after, he went to the Devil's Study Room, where all martial arts techniques passed down through generations in Shinto are kept. Here, Hyuk Ryan Woon will learn techniques to help him escape death. Hyuk Ryan Woon proudly opened the Demon Study Room. Looking at the full bookshelves, he clicked his tongue. There are fewer books here than I thought. If so, It won't take much time to find exactly what I want. He immediately started looking for books. Not long after, that book was discovered. This is a book on meditation skills to escape death. Following the path to becoming a hero. This skill heightens the user's senses. This is exactly what Hyuk Ryan Woon needs right now, and the reason is because those who learn meditation skills to escape death have an extremely sharp sixth sense. They can dodge attacks and take advantage of loopholes. Martial arts movies reach the threshold of realism. Not only can they sense the opponent's strength and emotional state, but they can also detect assassins and dangerous traps. This is a super game hacking move. As for why Hyuk Ryan Woon can understand this skill so well, it's because the main character will learn it in the middle of the story, and will become even more powerful. Hyuk Ryan Woon is determined. This time he will be the first to learn it. It will definitely help him improve his ability to survive. Even though he said that, he still couldn't hold back the feeling of fear in his body. Once the main character learns this skill, Hyuk Ryan Woon will definitely die. Suddenly his attention fell on another book. These are two books, Scaled Armor and Nine Moon Painting God. Scaled armor increases one's defense to the point of being able to block a sword strike without wearing armor. Needless to say, Nine Moon Painted God increases the user's power by 9 times. Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy. He had found all the basic moves he needed. Thanks to that, his ability to live will increase a lot. Then he embraced that hope and began to study. At a green building on the street. Inside there was a group of debauchery boys. While drinking, someone spoke up, "Hey Dan Pyong, have you heard the recent rumors?" This person asked again, "You mean the unbelievable nonsense, Hyuk Ryan Woon returning from death's door?" The other person nodded. He expressed his confusion. Hyuk Ryan Woon is still crazy. But this time he is crazy in a strange way. Dan Pyong looked surprised. How strange it was. The other person replied, "When I heard that he had regained consciousness, I went to visit him at Tae Palace, but then something unexpected happened. A servant told me that the young master was busy and would contact him when he arrived, idle." Dan Pyong sneered in contempt. Besides drinking and getting angry, what else was he busy with? The other person nodded in agreement. "I also thought the same. So I found out what he was busy with, and found out that he had locked himself in the ghost study room for several days." Dan Pyong burst out laughing when he heard that, big, in the study room. That ignorant Hyuk Ryan Woon doesn't even know how to read. Is he planning on leaving the family and making a new name for himself? The other person didn't seem very happy. He looked worried. "Yes, sometimes." Is Hyuk Ryan Woon thinking about participating in the battle for the throne in the Devil Festival? Sang Kwan-hoo's warning made Dan Pyong stunned. Khan couldn't help but spit out the cup of wine in his mouth. Then slammed the cup on the table and cursed, "Are you kidding? I swear, if Hyuk Ryan Woon really participates in the battle for the throne, Dan Pyong will be his servant. Everyone here is my witness." Another guy said excitedly, "You said it yourself, don't take it back." Then this group of people laughed arrogantly at each other. Only Sang Kwan-hoo seemed to still not be able to get rid of his worries. He was extremely confused. Is it nonsense that Hyuk Ryan Woon joined the Demon Association? But Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't know about their conversation at this time. He was still diligently studying the book. Suddenly his ears became uncomfortable. Perhaps his sixth sense was active so he could feel someone cursing him. But he himself was depressed. Instead of trying to learn on his own, it might be easier to find someone to teach martial arts. Speaking of this, he pondered as if remembering something. After sitting for a long time, he stretched and stretched his muscles. Immediately after that, he ran away. He was extremely happy. If he needed someone to teach him, he would call and he would be there immediately. Then I can't think of it now. The old Kwan is still waiting outside. When there was a sound, he immediately turned to look. Hyuk Ryan Woon handed out a piece of paper and called out, "Old Kwan, call the people on this list here, and quickly." Looking at the names inside the paper, the old Kwan had difficulty understanding who these people were. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and explained, "He is my teacher." Old Kwan was still bewildered and didn't understand anything when Hyuk Ryan Woon urged him to just call. "And led him to my private training ground?" The old Kwan asked in amazement, "Do you mean that trash pile?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth, knowing that he had said something wrong. Hyuk Ryan Woon's heart was confused. What's going on? That trash guy doesn't even bother to keep the training ground clean. Then he asked how long it would take to clean up and use the practice field. Old Quan replied, "I will clean it in 1 day, so tomorrow morning it can be used." Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon also feels more secure. He nodded, just aside. When everything was resolved, Hyuk Ryan Woon's mood also relaxed. At that moment a strong scent entered his nose. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately smelled his body. It smelled bad. I was in the study room so I hadn't showered yet. I should probably go take a shower. A few hours later, inside the bathroom. As soon as he soaked in the water, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely satisfied. While in a state of ecstasy, there was suddenly the sound of the door opening. An extremely beautiful maid was slowly taking off her clothes. Miss Dieu gently said, "Young master, I'm here to help you bathe." Hyuk Ryan Woon tried to suppress his desire and shook his head. "Thank you, but that's okay. Go ahead and I can shower myself." The girl seemed extremely surprised. "Why did you chase away the concubines?" Seeing that his body had reached its limit, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately shouted, "I said go away, go out quickly." The other people were extremely stunned. They thought they heard wrong. However, I stood up and chased him out, quickly, right now. After a while, this process ended. Hyuk Ryan Woon tiredly returned to the study room. Life is hanging by a thread, so how can we enjoy it? Then he looked up at the pile of targets posted on the wall. If you want to survive and return to modernity, you need a clear plan. At this time, the servant came to report, the fourth young master, the chief administrator Jang Myuyang had arrived. Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. "Please ask him to come in." This Jang Myuyang was still looking at Hyuk Ryan Woon in bewilderment. He was extremely confused as to why this crazy, arrogant Shintoist summoned him. "Did he find out something bad about you? I hope it's not like that. How can a small Shinto school like me help the four young masters? I heard that he likes to enjoy luxurious things, so why are there only books and documents here?" After a while, Hyuk Ryan Woon poured him a cup of tea. He politely said, "Please sympathize with my messy room, Chief Administrator Jang Myuyang. I should have invited you personally, and apologized for suddenly summoning you here. This respectful attitude of yours makes Jang Myuyang panic. Please raise your head. Why are you talking to me like that? You are too polite, just talk as usual, otherwise I won't be able to bear the blow. Where is this shock?" Hyuk Ryan Woon hesitantly looked at him. He could only obey and raise his head. The scene now is two people looking at each other in bewilderment, the situation becoming more and more awkward. Finally, Hyuk Ryan Woon spoke. "It seemed like he was wondering why I called him here. The truth is I heard that you are very proficient in a certain method." Jang Myuyang was stunned. "What, you said method?" Hyuk Ryan Woon took out that book. "This is the introductory book on meditation for life." Then he said his intention. "I know meditation leads to longevity. Not only is it a book for beginners to learn meditation, but it contains a lot of advanced doctrines. We should not judge a method just because of its effectiveness. It's simple, isn't it?" Jang Myuyang asked in bewilderment, "What do you want from me?" Hyuk Ryan Woon replied, "Mr. Jang Myuyang, who wrote a detailed guide for the first method that any member of the Shinto religion must learn, the method of meditation for longevity. Although I have read his book, but we still cannot understand it clearly." Jang Myuyang's body was sweating and waiting for his verdict. Hyuk Ryan Woon wanted to use his eyes to express his next words. "I want him to teach me." Jang Myuyang was extremely panicked. He hastily refused. "Fourth young master, you shouldn't say things like, 'How can I teach you?'" Hyuk Ryan Woon asked him back, "School official Jang, you must have heard the rumors about me, right?" Jang Myuyang answered with difficulty. "They said he was the weakest person in the history of Shinto, that he bullied the weaker and harmed the stronger, yes he indulged in alcohol." These words spoken in the unconscious startled Jang Myuyang. He immediately covered his mouth. Hyuk Ryan Woon knew that his past client was a corrupt person, so it was extremely awkward. After a moment he coughed and continued, "I want to become stronger. I'm worried about Shinto people focusing on mastering martial arts in a short time. I know it's better to have a solid foundation than practice too quickly. A seedling tree can break easily." Seeing him say such important words, Jang Myuyang was moved to tears. "Young master, I completely agree with you. This attitude of yours makes Hyuk Ryan Woon happy. He's caught in the trap. Now it's time to use his ultimate move." He continued his acting career. "Actually, I heard many people say that this thinking of mine is similar to the main sect's, so no one in Shinto agrees with it. That's why I panic. I feel bad because I go against the Shinto ideals." He just turned around and saw Jang Myoyang already sobbing. This state of his left Hyuk Ryan Woon speechless. Jang Myoyang said eloquently, "Because of the lack of balance in Shinto's martial arts, I built my own martial arts doctrines, yet no one understood it. Unexpectedly, my ideas he is the very will that God wants to convey, so wonderful. Who would have believed that our 4 young masters could understand the doctrine that I spent my whole life creating?" Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely confused by his words. He hesitated and said, "I don't know if I understand to that extent." Suddenly Jang Myoyang knelt down. While Hyuk Ryan Woon was still in shock, he loudly said, "Fourth young master, punish these 700 for not recognizing your true nature and believing in it, those unfounded rumors." Hyuk Ryan Woon gently patted his shoulder. "Nonsense. Chief Administrator Jang, you are an important minister of our Shinto religion. Please join me in improving the martial arts of the Tao. Governor Jang, let's create a new future." Jang Myoyang replied emotionally, "If I can help the 4th young master, I would like to dedicate my life. Thank you for giving me that honor, 4th young master. My intention is, sir." In his heart, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy. The ending was better than he thought, but who would have thought that he would cry like that? He must have been sad about a lot of things. "But actually the reason I want old Jang to be my teacher is, since he is the smartest genius on the path to becoming a hero, he is the one who will become the evil prime minister. With him on your side, your chances of survival will be higher." That night in the study room, Hyuk Ryan Woon records his achievements in conquering Jang Myoyang. This was a good start. He had successfully recruited the evil prime minister, the smartest genius on the path to becoming a hero. After the 2nd young master chose him as his assistant, he made a great contribution to making the main character fall into a trap, hence the nickname Lord Devil General. And after the main character's rival, the 2nd young master, became the successor of the demon path, he also played a very important role in the war against the sects. Has almost become an army of punishment. Like in the 3 wars, Lu Bu has Zhuge Liang. I created this myself, but this is such a wonderful vision. So what should we do next? After that, he lay down on the bed and started to fall asleep. The next morning in the training area, Jang Myoyang was stunned and sweating. "What is this, sir?" Hyuk Ryan Woon explains, "From now on you will be my martial arts teacher, and these are the things that will help me in the learning process." Jang Myoyang still couldn't get over his surprise. He read the schedule book and hesitated. "Sir, I mean, this is such a detailed and methodical training plan, but everything is written in great detail about the training plan, physical training, eating and sleeping, sleep schedules and methods. I have never seen training methods like this." Hyuk Ryan Woon had to think of a reason and said, "I found a lack of methodicalness in the Shinto training process, so I tried to solve the problem this way. But after all, don't we all start from eating? The human body is made up of what they eat, how often they exercise and rest." Jang Myoyang opened his eyes wide in admiration. "So good, young master. It's true that these martial arts come from the human body. I didn't expect that I, someone who has studied martial arts for decades, would miss that. And the person who pointed out that point was the young master. The trash changed only yesterday." His compliment made Hyuk Ryan Woon embarrassed. Actually, he made these plans based on the workout plan and diet of a normal gym in modern times, but still achieved results when Jang Myoyang believes in ancient times. He smiled and said, "Then let's practice this training method together, and find a way to develop our Shinto martial arts." Jang Myoyang respectfully obeyed. During practice, with the help of Jang Myoyang, along with the efforts of Hyuk Ryan Woon, the process of physical training with rigorous exercises is constantly carried out. From push-ups to pull-ups, then lifting weights. After 2 weeks, Hyuk Ryan Woon seemed to see hope again when everything seemed to be going well, as expected, probably because Hyuk Ryan Woon was the son of the leader, so he was born with a naturally strong body. "Born, I have already seen results." Jang Myoyang called out loudly from behind, "No matter what, young master, there is still one more leg workout." Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and continued practicing. As he ran, he observed Jang Myoyang's supposed attention. He is changing his training methods to suit martial arts training, which is absolutely amazing. I can definitely be stronger. At the same time, outside the door, Sang Kwan-hu stood there curiously. He doesn't know what Hyuk Ryan Woon is doing inside. If he's done, He should come out here and hang out with his brothers. As soon as he saw someone coming out, this guy spoke up. Old man, are the 4 young masters there? The old Quan replied, the young master is currently practicing. This news scared him. What training? That guy is willing to train. The old Quan nodded in affirmation. Yes, it has been 2 weeks since the young master started training. Sang Quan Hu panicked in his heart. He had never seen Hyuk Ryan Woon practicing, even when he went to the Demon Hall, where he learned martial arts, but Hyuk Ryan Woon did not practice. Hyuk Ryan Woon is really crazy. Sang Quan Hu held that question and said loudly, there's no way that could happen. He's hiding these beauties for himself, isn't he, old man? Old Quan coldly replied, the young master is really practicing. If you don't believe me, then please follow me to the practice room, he said, then turned around and led the way for the opponent. But this assertion of his also made Sang Quan Hu confused. Inside the training ground, Jang Myoyang competes in an air transfer competition that challenges Hyuk Ryan Woon. He held back his trembling hands and spoke up, young master, your surgery has progressed exceptionally well. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely happy. Sang Quan Hu in the back seemed to have seen this scene and was dumbfounded. Woon, what's going on? Hyuk Ryan Woon also looked at him suddenly. Sang Quan Hu, what are you doing here? In his heart, he remembered the other person's identity. Sang Quan Hu was a member of the 4 heavens. He kept a distance from them because they couldn't help him in his plans, but he didn't expect that someone would come to him. Sang Quan Hu came forward and said, what are you doing? You haven't contacted us lately. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't pay much attention and replied, don't you see, of course it's practice. Sang Quan Hu worriedly asked, what do you mean? Your head is still not clear after being resurrected. This guy's condition made Hyuk Ryan Woon couldn't help but scold him. How bad is this bastard Hyuk Ryan Woon that he has to worry so much? But Sang Quan Hu's words immediately after made him sweat. Are you really the Hyuk Ryan Woon that I know? Even your expression is completely different from before. Who possessed you? Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled when he heard that. This guy is quite sharp. He waved his hand, wanting to end the story. If you keep talking nonsense, go away. I'm in a hurry. Sang Quan Hu asked, what's the hurry? Hyuk Ryan Woon took this opportunity to use the excuse that after returning from death's door, I regretted my previous actions, so now I'm trying to cultivate my mind towards goodness, understand? Chief Officer Jang, let's do it again, but right now Jang Myoyang is extremely tired. Hyuk Ryan Woon now realized that he had practiced too much. He continued to turn to look at Sang Quan Hu, who was still standing there annoyed. This guy wasn't that bad, so should we use him as an opponent? Let's see. Then he smiled evilly. In a few short seconds, his body jumped into the air. Whole body used force to attack Sang Quan Hu. This sudden move made him so scared that he stood still. Hyuk Ryan Woon opened his mouth and screamed. He raised his fist and punched Sang Quan Hu straight in the face. Who would have thought that he quickly took a few steps back, avoiding this punch? Hyuk Ryan Woon was a bit surprised when he saw that. On the opposite side, Sang Quan Hu quickly steadied his body and raised his hands in a defensive stance. His face was full of sweat. He angrily shouted, hey, stop it. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't stop because of that. He jumped up and threw another punch at Sang Quan Hu. He also quickly leaned to the side to avoid it. Hyuk Ryan Woon glanced at him. Sang Quan Hu clenched his teeth in anger. Hyuk Ryan Woon threw another punch to Sang Quan Hu's face. He leaned to the side and shouted, damn it. Hyuk Ryan Woon retracted his hands and took a defensive stance. He looked at Quan Hu and praised, oh, not bad. Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his head slightly, raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, hey, Sang Quan Hu, you have also practiced martial arts for a long time like me, right? If you don't believe me, why don't you try fighting with me like before? Go. When Sang Quan Hu heard this, he exclaimed in surprise, what, a foreigner? Hyuk Ryan Woon came forward and naturally put his arm on Sang Quan Hu's shoulder. He held out his other hand and said, why don't we join together? I mean, why don't you practice external kung fu with me for a month? You also need to practice again healthier. Hearing these words, Sang Quan Hu was a little doubtful, stammering and asked again, Woon, are you really? But at this moment it felt like it wasn't right. Sang Quan Hu quickly pulled away from Hyuk Ryan Woon's arms. He walked towards the door and then turned his head slightly and mumbled, I'm crazy, I can't believe it. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't give up. He raised a finger and said, "Just 1 month." Sang Quan-hu didn't pay any attention. He continued to leave. Hyuk Ryan Woon in the back saw this and quickly shouted, "If you will train with me, I will give you the blue horse you always wanted." "Really?" Sang Quan-hu quickly turned his head and asked. "Of course." Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded in response. He looked down slightly and thought, "Bastard Sang Quan-hu, best friend of bastard Hyuk Ryan Woon, I will show you what politeness is." Tomorrow. Sang Quan-hu's every step continued to run on the training ground. He stuck out his tongue and breathed heavily, his face covered in sweat. Sang Quan-hu tilted his head up to the sky, angrily scolded, "Hyuk Ryan Woon, you bastard." Hyuk Ryan Woon ran in front. Not paying any attention to the scolding, he shouted loudly, "Look to the left." Sang Quan-hu in the back was so angry that he ran and shouted, "Hey, what kind of training is this? Why do we have to practice without using internal energy?" Administrator Jang Myoyang stood outside with his hands on his hips and said faintly, "If physical strength increases, internal energy also increases." Hearing that, Sang Quan-hu immediately stopped, his face full of fear, and turned to ask, "Governor, what the hell are you talking about?" Hyuk Ryan Woon was still running ahead. Hearing that, he shouted a warning and looked to the left. Sang Quan-hu was startled and quickly turned around and continued running. He pursed his lips and thought, a rich young master who only uses top moves and elixirs like me and Woon, why does he need to exercise physically?" Looking at the strong back before his eyes, Sang Quan-hu fell deeply into his thoughts. But by training physically from the most basic way like this, the effectiveness of those moves and elixirs will increase, and internal strength will increase, will be more profound. The warden Jang Myoyang stood far away, propped himself up on his hands, took the whistle hanging above, brought it to his mouth and blew out a breath. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately stopped, propped himself up on his hands and panted. Sang Quan-hu, behind him, heard the final whistle and opened his mouth to scream and exclaimed, "I'm dying." Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and asked, "Can you stand it?" Sang Quan-hu hesitantly said, "That." Before he could finish his sentence, Warden Jang Myoyang blew another whistle. When he finished, he pointed his finger at Sang Quan-hu and shouted, "You have to run 5 more laps." Sang Quan-hu turned around, thinking he heard wrong. But there was no other way, he had to obey and continue running. Hyuk Ryan Woon behind him raised his hands to cheer, "Keep fighting." The image of a beautiful blue horse appears. Sang Quan-hu ran and gritted his teeth, thinking, 1 month, just 1 month, wait for me, lamb horse. But at this time, Warden Jang Myoyang and Hyuk Ryan Woon were discussing together. Looking at the notebook in front of them, Hyuk Ryan Woon propped his chin and said, His timing was better than I expected." The warden heard that, immediately said, "The question here is whether it is suitable for other fighters or not." Hyuk Ryan Woon glanced at Quan-hu, who had just finished running a lap and was crouching behind him, breathing heavily. His face showed a dangerous look and said, "Okay, now there is a test object here, by the end of the month we will know the results." A month later, standing not far away, I looked at Quan-hu, who was slumped to the ground, out of breath. Hyuk Ryan Woon crossed his arms and asked, "Have you collected enough information?" Administrator Jang Myoyang immediately replied, "Yes, I have collected enough information to apply to ordinary martial artists." Both of them looked down at Quan-hu, who was lying flat on the ground. He raised his head slightly and said intermittently, "Finally, 1 month, my blue horse." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and walked closer and said softly, "You've been working hard for the past month. I've given instructions to the horse herder. You can bring it back." Seeing that everything was going so easily, Sang Quan-hu used all his strength to sit up, looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon once and called out, "Hey, Hyuk Ryan Woon." Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. Sang Quan-hu opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief, "Are you really not possessed by anyone? Even if it is different from before, the difference is too big." Hearing these words, Hyuk Ryan Woon did not answer. He smiled a little and thought, "You guessed right, but even if I told the truth, you wouldn't believe it, ha ha." At this time, Sang Quan-hu stood up. He looked straight into Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes and continued to ask, "Or did you do that to win the succession battle?" Hyuk Ryan Woon lifted his chin and nodded in acknowledgement, That's right." Hearing the person in front of him say that, Sang Quan-hu exclaimed in horror, "Are you serious?" Hyuk Ryan Woon calmly replied, "Why not, even you can become the successor." Sang Quan-hu quickly grabbed Hyuk Ryan Woon's shoulder and shouted worriedly, "Do you know what would happen if your brothers knew about it?" Remembering the terrifying image of those three royal brothers, Sang Quan-hu said in fear, "They will harm and hunt you down." Then he raised his eyes again, his voice carrying a bit of advice, "Woon, let's return to our normal life. Enjoy life and forget about the succession. Okay, it's fun to be alive." Hearing all these words, Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't say anything but thought to himself, "Is this guy really worried about Hyuk Ryan Woon, Sang Quan-hu? Although you are not a key character in the novel, I don't understand why you are so worthy. Trust, should I comfort him?" Thinking so, he immediately grabbed the hand that was placed on his shoulder, smiled and said, "Sang Quan-hu, my brother, I really want to participate in this match." Seeing him say that, Sang Quan-hu screamed in horror, "Hey, have you lost your mind? I'm crazy, that's right." Hyuk Ryan Woon lowered his head and continued talking, "So I need your help." "What help?" Sang Quan-hu asked doubtfully. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his fist and said firmly, "I want to change a few things, like Shinto focusing on the royal brothers. We, the young people who hold the four heavens, why do we have to feel like this, lose and hate it?" In my head, the image of myself and Hyuk Ryan Woon dancing and having fun appeared in my head. Sang Quan-hu hesitantly said, "That's right, there is nothing for us to do in Shinto." At this moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon turned away. His words carried a bit of sadness. "I want to change that. Of course it's not easy to do that. I have to survive the succession battle, to be like that." Stopping for a moment, he turned his head and grabbed Sang Quan-hu's shoulder tightly, saying sincerely, "You consider my life as his life, good brother. You, Sang Quan-hu, I need your help." Sang Quan-hu heard these words and saw the sincere expression on Hyuk Ryan Woon's face and was stunned. Then he grabbed Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar and shouted, "You bastard." Just a second later, Sang Quan-hu's eyes filled with tears. He sobbed once and said firmly, "Let's create an equal Shinto. Woon, don't worry, I will definitely help you." Hyuk Ryan Woon saw such a whirlwind scene and silently exclaimed, "What is it?" He was convinced so quickly. Looking at Quan-hu, who was leaning his head on his chest and sobbing, Hyuk Ryan Woon reached out to pat him to comfort him and thought to himself, "Is it because these people are from ancient times? Or is it because I'm in a martial arts novel, public? Why are they so gullible? Then, the next step is." Thinking so, he immediately put his arm around Sang Quan-hu's body and said softly, "Thank you. There is an old saying, a true friend is worth more than 100 good friends, right? I feel secure because I have you here." Here, Sang Quan-hu wiped his tears and sobbed, Thank you for appreciating me so much." Pausing for a moment, he raised his eyes slightly, a bit hesitantly asked, "But what do you plan to do next? I understand your feelings, but how to win the succession match?" As if he was just waiting for that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately bent down and smiled and said, "First, please do me a favor." Sang Quan-hu gave a thumbs up and seriously replied, "Say it." Hyuk Ryan Woon lowered his head and whispered something that only the two of them knew to each other. Night comes. Looking at a pile of wooden boxes filled with sparkling gold in the room, Hyuk Ryan Woon happily said, "Ho, he's more useful than I thought." He calculated for a while and then raised his eyebrows and said, "I can't sell things that are too expensive even though I changed most of them to Nan Luong. But I didn't expect Sang Quan-hu to sell to rich people he knows, so now it's about 10 billion won." Looking at the gold bars scattered all over the ground, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently exclaimed, "Hyuk Ryan Woon, this bastard, how much money did he spend spoiling his mother?" He looked out the window, looked at the bright moon in the night sky, and said in a low voice, "Now that we have enough finances, let's move on to the next plan." The next morning, the sun just rose. Hyuk Ryan Woon and Sang Quan-hu are sparring on the training ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon swung his fist towards Sang Quan-hu. He quickly raised his hand to block this move. Sang Quan-hu's legs slid slightly back to gain momentum. Then he raised his foot and kicked hard towards Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly leaned away, his sweaty face shouting praise, "Cool." Sang Quan-hu ha laughed twice in response. "Is that all you have?" As soon as these words finished, Hyuk Ryan Woon on the opposite side flew quickly to where Sang Quan-hu was standing. Sang Quan-hu's eyes widened, only to see a strong arm punching straight at him. He let out a loud scream and couldn't react in time. Hyuk Ryan Woon's fist touched his face right away. Sang Kwan-hu fell back. His body was covered in sweat. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath and cried out, "Ha! I won't fight you, take a break. You just rest." Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and said. Then he continued to practice alone. Sang Kwan-hu sat down below, breathing heavily. He raised his eyes slightly and said, "No matter how many times I've seen it, I still find it hard to believe. If you had done the same in the Hall of Ghosts, you would definitely have become a strong person, most." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and calmly replied, "Well, at that time he was still playful." Sang Kwan-hu continued to speak, thinking back, "I remembered that when I was young, many people praised me as a martial arts genius." Hearing this sentence, Hyuk Ryan Woon said nothing. Sweat flowed down his face. A memory of Hyuk Ryan Woon's childhood appeared in his mind. A tiny fist clenched tightly. Little boy Hyuk Ryan Woon is sparring on the training ground. A beautiful woman standing in the distance, gently watching, was his mother. His fist was small but had immense power, punching the boy opposite him straight in the face. The other boy fell to the ground, quickly waved his hand and said, "I lost." After winning, the boy Hyuk Ryan Woon turned to look at his mother. At this moment, his father also appeared next to him. He raised one hand and waved, happily shouting, "Woon, you are truly the martial arts genius of our Shinto, definitely the successor of Shinto, ha 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 ha." When the boy Hyuk Ryan Woon heard these words, he felt a bit embarrassed. He raised his hand and scratched his head. Without saying anything, he smiled brightly. But on a rainy day, banknotes were thrown into the sky, a cold coffin was carried, surrounded by a long line of mourners, dressed in mourning clothes, quietly walking in the rain. Tears of pain flowed down their faces. Walking in the first position, there are two tiny hands holding the tablet tightly, trembling step by step. "Mother," the boy Hyuk Ryan Woon cried out in pain and tears. Coming out of this memory, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought to himself, "That's right." From that moment, the main Hyuk Ryan Woon became empty and lost his passion for martial arts. He always did everything half-heartedly, only do what's easy, bully the weak, and spend time drinking alcohol with brothers in the Four Heavens. But then, Lee Si-woon, took over his body. That emptiness became survival. And now the real Hyuk Ryan Woon is back. And I have to go back too. He continued to practice and silently said to himself, "Ha! What did you say?" Sang Kwan-hu didn't hear clearly, so he stood up and asked, making Hyuk Ryan Woon startled. Holding a towel in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon said, I was just babbling to myself." Wiping the sweat from his face, he hung the towel around his neck, looked at Kwan-hu and said, "By the way, I have another request." "What request?" Sang Kwan-hu heard that and asked again. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately said, "I need you to introduce me to someone." Hearing that, Sang Kwan-hu frowned suspiciously and asked, "Introduce who?" Hyuk Ryan Woon leaned close to Sang Kwan-hu's ear and whispered. After hearing the name that Hyuk Ryan Woon wanted to meet, Sang Kwan-hu rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, Hyuk Ryan Woon, are you crazy?" Hyuk Ryan Woon lowered his head slightly, smiled and replied leisurely, That's right." Sang Kwan-hu froze in place, momentarily unable to utter a word. Impermanent Wolf State. One of the three main fighting forces of the Sun-Moon Shinto. The strongest sect, gathering the strongest members of the Shinto religion. And the talented sniper of the Impermanent Wolf is named Sabu Seon. On a moonlit night, a person was slowly walking on the road, none other than Sabu Seon. He folded his arms, frowned and thought, "I'm quite happy that Kwan-hu proactively contacted me. It's been several years since I passed the exam at the Hall of Ghosts." Looking at the red lantern swaying in the wind, Sabu Seon followed his thoughts again. "But why did he call me to such a luxurious restaurant? It's not like he didn't know my family was poor." While thinking, the door to a room in the restaurant was suddenly pushed open. So Bu Seon was startled, only to see Sang Kwan-hu poking his head out and happily shouting, "Aha! It's been a long time since we last met." After saying that, he rushed out and hugged Sabu Seon, constantly rubbing, "My brother, Sabu Seon." Sabu Seon slightly lowered his head to look at you, holding him tightly, feeling a little embarrassed and thinking, "That's right, Sang Kwan-hu is the type of person who doesn't care about material things." He grabbed Sang Quan-Hu's shoulders tightly, looked straight into his eyes and asked, "You're right, how long has it been?" Suddenly I saw a layer of extremely firm muscles under my hands. Sabu Seon said in surprise, "But why is your body so firm? Isn't your motto to exercise moderately?" About that," Sang Quan-Hu said hesitantly. As soon as he said this, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Sabu Seon. He was startled by this familiar voice. Hyuk Ryan Woon came from behind and clasped his hands to say hello, long time no see. Hearing that, Sabu Seon quickly turned around and looked back. When he saw the person who had just appeared, he couldn't hide his anger on his face. Sang Quan-Hu sighed and said, "No, right away will be like this." The male lead Hyuk Ryan Woon slightly opened his eyes to see the opponent's reaction. And the opponent's reaction is not very good at all. What is this murderous intent? What if he kills me in front of the main character? The young man's sweat is pouring out of fear. This is really worrying. The original owner's memories of the past reappeared. During the 4 years Hyuk Ryan Woon studied at the Hall of Demons, he bullied Sabu Seon a bit. To say a bit would be an understatement. Hey, that commoner. Back then Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't hesitate to beat Bu Seon and humiliate him brutally. "Get out of my eyes, he is extremely arrogant and extremely arrogant." The people who could only flatter followed him at that time, then followed and laughed. Bu Seon did not argue nor reacted, only coughing for a few hours. A coin was immediately thrown there. The original owner also acted really humiliating the opponent to throw him a silver coin. Bu Seon gritted his teeth and glared at him. "I'm just trying to help you. Are you trying to hit the leader's son? He's arrogant and overbearing. When he was young, everyone else was inferior to him. Except that money." This statement insults Bu Seon's status even more. The rich guys who enjoy the entertainment laugh heartily. Then all turn away despite the Bu Seon there. He slowly reached out to take the coin. But the anger was clearly shown in his eyes, both helplessness and anger. He just wanted to skewer Hyuk Ryan Woon to death. At this time another man's arm touched his shoulder. "Hyuk Ryan Woon insulted you again." It turned out that Sang Quan-Hu was comforting him. Suddenly, Bu Seon quickly regained his composure and spoke in a sharp voice, "Once I pass the exam, tell that Hyuk Ryan Woon to get out of my sight." These words made the guy next to me very angry. Surprise. Even though I left the hall later, I am still a member of the impermanent wolf sect. I can challenge anyone. At that time, I will beat him to a pulp and return this coin. You are determined to kill that bastard, still holding that year's coin firmly in your hand. This word makes Sang Quan-Hu feel his danger and seriousness. Ending the memory, returning to reality, that day had come. As soon as he arrived in front of Bus Seon, he was so angry that his face turned red, his veins were clearly visible, his eyes glared at the other person, his fists were ready to attack at any time. The murderous aura radiating from him is extremely high. "Who? Will you help me fulfill my wish?" he said with an angry voice that made Hu next to him also sweat. "Or you are close to this scum." He glared at him. "No, Busian, listen to me." Hu tried to calm him down, but it was useless. Thinking about the past made Busian so angry that he just wanted to kill the person in front of him. So he did not hesitate another second to rush forward. Busian is ready to punch the male lead to death with all his strength. If you don't avoid this moment, you will only die. The next amazing thing is that Hyuk suddenly knelt down. This action made him blankly stop punching immediately. He was surprised to see the guy who once bullied him and now willingly abandoned his ego and loved him. Well, after all, he wasn't a real Hyuk, so it made sense for him to do that. "Hey Woon." Even Hu must be equally surprised. "Basted bastard," Hyuk Ryan Woon was going to do, Busian angrily shouted at. Woon didn't hesitate to look straight into Busian's eyes and spoke, "Sa Busian, you know what the act of kneeling before someone else in the sect means, right?" He still kept the same harsh attitude as before, glaring and replying, "I don't need your cheap kneeling. What do you want to say?" Woon nodded. "I understand why you are like that. Listen to me a little bit." "Truly a crazy idea." Busian smirked. "You can joke me." His voice gradually became colder and then he proposed, "If you can withstand 3 blows, I will agree to listen to you." This proposal was really crazy. And even Hu himself was extremely surprised. How could he stand the constant chatter of a talented sniper, this crazy guy? Contrary to Hu's attitude, The male lead slowly stood up very calmly. He even thanked the opponent to do the act of respect. "Thank you." That name immediately rushed forward. One move of his is enough to kill the opponent. Luckily he is fast enough to duck and dodge. From strength to speed he is superior. End of Soul. Accidentally dodged is always too big. The face of Woon is a bit blank. Busian was quite surprised when Woon was able to dodge his blow easily. Do not hesitate anymore. Busian again launched the remaining right hand. He rushed forward like a wild beast without hesitation. Woon again dodged and the punch of that guy rushed to the ground, causing it to puncture a hole. Despite being able to avoid it, the male lead himself also widened his eyes in surprise. Before he could complete the soul, the other man turned around in the blink of an eye and raised his hand quickly. That guy grabbed his collar. "Ockable, mouse," he smirked. The result was a tactic that beat the whole Woon to the ground. Damn it. This blow caused him a lot of internal injuries. One eye was uncomfortable and he closed it. It ended here. The other guy pounced and prepared to punch him hard. His eyes turned red like blood, the veins on his face were clearly visible. A shot gathered the entire force to hit the face of the male lead. Who on one side looked at the battle that panicked, anxiously shouting to call his name, Hyuk Ryan Woon. The smoke gradually melted. Busian also regained a little calm. Surprisingly, he saw Woon really helped himself. Where did he learn this move? I was quite surprised and a bit unbelievable, not thinking this guy is so strong now. Hey, will you listen to me? This is now out of time. Busian turned to respond neatly. I was about to go straight, but who stopped me and tried to convince me? Come on, 3 chapters are over. Busian, listen to us, let's go inside. Even though he said it helped, Woon's hand felt like it was drying up. Anyway, that move was a bit too much for him. But if it didn't help, he would have gone to his grandparents face to face him. Luckily, he was able to block that attack. The moon had now reached its full height. The atmosphere was gloomy and clouds drifted across the sky. The 3 men sitting on the table crossed their arms to look at each other. Extremely tense atmosphere. Wu finally broke the silence by putting his words first. S.A. Busian. I need your strength. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the atmosphere once again fell into contemplation. I don't understand what you're saying. Busian tilted his head and said. The male protagonist then liked that impermanent wolves are the sect that uses swords and spears as their main weapons, but neither of them are good at it, right? Listening to this, Busian started to get a little angry and asked in a harsh voice, are you saying that bows and arrows are just to show off to girls, that the important thing is the skill? That's right. Who knows? The young man actually nodded. Being attacked like that is like stepping on someone else's self-esteem. This damn bastard. Busian was so angry that he was about to attack him, but luckily he stopped him and started fighting again. His mouth always spews nonsense. Hyuk Ryan Woon. Busian angrily pointed his finger straight at his face and circled around Hu's head. Woon quickly reassured him and explained his thoughts. The word skill doesn't mean anything bad, don't get me wrong. Although Shinto recruits talented people, weapons such as swords are still given more importance, and archers are often looked down upon because they are not suitable for invading and dominating enemies. Speaking of strings, he suddenly stood up, his eyes clearly showing determination and full of eloquent spirit, and said, I think skills are necessary skills that can help us conquer the Central Plains. This one word made both of them freeze on the spot. Busian was immediately stunned by this statement from the male lead. He didn't respond, just quietly turned around and was about to leave. Your 15 minutes are up. Sabu Seon, are you planning on letting your talent rot like that? Woon asked him directly. He just sighed and said yes. After all, what can this society do? The young man's next sentence made everyone who heard it think he was crazy. I will create the strongest archer sect. This sect will be even stronger than impermanent wolves, and I want you to be the leader of the sect. This sentence made Busian feel like he had just heard a thunderbolt, but it also made him even angrier. Because he himself couldn't believe what Woon said, he shouted, Hyuk Ryan Woon, how long do you want to disrespect me? If you continue, don't blame the sword for being ruthless. He immediately opened the cloth covering the 3 chests next to him. What is this? Busian suddenly asked again. Usually at these times, young people confidently open the box and answer. What appears will be money. I will give you 3 more chests like this. Inside are all brightly shining gold coins. This action agitated Busian even more. He immediately grabbed his collar. Then he raised his voice and shouted curses. "You son of a bitch! Are you insulting me?" Woon still tries to keep a calm attitude and explains, "Don't misunderstand, I don't insult you at all. I will really create a group of snipers. And among the people I know, Sabu Seon, you are the best sniper here. That's why I took the risk to come here to meet you." Woon's clear words and determination are firmly expressed in every word. "I will become the successor of Shinto." He seriously looked straight into Busian's eyes. Hearing these words made Busian jump back in surprise. He sighed and said, "Hyuk Ryan Woon, I think you just lost your mind temporarily. But when it comes to you, you're crazy." "That's right, I'm already crazy. Let's just do it." The male lead has no hesitation in admitting that after all, the most important thing right now is still the original goal. Who on the side also followed suit, pretending to frown and saying that's not true. "You're not crazy, right?" The male lead didn't understand, so he turned around and asked. "You're mentally ill, brother," they both said, laughing and clutching their stomachs like longtime comrades. Busian also felt one thing at that moment. His eyes were no longer lifeless like when he was studying in the hall. He is no longer the arrogant young man like before. They are now filled with steadfast determination. So Busian immediately sat back on his chair firmly. Both were surprised and happy at his action. "Have you decided?" Seeing that my plan was successful, Woon also sat down and asked with a smile. He grumbled in response, "I'm not doing this for those gold bars. I heard that people who die and come back to life will change a lot, so I want to see if that's the case with you." The young man was happy and picked up the wine bottle and respectfully said, "No matter what the reason is, thank you." So the atmosphere gradually calmed down again. The night sky and the golden moonlight became clearer and clearer. Outside, the sky was peaceful and inside the house were three men chatting happily late at night. "Thinking about it, I still can't believe it. I mean, I didn't expect that one day you would come to request me like that." Busian was already tipsy at this point, so he just said it straight to your face. He also felt a bit guilty and replied, "I sincerely apologize for the things in the past when I was too childish. Anyway, I still can't trust you," he said hesitantly. "So what do I have to do to make you believe me?" Woon didn't hesitate to ask his request. "I will believe it if you learn how to shoot an arrow yourself." After hearing this, Woon was quite surprised. Seeing this expression, Busian's expression immediately returned to his original disgust because he remembered the past, just as he thought, how can people change so easily? That year Busian practiced archery every day. He breathed heavily after finishing shooting. "I've never seen anyone use a bow and arrow without being physically weak." Woon next to him, like every other day, started to idly taunt him from the side. "Hey, Sabu Seon, are you sure you can get hard at night?" This statement made the whole crowd immediately burst out laughing and criticizing him. Busian still maintained a calm attitude and continued to shoot. That arrow once again brought him back to his childhood. A powerful and precise arrow shot precisely into the pile of straw. His father slowly approached and pulled it out. "That's great, father." The little boy came to admire him with admiration. The father smiled and patted his son's head. Busian recalls every little piece of memory. "My father, the #1 archer of the Shinto archery, was his pride, and also mine, and the one who slandered and looked down on him was you, Hyuk Ryan Woon." That was Busian's heart that he couldn't let go of for many years. But contrary to his old appearance, now Woon just smiles with a friendly smile like never before. "Why do you smile so brightly in front of me? It makes me doubtful." Thinking the young man would refuse, but he didn't, he stood up excitedly and asked, "Is that all you need?" "That's what I wanted to ask. So please teach me how to use a bow." Your radiant eyes and snow-white teeth grinning widely. This action and attitude makes Busian bewildered. "Are you serious?" "Of course," he nodded in response. Woon's firm words made Busian dare not believe his ears and eyes. So he immediately grabbed the jar of wine. "Drink it in one gulp and it's all gone." Then he put the wine bottle on the table, making the young man startled and thought he had done something wrong. "Very well, I will show you what a real sniper is like," Busian said while wiping the wine from his mouth with a look of both satisfaction and a little excitement. After that, he gave the wine in Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand. "Continue, drink the bastard." He smiled slightly, reached out to take the wine and then replied, "Okay." The words just stopped and took a big sip. Sang Quan-hu saw that, his face immediately pale, without saying a word. At this point, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief, fortunately the smooth ending. Hyuk Ryan Woon, after drinking enough, gave the wine to Quan-hu and then said, "You also had to drink a bottle." Before she could react, he rushed to force to bring the wine into his mouth to Quan-hu, even though he kept shaking his head, but his drinking was very weak. These nerves, let's drink and die together. After beating a full meal, the three of them immediately returned to rest. Each person lies in a corner. After a while Sabu Seon woke up. He turned out to see that Sang Quan-hu was lying on the ground. But before he could see for a long time, the headache due to the wine battle yesterday came, causing his head to hurt like a hammer, trying to slowly sit up, "My head." He sat quietly thinking about the words Hyuk Ryan Woon said. After dropping a large wooden board on the table, Sabu Seon quickly rushed over, gripping Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar shouted loudly, "This fool." But to Quan-hu, drunkenly just stopped being superficial, really, stopped. Sabu Seon involuntarily dropped 2 tears, said with the frustration, "You know how I was miserable because you didn't." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard and felt extremely confused. "That, I really asked error." "What, you want to set up a gunner, so bullshit." No matter how he changes, he is still the lack of the owner of the god. I seem to be a bit too excited. But thinking back, drinking whole bottles of wine like that but not drunk. At this moment someone pulled the door in. "How did you get up? I have prepared breakfast and clothes for him." "Thanks, but I want to meet the 4 owners first." The words had just stopped. The other slave and respectfully responded softly. Now he was practicing archery at the training ground. Sabu Seon heard here when he stood up and was practicing archery. "Please follow me." He quickly walked down to put on the shoes and followed the other slave. Just when I saw Hyuk Ryan Woon, he was practicing very enthusiastically. "Well, so sorry. Is Seon star? Good morning. You slept well?" Hyuk Ryan Woon's radiant face made him feel a bit confused. "Also okay. I am practicing archery, but not progressing at all. Can you show me a few ways?" Seeing the strange appearance of Hyuk Ryan Woon, Sabu Seon was a bit stopped. Hyuk Ryan Woon said his conjecture, "It seems that my posture is wrong." Sabu Seon shook his head slightly. "No, this position for hunting, so it was not wrong." Hyuk Ryan Woon listened to the exclamation. Oh, it was true that the gunner was different. We had just learned like this from a hunter. "You are fine, but what is the gunner dragon?" "Nothing." "Oh, hey, let me review again." Tell and then Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately gave the bow and arrow to Sabu Seon with expectation. Sabu Seon took the bow in his hand and raised it up. He stretched the bow to make it ready. Making Hyuk Ryan Woon at the side immediately stood the picture. What was the peak? Sabu Seon took a deep breath, aiming at the opportunity to release the arrow. Wooden arrow with altar speeds like tearing the wind. Shoot directly at the pink of the stele. The arrow touched immediately created countless large cracks on the surface of the beer. Hyuk Ryan Woon was surprised to round his eyes, sweat repeatedly poured out. Then constantly clapping an exclamation, "So wonderful." Sabu Seon continued to teach, hunting and attacking completely different. If you practice, you will be able to do so soon. Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes immediately lit up, proved to be extremely excited. "So teach us now. I have a training session of the impermanent wolf in the afternoon, so I will teach you after that training." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard softly, "From today, you do not need the wolf's training session anymore." Sabu Seon seems to not understand very well. Asked with skepticism, "What you mean?" Hyuk Ryan Woon sighed and then pulled out from the pocket of the contract. "Yesterday you signed only to me. You will leave the wolf impermanence and join my new faction. Sign quickly for me to drink again. Here, right, and that is that place. Very good, very well." Sabu Seon now froze, sweat continuously poured out. "I wish I took it away." Sabu Seon swallowed his saliva and slowly opened it. Hyuk Ryan Woon, whether the amount of prepaid with our amount is wrong. My salary is 10 times higher than the impermanent wolf. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and smiled. Needless to say, I have to pay the right amount proportional to your talent. There are many benefits there, see carefully. Oh, and I also brought those chests to you first, because it was very heavy. So I rely on you. Then he patted one on the shoulder of Sabu Seon still standing bewildered. Let's try for the future of the god. Sabu Seon has not been fully fulfilled, just standing as blankly like a statue without saying anything more. Only Hyuk Ryan Woon proved to be extremely satisfied. Everything happened as planned. We have recruited a genius gunner in the novel, Long Devil Gunner. He will be the powerful left arm of the second master, who coordinated with the tactist, bringing the main character to overcome the tough Bao. Before Sabu Seon became the gunner, the main character killed Hyuk Ryan Woon. In fact, in the novel, this friendship did not appear, but did not expect him to be bullied in the past, even though he did not write so. In the novel with the record, after In Hee-chu owned the throne, he would increase the strength and create the gunner, the Dragon Devil, to prepare for the war with other sects. At that time, Sabu Seon was appointed as the leader of the sect, but because I suddenly wanted to create a gunner, without power and influence. So probably won't be able to have the Dragon Devil. As soon as I thought of this, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled like enlightenment something, drilling, not necessarily a faction with a gunner. We need the most strong sect. Can do everything. After that, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly returned to the palace to research more about this issue. While sitting and sipping a cup of hot tea, I continuously smacked my lips and rubbed my lips. How to create a special faction. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside. It turns out Sabu Seon and Sang Kwan-hu came. Good morning. Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded slightly. Come in, how's everyone's progress? Sabu Seon took out a small list and replied, this is a collection of good shooters I know in Impermanence Wolf. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled slightly after hearing this. Oh, thank you. Sang Kwan-hu, how is the progress of creating special forces? He kept sighing. It's very complicated. To create a military force, first of all there must be a commander. Isn't just one master enough? If it's your own sect, that's fine, but to become an official Shinto sect, many conditions are needed. Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately became thoughtful. An unofficial sect obviously did not receive any benefits from the Shinto religion. The cost of opening a sect and the right to use the training hall, as well as military support, those were the things an army officially. We don't have that much money, so what should we do? Sang Kwan-hu immediately commented, the best way is to join an existing sect, because the Sun and Moon Shinto not only has force, but also includes different large and small sects. We can create a faction under the name of one of them. Hyuk Ryan Woon approached with doubt. Is there any decent faction to choose? Sang Kwan-hu brushed it off. Of course, you know it too. Is that always the case? To answer Hyuk Ryan Woon's question, he could only say frankly, have you forgotten? Even though you were the one who created it, I'm talking about the Four Heavens sect. Hyuk Ryan Woon was immediately surprised. What? Our faction is the official army. I told you, it's just the name, although mostly you pay for our entertainment, but sometimes we also use subsidies from there. After hearing that, he kept scratching his head, looking confused. We don't know that. Because the real general is not you but Danpyeong. So who is the leader of the Four Heavens? Is it still Mol Danpyeong? Sang Kwan-hu shook his head again. If he can be the leader, then you or Bu Seon can. But he knows he is not competent enough, so I invited someone with enough authority to act on his behalf. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled blandly. Trouble was starting to arise. Now let's go. This attitude immediately made Sang Kwan-hu's eyes widen in surprise. Even Sabu Seon couldn't help but ask, where are we going? Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and replied confidently, where else would he go? Of course he would go see Mok Danpyeong. Sang Kwan-hu was startled when he heard it. Are you planning on asking him to give up? Yes, that's okay. Don't you remember what kind of person he is? He used up all his silver to drink alcohol. Do you think he will give in? Hyuk Ryan Woon, on the other hand, was not surprised at all, just calmly shrugged his shoulders. If he doesn't agree then we have to make him accept it. We don't have time to waste here. Okay. So let me talk to Danpyeong first, then we can talk while drinking. Hyuk Ryan Woon listened and flatly refused. Otherwise we will do it right now. Sang Kwan-hu immediately froze. Go now. Yes, hurry up, he said, then turned around and left. Just a moment later, the three of them got on their horses and left the palace, heading towards Danpyeong's residence. Sang Kwan-hu reminded him again, doing this is bringing trouble on himself. Mok Danpyeong is not the type of person who will obediently show up. Hyuk Ryan Woon asked back, it seems like even if we asked properly, he wouldn't listen. Right, that's right. Sang Quan-Hu's affirmation made him even more determined. We have to get to the Four Heavens before he comes back for dinner and drinks, otherwise Sabu Seon will have to face more difficulties. As soon as I turned around, I saw Sabu Seon deep in thought, silent and not responding. Besides, we've already arrived. The three of them quickly walked to the door of Dan Pyong's mansion. Hyuk Ryan Woon stepped forward and knocked hard on the wooden door in front of him. The sound immediately attracted the people inside. What's going on? Where do you think this is that you dare to act recklessly? But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately froze. Four young masters then quickly bowed and clasped his hands respectfully, welcoming him back. I was in a hurry so I knocked a bit too hard on the door, sorry. That's right, where is Mok Dan Pyong? The old slave hastily replied after hearing that, he is eating, should I come in tonight to report the news? Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled slightly and shook his head, no need, I will go myself. Yes, the four young masters were invited. Then the three of them quickly walked inside, Hyuk Ryan Woon even showing his sinister expression. In the dining room, Dan Pyong was drinking wine while continuously eating and drinking to his heart's content. Without any hesitation, Hyuk Ryan Woon kicked open the door and walked straight inside. Dan Pyong's eyes widened and he turned away. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, I told you no one was allowed in. While I was eating, then threw the wine bottle straight towards the door. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly grasped the wine bottle with his hands. Dan Pyong saw a familiar figure and immediately turned away. Then I saw Hyuk Ryan Woon standing from afar smiling. What is this, Hyuk Ryan Woon? He asked as he pulled the cloak over his shoulder with a sarcastic tone. There's also Sang Quan-Hu, what's the occasion? As soon as he looked over, he was even more surprised. He pointed at Hyuk Ryan Woon and said with a hateful tone, Hey Hyuk Ryan Woon, you smart guy, why do you go with trash like him? Looking at Dan Pyong's muscular arms, Hyuk Ryan Woon couldn't help but worry, he was even bigger than he imagined. But still tried to calm down and calmly sat down next to him. Then put your legs firmly on the table. Hyuk Ryan Woon clasped his hands and looked at Dan Pyong with an extravagant look. What are you doing? Hyuk Ryan Woon smirked. He may be under my command and be a real bastard, but how dare you call my friend trash? Dan Pyong picked up the wine bottle and took a big swig. Then he let out a refreshing burp. I couldn't help but feel strange. Hyuk Ryan Woon, does he really consider this guy a friend? Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly reached out to cover his nose from the strong stench coming from Dan Pyong. This smell was like a corpse. Hey, did you eat something wrong? Dying and coming back to life has made you crazy. Then he took out the cigarette and took a deep breath. Okay, so why did you bring that low-class piece of trash here? Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled softly. Because of the Four Heavens, I came here to take it back. Dan Pyong was startled, feeling like his ears weren't very sharp anymore. What, take it back? But Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to say clearly, yes, Four Heavens, give back what belongs to me. Mok Danpyeong stood up, his face black and angry, this bastard. He rolled his eyes and said, are you looking for trouble with me? Do you want to participate in the succession battle? Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, patted the table and stood up, calmly admitting, yes, the Four Heavens will. Pausing for a moment, he looked straight into Mok Danpyeong's eyes, then curled his lips and continued, becoming an official legion affiliated with the Eastern Star Palace. Mok Danpyeong seemed to hear a joke. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Having had enough of laughing, he raised his fist, looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon with disdain and said, wake up and stop dreaming. You can't do it. Hyuk Ryan Woon is scum. You are not qualified. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't bother to pay attention to these words. He raised his eyebrows and said faintly, that's enough. You just need to say one sentence, I agree. What, you dog? Mok Danpyeong shouted through gritted teeth. He grabbed the pipe from the table, swung it straight at Hyuk Ryan Woon's face, opened his mouth wide and cursed, this bastard. Hyuk Ryan Woon wasn't bothered at all. He raised his hand to gently block the pipe, said in a cold voice, I agree, say it and I will forgive you. Don't mess with me. Mok Danpyeong shouted with a sweaty face. Then he raised his fist and hit Hyuk Ryan Woon hard. He crossed his arms and stood still, glancing at the fist that was hitting him. Hyuk Ryan Woon gently stretched out one hand, catching Mok Danpyeong's punch. When he saw this scene, he became even angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, if you don't drink the wine, you want to drink the wine as punishment." But as soon as he said this, a terrible force from the other person squeezed Mok Dampyung's hand. He widened his eyes in horror, not understanding what was going on. I only saw Hyuk Ryan Woon raise his other hand and swing it high. He slapped Mok Danpyeong in the face, knocking him down and facing backwards. Mok Danpyeong couldn't believe what just happened. One bruised cheek turned back to look at Hyuk Ryan Woon, stuttering in horror, "How dare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, his other cheek received another punch, filled with pain and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not stopping there, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly pressed Mok Danpyeong to the floor, raised his hand high and hit the dust. Blood suddenly splattered all over the house. Sang Kwan-hu and Sir Bu Seon looked at this scene and quietly stood aside, silently sweating. Mok Dampyung's face was now completely swollen. He tried to raise his hand and tremblingly said, "Stop, no, not that sentence. You have to say, 'I agree.'" Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to raise his hand to fight. Mok Danpyeong was already defeated. He quickly shouted, "I agree, I agree." Hearing this sentence, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately stopped. He stood up, looked down from above and asked seriously, "Who is the leader of the four heavens?" Mok Danpyeong cried out in pain. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon, unwillingly said, "Kang Dae-shik, he is the leader." Kang Dae-shik. Hyuk Ryan Woon repeated this name again, his face showing surprise. Outside the four heavens, the sky was now dark. The three of Hyuk Ryan Woon were preparing to get on their horses and leave. "So it's Kang Dae-shik." Hyuk Ryan Woon looked in a distant direction and thought to himself. Thinking for a moment, he sat on the horse and turned his head to look at Kwan-hu and asked, "Hey, isn't Kang Dae-shik the person on the dark side of the assassin army?" Sang Kwan-hu nodded and replied, He is experts use superior martial arts." Remembering a few things from the past, Sang Kwan-hu continued to talk. He got into some trouble so he had to work for Mok Danpyeong. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his head to the sky and exclaimed, "Continuing to lead such a terrible army would be a waste for him. So now come to see Kang Dae-shik." So Bu Seon raised his eyes and asked. Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around, shook his head, smiled and said, "Okay, I'm hungry, I'll find him later." Looking at his shaking fingers, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently exclaimed, "Hey, I was so nervous when I met Mok Danpyeong just now, how can I walk now? If I hadn't learned the flaky armor move, I would losing a finger too. And even though I used the Seven Moon Divine Painting when I slapped him. If I can only do that much, then Hyuk Ryan Woon's martial arts are still incomplete. Need to be stronger." Hyuk Ryan Woon stood in the sunset and thought with determination. "Come out here, you bastard!" Hyuk Ryan Woon. A loud scream in the early morning rang out outside the main door of the Hyuk Ryan family. Mok Danpyeong led countless subordinates to gather outside. He continued to shout, "You dare to attack me suddenly, come out here." Hyuk Ryan Woon was woken up by the loud sound outside. He put on his shirt and went out. Seeing the group of people there, he held his chin and sighed and said, "This stupid guy. What does he want me to do when he wakes up? Bring Kang Dae-shik to the door yourself." Looking at the muscular Kang Dae-shik standing in front, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately walked out and said loudly, "Okay, here I am." Kang Dae-shik held out a hand while asking and threatening, "What Master Mok said is true. The situation could get worse depending on how you answer." Hyuk Ryan Woon was tying his hair up with his hand. Hearing that, he curled his mouth and said, "Sneak attack. If he sees that because he's too weak, then so be it." "This bastard." Mok Danpyeong in the back heard this and scolded him angrily. Then he looked at Kang Dae-shik and said, "Look, Leader Kang, there's no need to listen to him anymore." Speaking of this, his face looked extremely scary. He opened his mouth and screamed, "Get rid of it." Kang Dae-shik listened to the command and immediately stomped his foot, causing the tile floor under his feet to crumble. He clenched his fists, preparing to attack. A fierce wind arose around Kang Dae-shik's body. Rocks and soil flew into the sky. He held out one hand, looked straight ahead and said in a cold voice, "I will show you my martial arts." Come on," Hyuk Ryan Woon said. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought, "A master like this has to handle that guy's nonsense. What a pity, what a pity." Seeing the person in front of him only using his bare hands, Hyuk Ryan Woon asked in confusion, "Leader Kang, don't you need a weapon?" Kang Dae-shik heard this with disdain and replied, You will lose a limb if I use it. Fourth young master, you should use weapons. Oh, so he's looking down on me? Hyuk Ryan Woon thought. Soon he curled his lips and said, then I'll fight bare-handed too. Kang Dae-shik, standing opposite, heard this and spoke up to advise, the law of the gypsies allows the weak to use weapons when fighting the strong, so please use weapons. Hyuk Ryan Woon replied calmly, it's okay, I know it's not right to use a sword to hit someone with bare hands. Hearing these words, Kang Dae-shik suddenly burst into laughter and spoke, not knowing if he was praising or mocking him. It's been a long time since I've seen him, but it seems his speaking skills have improved. Looking at Mok Danpyeong, who was standing there with his arms crossed in anger, Hyuk Ryan Woon lightly laughed ha-ha twice and replied, do you think I'm like your vile master? Not wanting to say more, Kang Dae-shik slightly lowered his head, glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, let him attack first. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his fists in a defensive stance, looking at Kang Dae-shik with a wary face, thinking, this is the only chance I have when he's distracted. He pulled his legs back a little to gain momentum. Must succeed in one move, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought. He concentrated all the strength he had, straight forward. Hyuk Ryan Woon jumped up high, his shirt fluttering behind him. Many illusory shadows suddenly appeared around his body, surrounding Kang Dae-shik with unimaginable speed. The image disappeared so quickly that Kang Dae-shik was terrified. In front of his eyes, he could only see white smoke passing by. Kang Dae-shik began to panic, sweat poured down his face and thought to himself, that was the devil's move of the dark sect, how could the four young masters know the moves of the assassin army? Feeling an aura right behind him, Kang Dae-shik quickly turned around but didn't see Hyuk Ryan Woon anywhere. At this moment, a cold laugh rang in his ears, causing him to freeze on the spot. Kang Dae-shik turned pale and turned his head slightly. He let out a damn cry, but he couldn't do anything but stare blankly at Hyuk Ryan Woon, who had been close to him without realizing it, his body exuding a terrible pressure. Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his hand, a 7-moon divine painting multiplied by 3 moves, the Black Buddha fist carrying a terrible power roared towards Kang Dae-shik. The fist with terrible power hit Kang Dae-shik straight in the stomach. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his teeth. Kang Dae-shik rolled his eyes and looked down at his belly. The man was sent flying backwards by that terrible punch. Looking at this scene, Mok Danpyeong turned pale and thought, my life is over. The people of the four heavens who stood around were horrified when they saw this. Their faces were covered in sweat. Kang Dae-shik was blown away and fell straight at Mok Danpyeong's feet. He raised his eyes to look at Mok Danpyeong, his whole body trembling and unable to say anything. Hyuk Ryan Woon slowly walked towards it step by step. He crooked his finger and called, Mok Danpyeong, come here. Here, I mean, sir. Mok Danpyeong walked forward trembling, scared and stuttering, talking all over the place. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked straight into his eyes, not bothering to beat around the bush, and got straight to the point. Today you brought leader Kang here too. Do you also want to join my new sect? When Mok Danpyeong heard these words, he let out a doubtful sound and hesitantly said, wait, that's it. Seeing this guy talk so much, Hyuk Ryan Woon without saying anything raised his hand and patted him on the head, making him cry out loudly. Not giving Mok Danpyeong a chance to resist, Hyuk Ryan Woon took his shoulder and said, then I warmly welcome you, along with all the brothers of the four heavens. Knowing that this situation could no longer be changed, Mok Danpyeong lowered his head and sadly replied, yes, whatever you want is fine. As if he was just waiting, Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and shouted to the people around him, come on, pay attention, everyone. He turned to look at Busian, who was leaning on his hand, carrying a stick on his shoulder, then continued to speak, from now on, listen to Busian's orders and start training immediately. Busian looked at the group of people in front of him, his face exuding a dangerous look, thinking, from now on, let's reincarnate those bastards. Busian. The surrounding people simultaneously mentioned this name. Their faces showed worry, still not daring to believe what they had just heard. Glancing at the distance, Busian was holding up a wooden stick to coax the group of newcomers. Hyuk Ryan Woon curled his lips and silently said, good luck to you all. Returned to his room. Hyuk Ryan Woon lay down on the bed, stretched, then let out a satisfied cry. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, thinking he was about to die. Remember that one punch that decided everything just now. Hyuk Ryan Woon tilted his head back and looked up at the ceiling to calculate. Who would have thought that the combination of the Black Buddha's fist and the Seven Moon Divine Disaster after the Devil's move would be successful? He sat up, immersed in his own thoughts again. The problem is that he can only use it when his opponent is caught off guard. He can't use that move against experts. Well, let's survive now, so we can go home later. Hyuk Ryan Woon firmly thinks so. A few weeks later, the chants of 122 rang out on the field. The new guys were constantly practicing. A group of people ran around the training ground one after another. The shouts rang out again. They shouted loudly, and suddenly the 1-2 shouts rang out in unison. Mok Danpyeong ran while breathing heavily. His face was sweaty. His pale face groaned a few times. He thought miserably, damn, why do I have to do this? Busian, standing next to Sang Kwan-hu, shouted loudly and ran faster. Sang Kwan-hu glanced at So Bu Seon, then bowed his head slightly and thought, Busian became more and more trustworthy after becoming the deputy leader of the sect. Perhaps Woon will truly become the successor. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't know when he approached. He clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, Hey, Deputy Leader SA, don't let those lazy guys rest. Of course, Busian turned around and replied. After saying that, he took a few steps forward, widened his eyes and shouted, Who gave you a break? Hyuk Ryan Woon stood behind and Sang Kwan-hu let out a satisfied sigh and exclaimed, Managing a sect is not easy at all. Almost rubbing for a while, suddenly remembered something. Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and asked Kwan-hu, right. Who? I just thought of a new name for the four heavens. What does Black Lion sound like? Sang Kwan-hu hearing that, he was bewildered and said, Black Lion, that's the first time I've heard a name like that. Hyuk Ryan Woon reached into his shirt and searched for something while explaining, Our dream is to create a better future for Shinto. So I want to give the sect a completely new name. He took out the scroll late and smiled and said, This is the symbol of our sect. Symbol? Sang Kwan-hu took the scroll and asked doubtfully. Opening the scroll, looking at the image of a mighty lion painted above, Sang Kwan-hu let out a surprised cry and said, This is the first time I see this. Looking at Sang Kwan-hu, Sang's sparkling eyes staring intently at the painting, Hyuk Ryan Woon stroked his chin and thought, Actually I plagiarized the idea in real life. But he seems to like it very much. Suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon pondered for a moment and then nervously said, but our sect is still too young. Looking at the group of people practicing on the field, Sang Kwan-hu nodded and replied, That's right. Bu Seon has gathered about 30 shooters. It would take at least 100 people to create a complete faction. But such a new faction, this. While hesitatingly said this, Hyuk Ryan Woon, who was next to him, suddenly turned around and asked, the graduation ceremony of the Hall of Demons and Gods is about to take place. Sang Kwan-hu held the painting scroll in his hand and said suspiciously, Hey, the geniuses of Shinto are all gathered there. Do you think they will join here? Lately, taking out the notebook and giving it to Sang Kwan-hu, Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and said, With this it will definitely work. Opening the notebook and reading it, Sang Kwan-hu's sweat dropped in disbelief and asked again, Are you serious? Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled confidently and said, Why do you ask such an obvious thing? Just help me find a blacksmith. Graduation ceremony, in the Hall of Demons. Groups of bachelors are gathering together and chatting. At this moment, suddenly there was a person wearing armor and a white scarf with his head tied loudly shouting, Fire Dragon Sect, famous for the best benefits among the key sects. All graduates have the opportunity to join. Come here to register. The Fire Dragon Sect's recruitment sound had not yet completely ended. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from afar. The curious bachelors all turned to look at the source of that sound. I can only see step by step, steady footsteps moving forward. A white flag above has an image of a lion roaring with its mouth open, looking extremely powerful and powerful. The flag was raised high to catch the fluttering wind. 4 people came wearing a fierce lion-shaped mask on their heads, wearing massive black iron armor, and another lion head on their belts. Most of that time, everyone looked muscular and full of strength. The bachelors looked at this scene and were both surprised and curious, turning to each other and asking, Who are they? Could it be that they are the Black Lion Sect founded by the 4 young masters? The Black Lion Sect? I have never heard of it. Never heard of this name. They pointed to the iron armor on the Black Lion's body and asked, Is that black iron armor, really? do they make armor from black iron? Looking at the leader of the army walking in front for a while, this group of bachelors continued to discuss, as I thought, is this the power of a foreign Rahu family? I didn't expect that he made armor from black iron, which is as expensive as gold. Hearing these words, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought to himself with pleasure, everyone is looking this way, good. Until evening, a pile of black armor and masks was scattered on the ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon and his friends, after a long day of marching back and forth at the graduation ceremony, were now lying flat on the ground, breathing heavily and exclaiming, "Ha!" as if they had just died and come back to life. Mok Danpyeong was lying in a miserable corner. I thought to myself, why did I have to do that? Hyuk Ryan Woon put his hands on the floor. His face was drenched in sweat. He cried out and groaned. It was so heavy he wanted to die. Busian sitting next to him also spoke up. After wearing it, I understood why people don't use black iron to make armor. Indeed, bows and arrows are much lighter than this iron armor. Sang Kwan, who lay there thinking about politics, then turned around and asked, "We did as you said, but will it really work, Woon?" Hyuk Ryan Woon raised a finger and said with a smile, "Of course, conveying such a clear and strong message is the basics of marketing." Hearing these words, Sang Kwan-hu thought he had heard it wrong, so he stood up suspiciously and asked again, "Message? Marketing? What are you talking about?" Hyuk Ryan Woon burst out laughing, then shook his head and said, "Nothing, just wait. We will definitely get a response." Early the next morning, many people came to the door with black lines waiting. A group of 3 people, Hyuk Ryan Woon, stood in the hall with their hands clasped, looking at the crowd gathered and chatting excitedly below. "See?" Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and asked the 2 people next to him. Sang Kwan-hu looked at the scene before him and quickly turned around to ask, "But are you going to accept all of this?" Hyuk Ryan Woon shook his head and replied, "Of course not. I will do a physical test first, and choose those who can survive." In his head, imagining the image of a powerful Black Lion sect in the future, Hyuk Ryan Woon said with determination, "I am creating a special sect in the Wanderer, equipped with the most advanced weapons ever, mentioned before." Hearing him say that, Sang Kwan-hu and Busian's eyes lit up. They clasped their hands tightly and were extremely confident that Hyuk Ryan Woon would definitely be able to do it. Hyuk Ryan Woon now slightly lowered his head, raised his eyebrows and thought, having created his own sect, now is the time to increase his influence in the family. Must be prepared. Before the competition between the main character Tae Mu Kwang and the second young master Hyuk Ryan Jin. At the mansion of the Hyuk Ryan family, Hyuk Ryan Woon's hands clenched and lifted forward. He bowed his head softly in greeting, "Long time no see, sister." A shadow wearing a cloak was standing in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon. She heard the voice and turned her head slightly, revealing an extremely beautiful, cold face. Hyuk Ryan Woon stood opposite, sweating all over his face, thinking, first we have to start with the person who wants to create factions with the second young master, Hyuk Ryan Wol, the third young lady. When Hyuk Ryan Wol saw who was coming, he lost patience, frowned and said, "If you came here to beg for your life, then I heard it, go home." Seeing her intend to turn away, Hyuk Ryan Woon behind him quickly said, "Actually I came here to propose an alliance with you. But you have neither the ability nor the strength," Hyuk Ryan Wol said indifferently. Her eyebrows furrowed even tighter together. She turned around and glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon and continued disdainfully, "You only have the energy of your mother's family, the Rahu family. What did you just say? The ugly guy doesn't know that." A layer of murderous aura suddenly emitted from Hyuk Ryan Wol's body. She asked in a cold voice, "Is that your way of asking for your life?" Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't pay any attention to these contemptuous words. He still calmly said, "I came here to propose an alliance as equals, so I will give you benefits that you cannot refuse." Hyuk Ryan Wol was too lazy to listen to these words. She waved her hand in annoyance and said, "Ha! I don't want to hear it. Go back to the East Star Palace, if you still value your life." Seeing that the situation was not good, Hyuk Ryan Woon spoke loudly. The second young master had chosen the eldest young master. Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Wol's shoulders trembled slightly. Taking all of this small reaction into his eyes, Hyuk Ryan Woon happily thought, "Okay, she's wavering." So he continued to say, in order to ally with the second young master, who had no one to back him, she was planning to closely monitor the eldest young master's tragic family. However, that was a mistake. Because the second young master, the owner, has already merged forces with the eldest young master. Where did you hear that news from? Hyuk Ryan Wol asked with a glance. I can't say, Hyuk Ryan Woon replied. He bowed his head slightly and thought, I can't say I wrote it myself. At this time, Hyuk Ryan Wol turned around and stood facing Lee Si-woo. She leaned on her hands and asked, So you are my ally, correct? Hyuk Ryan Woon nodded and replied. Hyuk Ryan Wol bowed his head and sighed. Right after that, she raised her head and said in disgust, An alliance is an equal relationship, but I won't get anything if I ally with you. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately held out his hand and replied softly, So what if you have the entire Le Marquis family as allies? Allying with the Rahu family, the richest Shinto family, Hyuk Ryan Wol silently calculated in his mind. Thinking for a moment, she then asked, How could you arbitrarily ally with the Zen Vu family, when you have not yet been recognized by the Lahao family? Hyuk Ryan Woon said confidently, Maybe now is yes, but in the future it will definitely change. His eyes exuded an unprecedented steadfastness. He slowly affirmed, Because I will soon arrive at the Ghost Cave. Devil's Cave. Hearing this name, Hyuk Ryan Wol opened his eyes wide in surprise. In her mind, a terrifying image appeared in the Devil's Cave, a dark and cold place, with thick layers of white bones on the ground, a place that no one had been able to pass for 300 years since its construction. I went but didn't come back, but how could this guy even think about it? Thinking so, Hyuk Ryan Wol immediately asked in a serious voice, Do you know what entering the Devil's Cave means? Hyuk Ryan Woon turned away, as if nothing happened, and replied, To show sincerity, at least I have to do that. He looked back slightly and said, So I'm looking forward to hearing from you, after I come back alive from the Ghost Cave, my sister. At the Black Lion's training ground, Busian is training the faction members. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat above, studying a book and scratching his head, thinking, The Demon God Cave, a training area built by the third-generation leader, the fallen Demon King, who laid the foundation for Sun and Moon Shinto, to foster talent. The image of the Cave of Ghosts and Gods in his imagination appeared in his mind. It was a long-standing tradition. You had to overcome the Cave of Ghosts and Gods to become a true follower of Shinto and be qualified to succeed. Right, that, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought to himself. He scratched his head for a while and then shouted, Why did he write such a setting? Hyuk Ryan Woon's mood changed constantly. He bit his nails in fear and thought, My survival rate is 0%. Can I do it? If I were the second young master, I would. Thinking of this, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly slammed his hand on the chair. There was no other way to survive. He stood up. His fear was completely replaced by determination and strength. He told himself, I can do it. The next day, Hyuk Ryan Woon, carrying his luggage on his back, was climbing step by step up to the Devil's Cave. Upon arriving, Hyuk Ryan Woon was startled. I only saw outside the cave entrance. There were 2 people guarding there. These 2 people saw Hyuk Ryan Woon and looked around. Right after that, the door to the Demon Cave slowly opened. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly walked through the door and went inside. He was a little worried and thought to himself, I won't die here. Light a torch. The light from the torch illuminated a small space in the dark cave. Hyuk Ryan Woon held the torch tightly and steadily walked deeper inside. After walking for a while, he put the torch down next to him, took off his luggage, and now he could start. Inside the luggage bag is a set of protective clothing. Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly put on his clothes. Putting the hat on his head, his body now only revealed 2 sharp eyes, he silently said, Okay, the preparations are done. Right at this moment, a whooshing sound rang out in the distance in the cave. Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around and looked back. There they were. Looking at a huge flock of mosquitoes flying towards him, he thought to himself, Devil's Cave. So this is the beginning, the first level, mosquitoes of the Devil's Cave. They have hallucinogenic saliva, and sometimes they come in groups of up to hundreds, burning until you die of dehydration. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at the group of mosquitoes with cold eyes and said coldly, But I had predicted this, so I learned survival skills from a master. Go up, take a stance, ready to fight the mosquitoes. Hundreds of mosquitoes gathered in flocks and flew towards the source of the light. Hyuk Ryan Woon let out a loud cry. Holding a long tube with both hands, from the tube, water was sprayed out, shooting straight towards the mosquitoes. He said excitedly, What a surprise, old lady. Come on, take a look at my wooden insect repellent spray. Die. Go back to motherland, Hyuk Ryan Woon shouted. The mosquitoes were hit by the drug and immediately fell all over the ground. Soon, Hyuk Ryan Woon finished killing this group of mosquitoes. Looking at the pile of mosquito corpses at his feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Taking off his protective helmet, Hyuk Ryan Woon's face was drenched in sweat and silently said, "Second young master defeated these mosquitoes with fire magic." He picked up the torch next to him and burned these mosquito corpses, continuing to explain, "Even though it's not very cool, this is perfect." Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and said, "No matter what, I have successfully passed the first level of the Devil's Cave." At the residence of the second young master Hyuk Ryan Jin. There are two people having a meeting in the room. Young master Hyuk Ryan Jim put his hands on his hips and asked nervously, "Jin, why are you so leisurely?" Hyuk Ryan Jin picked up the cup of tea and took a sip, calmly said, "I have to worry because Woon went into the Devil's Cave." Hyuk Ryan Jim nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right. Aren't you planning on going there next month?" "Probably so," Hyuk Ryan Jin slowly replied. "By the way, Woon decided to enter the Devil's Cave. I wonder what he was thinking." Hyuk Ryan Jim is not as calm as Hyuk Ryan Jin. He angrily said, "Who cares? That guy will probably find his own way to die. Just thinking about having to call that guy his brother, it's a shame. It's true, who has the blood of a lowly merchant." Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Jin suddenly placed the teacup firmly on the table. He closed his eyes slightly and remained silent. A moment later, Hyuk Ryan Jin raised the cup slightly. From the cup of tea suddenly released countless drops of water carrying powerful spiritual energy. Then he put the teacup down firmly again, like an act of warning. Hyuk Ryan Jim saw this and swore loudly, his face showing fear. Felt the terrible murderous aura radiating from Hyuk Ryan Jin's body. Hyuk Ryan Jim quickly shouted, "Sorry, I accidentally spoke." At this moment, Hyuk Ryan Jin opened his eyes, regained his murderous intent. He raised the teacup, not too fast or too slow to say, "We are people who dedicate ourselves to the great Shinto. Please stop saying those things, easy to misunderstand." When Hyuk Ryan Jim heard that, he scratched his head and laughed a few times. Seeing that Hyuk Ryan Jin no longer paid attention to him, he let out a sigh, his face showing an extremely alert look. He remembered the martial arts match between himself and Hyuk Ryan Jin. Personally feel the terrible power of this person. With Hyuk Ryan Jin's always smiling and gentle face, I don't know how many people really know how scary this weak-looking guy is. But right now, inside the Devil's Cave. As he went deeper inside, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly worriedly raised his arms to hug himself tightly, exclaiming incredulously, "Why is it suddenly so cold down my spine?" He tore two pieces of cloth and stuffed them tightly into both ears, thinking to himself, "Now it's time to prepare for the next level." Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to wear a necklace with 3 gems on it. Finally, he tightly covered his eyes with a black cloth. Coming here, the second level of the Devil's Cave, which is the formation of the demon's mind. Holding the sharp sword in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon vigilantly felt the 4 directions here. At this moment, countless insidious formations appeared in the Cave of Ghosts and Gods. Hyuk Ryan Woon concentrates all his spirit. This is where all nightmares come true, and the fog hovering around here plays a role in helping those nightmares look even more real. But they were blown away by Hyuk Ryan Jin's martial arts. The moment you doubt yourself or let your imagination run away, you will surely die. That's why when standing in this countless formations and thick fog, Hyuk Ryan Woon continuously mumbled a few sentences, even though the sea was far away, dried up, white-headed mountains eroded. After a while, he pushed the sword in his hand firmly against the ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon's face was drenched in sweat. He took off his blindfold and looked ahead warily, silently saying, "This is probably the end." In front of Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes, a cave appeared. Picking up the necklace around his neck, he exclaimed a few words. Although it wasn't the technique the second young master used, it was fortunate that the poisonous blood jade worked. Putting his hand inside his chest, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked up at the cave entrance and thought to himself, "But, isn't this too easy? There's only stage 3 left. If it's that easy, then it's good." Take out a small vase, open the lid. An unpleasant scent spread out from the mouth of the bottle. Hyuk Ryan Woon put his hand over his nose and exclaimed, "Squeak, it stinks, how dare you put it on here?" But there was no other way to survive. He had to endure it. He took out a towel, soaked it with the liquid inside, and quickly applied it to his body. Finally, Hyuk Ryan Woon took out another small bottle. He mixed those two things together, thinking to himself, "This will work, right?" Hyuk Ryan Woon put the vase down in front of the cave, silently saying, "It's best to go, it's too far away." It worked. He ran and prayed. Ran to hide behind a rock, looking at the vase placed in the distance. Hyuk Ryan Woon concentrated and observed. At this moment, a strange incident happened. Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his fist and thought, "It's here. Now we have to use devil steps to hide the sound and use scaled armor to make the body stiffer." A hand with sharp nails protruded from the cave entrance, followed by a head with long loose hair covering the face, revealing only a mouth with sharp fangs, saliva flowing around it. The monster stuck out its long, disgusting red tongue, its white eyes widened, and slowly crawled out the cave entrance. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought sweatily, "Underground monsters, I didn't expect this thing really existed. Even a master who wants to defeat them will have difficulty. This monster cannot see the road, it crawls underground, and can only rely on its sense of smell to sense its prey." Hyuk Ryan Woon thought coldly. After applying ointment on his body, hiding the sound and increasing the hardness of his body, he would think he was a smelly rock. And this monster will be more curious about the scent of that vase than his own. Having fallen into the trap, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently exclaimed, looking at the monster sticking his nose out to smell close to the bottle's mouth. Suddenly he was startled. Then he let out an angry cry, used his hand to knock the vase away, his mouth continuously spitting out mouthfuls of disgusting saliva. Looking at the monster struggling on the ground, Hyuk Ryan Woon calculated, "This is right now." He immediately used devil steps and quickly ran past it. Safely landing on the other side, Hyuk Ryan Woon turned around to look, a dangerous smile on his mouth, thinking, "I also put chili powder and anesthetic in there." But before he could laugh for long, Hyuk Ryan Woon was turned pale by the scene before him, unable to understand what the hell was going on. "I only saw hundreds of underground monsters making groaning sounds, crawling out of the cave." Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately lay down on the ground, silently cursing twice. His teeth were clenched tightly, his face full of worry, thinking, "There isn't just one, is the whole family here?" Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly ran to hide behind the rock, his whole body tensely looking at the monsters crawling towards him, thinking, "Please don't find out." He didn't dare breathe loudly, looking at the monsters slowly crawling past him, silently praying, "Please, please." Seeing the monsters keep moving forward, Hyuk Ryan Woon grinned, feeling slightly happy. "That's right, keep going." But at this moment, suddenly a monster seemed to notice something unusual and stopped, opened its eyes wide, and bared its sharp teeth. It instinctively looked towards the direction where Hyuk Ryan Woon was hiding. Looking at its long tongue that was dripping with saliva, Hyuk Ryan Woon sweated all over his body. The monster used its long tongue to sniff, its saliva splashing everywhere. Hyuk Ryan Woon thought nervously, "Really, just go." Looking at the monster getting closer and closer to him, Hyuk Ryan Woon swallowed his saliva, his pale face drenched in sweat. At the same time, the monster smelled Hyuk Ryan Woon. It roared loudly. Then it jumped at Hyuk Ryan Woon, it stuck out its long, sharp teeth and wanted to bite him. Hyuk Ryan Woon was scared and his eyes were wide open. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at the monster's scary face and couldn't calm down anymore, he screamed. Following his defensive instinct, Hyuk Ryan Woon raised the weapon in his hand towards the monster. The monster was shot at by Hyuk Ryan Woon's insect repellent spray. Because he was not prepared, he leaned back in shock, and Hyuk Ryan Woon said contemptuously, "Take it, you bitch." The monster was extremely angry. It swung its hand full of sharp claws and hit Hyuk Ryan Woon. Luckily, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly ducked to avoid it, and the monster's blow immediately smashed the rock next to him. Hyuk Ryan Woon had just avoided its attack. He was tensed and thought to himself, "This has happened. Now I have to use all my strength to run to the exit." The monster of course did not forgive him that easily. It let out a long howl and quickly chased after him. At this point, basically Hyuk Ryan Woon could only run as fast as he could to the exit. He didn't even have time to look back. Seeing someone running away, the rest of the monsters also caught on very quickly and ran after them. Hyuk Ryan Woon ran and glanced at him, saying, "Oh my god, he's chasing my scent, smearing that lard on him doesn't mean anything." After saying that, he could only scream loudly and use all his strength to run faster. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at the monsters he left behind and happily laughed, "Ha ha ha, training today is not in vain, you guys can't catch up with me." But the joy didn't last long. In front, Hyuk Ryan Woon was stopped by a monster that was much older and bigger than the crowd behind him. He was extremely panicked. The old monster felt Hyuk Ryan Woon. It bared its sharp teeth and long tongue, screaming loudly. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon couldn't help but swear, "Damn, I didn't expect this." Having said this, he immediately used the momentum in his legs, put all his strength into jumping high, and raised his fist towards this old monster. Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at the empty space in front of the old monster and immediately punched it there. The old monster was affected by the powerful punch and took a few steps back. It was extremely angry because it was attacked. The old monster screamed, then swung his arm hard at Hyuk Ryan Woon. Its sharp claws seemed to grasp Hyuk Ryan Woon's flesh, but in reality it was his shirt. He looked at the torn shirt in his hand in shock, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon left both his shirt and sword behind, abandoned his belongings and ran away, sweat pouring down his face. Hyuk Ryan Woon tried to run as fast as he could and thought to himself, "That Demon King is really crazy. He created a demon cave to feed these people, right?" The old monster quickly caught up behind him. Seeing this, Hyuk Ryan Woon's face turned pale, he screamed loudly and ran away. Hyun Ryan Woon ran very fast. Soon approaching the cave entrance, he happily said, "There is the exit." But suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly stopped. He looked at the deep abyss in front of him, mockingly said, "Ha, I didn't have much hope when I knew that the second young master could easily overcome the cliff, but this is a bit too deep." Behind, the old monster was quickly running towards him. Hyuk Ryan Woon closed his eyes tightly and shouted angrily, "Ah, Demon King, I curse you." After releasing his negative emotions, Hyuk Ryan Woon calmed down. He took a few steps back to gain momentum, silently saying, "Phew, I can do it, let's go." As he jumped forward, Hyuk Ryan Woon shouted and ran forward without hesitation. At this time, the old monster just caught up and reached out his large, sharp hand. That hand almost caught Hyuk Ryan Woon. Fortunately, he was able to jump into the air in time. Because of that, the old monster below also missed him in the air. Hyuk Ryan Woon disregarded everything and rushed towards the exit. Looking at the exit in front of him, he happily said, "I did it. I'm lucky because I learned Black Wings according to Jang Myuyang's words. I have to reward him when I return." But just after being happy for a few seconds, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly realized that he couldn't reach the exit yet. He quickly said, Wait, slow down." Hyuk Ryan Woon's whole body began to tense up, his face turned pale, he tried to stretch his arms out, making helpless squeaks. Hyuk Ryan Woon's hands were trembling, almost unable to reach the cave entrance. He couldn't believe his eyes, he sadly said, "It's impossible." His hand slipped, Hyuk Ryan Woon fell into the abyss by inertia, he could only scream loudly. With a thud, Hyuk Ryan Woon fell straight to the bottom of the abyss. He lay on the ground and looked at the pieces of rock falling from above. Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand moved a bit. Then he opened his eyes wide open and gasped for a few breaths. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat up, he touched his head with his hand, turned his neck and exclaimed, If I don't use my armor, I'll definitely die. How can I get up there now?" Right at this moment, the corner of Hyuk Ryan Woon's eye saw something, and he was stunned for a moment. "I only saw a secret passage ahead. Above that passage there were many glowing crystals." Hyuk Ryan Wook quickly stood up, staring at the path in front of him. He said suspiciously, "What the heck? I don't remember writing anything like this. Those monsters probably won't appear again. So just keep going. Whatever you get is better than starving to death here." Having said that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately walked inside to take a look. Walking for a while inside, but having reached the exit of the secret passage, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly felt extremely shocked. Looking at the majestic mountain scenery in front of him, he stared dumbfounded for a long time. Only then did he continue to walk forward. His eyes caught a tree with ripe fruit hanging on top. Hyun Ryan Woon cried out in surprise. Then Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to walk up the stairs in front of him. When coming to a large door, Hyun Ryan Woon exclaimed, "Wow, this is the blessed place hidden under the abyss in legend." Hyuk Ryan Woon noticed there was a handprint on the door. He touched his chin a few times, thinking thoughtfully, "This is where you have to put your hand, right?" Thinking about it, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately placed his hand on the door. Immediately, the door was activated and opened before his eyes. Looking at the scene inside, Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely surprised and let out a cry. He walked inside step by step. In front was an altar, with a statue on top. Coming closer, Hyuk Ryan Woon saw a sword and a carefully wrapped book on the table next to him. His eyes suddenly noticed some words engraved on the statue. Hyuk Ryan Woon came closer and read each sentence. "Addressed to the person who will inherit my throne. Congratulations on overcoming all the gates of the Devil's Den. I, the fallen Demon King, created this cave and arranged it so that the one who can overcome the cave will succeed me. So please use it to your advantage." Having read this, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately reached out and picked up the notebook right next to him. He opened it and was extremely shocked and exclaimed, "Wow, esoteric martial arts. Legend has it that there was the strongest man in the history of Shinto. Unfortunately, according to rumors, he never passed on his martial arts to future generations, nor did he leave any records of his martial arts. That divine merit is in religion. It turns out that the old monster from before is the strongest expert in history. Everything has changed now. This is the unparalleled martial arts set of the Holy Ghost. It turns out it has been hidden here for a long time." Looking at the martial arts secret book in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon happily said, "Wow, if this is the peerless martial arts set of a Holy Ghost, then I've been tricked. It's already great to pass the gate of the magic cave. Who would have thought I could get a bargain like this?" But when he looked at the words on the notebook, Hyuk Ryan Woon got angry and scolded him. "Why is the handwriting so bad? I can only read a small part. I'll probably have to take it home and ask Mr. Jang to look at it for me." Putting martial arts secrets aside, Hyuk Ryan Woon picked up the sword and said to himself, "This sword also looks special." He used his strength to try pulling out the sword. After pulling it out, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately raised the sharp sword into the air. Looking at it flashing in front of him, he let out a loud noise, his expression also carrying a bit of joy. Looking at the sword for a moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately put the sword back in its sheath. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked around and said, "In places like this, you can usually find magic potions to increase strength and all kinds of things." Saying that, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly took his martial arts secret and sword and jumped down the steps below. Going outside, he plucked a few berries from the tree. Hyuk Ryan Woon put the sword next to him, put the fruit in his mouth, and chewed it. On the ground was scattered the core of the fruit he had just eaten. Having eaten his fill, Hyuk Ryan Woon continued to go to the nearby stream to drink water. He drank to fill his stomach, happily belching an extremely satisfied sound. After finishing work, Hyuk Ryan Woon sat on a cliff, dumbfounded looking at the sky, silent as if waiting for something. "I waited forever and didn't see anything," Hyuk Ryan Woon angrily shouted. "These are just normal fruits and water. Damn you, you stingy thing. If you leave behind a little magic medicine, you'll die or something." Hyuk Ryan Woon bent down slightly, slapped his hand hard on the rock, couldn't hold back his anger and said, "Right now I need magic medicine more than that martial arts set." Thinking for a while, he decided to go back to the other door, put his hand on it to open it again. Hyuk Ryan Woon entered the room full of weapons. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's a huge collection of weapons." Looking at the series of weapons in front of him, Hyuk Ryan Woon counted and said, 7 swords, 5 short swords. He turned to look at the scaffolding in front of him. A total of 7 spears and a bunch of bows. Before he could finish his sentence, Hyuk Ryan Woon noticed a pair of black gloves lying in a corner, not knowing what these were. Without any hesitation, he put those gloves on and said, "I saw something called dragon-horned gloves on the list. Is this it? It feels like normal leather gloves but softer." Looking at the gloves on his hands, Hyuk Ryan Woon clenched his fists. They fit very well. He raised his hand to take the coat from the statue of the Holy Devil, very politely said, "Please excuse me." Hyuk Ryan Woon put the coat on his body and silently said, "These things have been around for centuries but are still intact, which means they are made from quality materials." He stood with his back to the statue of the Holy Devil, crossed his arms and said, "There's also food and water here, so just take your time and find a way out. If that's the case, then just stay here for a few days to study that martial art." A few weeks later, the new door was opened from the inside. Hyuk Ryan Woon carried a bunch of weapons on his back and slowly walked out. He silently groaned, "Oh my God, it's so heavy." Hyuk Ryan Woo looked up at the sky and smirked, saying, "It's time to go back." He groped around in the dark and bumpy path. Fortunately, the old devil had written down the location of the exit. Looking at the light source appearing in the distance from the exit, Hyuk Ryan Won exclaimed, "But he didn't say where it led." "Well, that's it." Because he was walking in a dark cave, he suddenly saw the sunlight. Suddenly Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his hand to cover his eyes. "Whoa, so bright, where am I?" Suddenly a stick fell to the ground. An old man who cut wood trembled and looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon. Seeing that, he was extremely confused. Hyuk Ryan Woon carried a pile of weapons and walked up to the old man and said, "Hey, old man, where is this place?" The old man who cut wood was still trembling, looking at Hyuk Ryan Woon from top to bottom, stammering, Descendants of the Demon King have descended to earth." Having said this, he immediately threw down the bundle of firewood on his back and knelt down directly in front of Hyuk Ryan Wook. Looking at this scene, he quickly said, "No, wait, old man, what did you just say?" The old man cutting wood looked up at Hyuk Ryan Wook, his eyes still filled with tears. He said with great joy, "The Demon King's cloak and sword have proven that you are his descendant. You are blessed. It took 3 lifetimes to meet him." At this moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon noticed what he was wearing. He looked at the old woodcutter in front of him and thought, the Demon King's cloak, is he talking about my clothes and sword?" Unexpectedly, the old woodcutter suddenly stood up, making Hyuk Ryan Woon startled. He turned around and ran away quickly. Hyuk Ryan Woon followed with extremely confused eyes. Looking at the old man running with his butt bent, Hyuk Ryan Woon said helplessly, "At least show the way and then go." Somewhere else, on a crowded street, a voice asked, "It's been a few weeks since that damn Woon disappeared. Has something happened to him?" At this moment, right near the city wall, there suddenly rang out endless cheers. Busian and Sang Kwan-hu heard the noise and immediately raised their faces to look around. Busian looked at the cheering crowd and asked, "Is there a celebration today?" Sang Kwan-hu shook his head and replied, "I don't know either." Seeing that these two men were unaware of anything, a nearby resident immediately spoke up and said, "Don't you know? A descendant of the Demon King has appeared. A few days ago, the flag in the Demon God cave was hung up. Since the cave was completed until now, this is the first time I've seen that happen." The two people's faces turned black when they heard that. Busian quickly said, "Ghost cave," and Sang Kwan-hu immediately continued, "No way." Right after this sentence, both of them ran quickly to see. Busian excitedly said, "The name Hyuk Ryan Woon can't be a descendant, right? I just saw Hyuk Ryan Woon sitting on a wooden palanquin being carried by someone." The people below cheered to welcome him, and he also raised his hand to respond enthusiastically. Hyuk Ryan Woon smiled and said with a red face on the outside, but on the inside he thought to himself, "I didn't expect there to be someone waiting at the exit. I'm so embarrassed, but I'm also excited." Returned to the Eastern Star Palace. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat down on the chair, took a deep breath and said, "Finally able to escape, I'm scared to death." Both Busian and Sang Kwan-hu were standing in front of him. Busian crossed his arms and asked, "Woon, what is this?" Sang Kwan-hu also glanced at Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, "You only stayed in the cave for a few weeks, but now you suddenly become a descendant." Hyuk Ryan Woon looked up at the ceiling and hesitated. "Well, about it." He recounted how he fought with a bunch of insects. Then he covered his eyes tightly to fight with many magic formations. Then he was chased by the Demon King and ran away for his life. Finally reaching the cave where there is a stone statue of the Demon King and martial arts secrets and the sharp sword. After listening to Hyuk Ryan Woon's story, Sang Kwan-hu exclaimed in horror, unable to believe that a huge secret was hidden in the cave. Busian also spoke up, "It's hard to believe. The cave was built 300 years ago, and you are the first person to discover this secret." Hyuk Ryan Woon sat up and said, "It's not good. I want to hide my job and surprise everyone at the last minute, like in those welding and shovel sets." The three people were now standing facing each other. Sang Kwan-hu heard that and raised his hand in confusion, saying, "Why, being a descendant is a great honor." Hyuk Ryan Woon crossed his arms and replied, "The point is, honor this project is too big. My enemies will definitely be angry because of this, and I am not strong enough to confront them." "Ah, I understand." Sang Kwan-hu slightly bowed his head and said. Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his hand. He raised his chin to think, what's even worse is that not only did entering the cave derail the plot, but I even became a descendant of the old devil. He remembered Hyuk Ryan Jin's face, silently in his heart, thinking, what will the second young master do next? Hyuk Ryan Woon's face turned a little pale, a layer of sweat broke out. He scratched his head and lamented, "What should I do?" Woon worriedly thought about it. The current plan might not go as planned, but it was too late to turn back. Now things were like this, I had to improvise. Thinking for a moment, he turned around and said, when we get there, I'll ask you to collect a few things for me, and don't forget to reward the people there with money." The other person immediately nodded and accepted the order. Woon looked at Bu Seon again and asked, "How was the training?" He replied, "The horseback archery training has ended. After discussing with old Jang, I think close combat training is for development. The dagger technique is a good idea." This information makes Woon secretly happy. If Bu Seon and Jang Myoyang, two experts in martial arts research, join forces, they will definitely produce the best dagger technology. They will transform the force of using knives, in modern times in the gypsy style. Then he turned around and nodded, "Very good. Let's postpone close combat training from now on, and focus on training survival skills for the Black Lion sect." "Okay. There will be a meeting tonight, so we'll see everyone later then. Please invite Mok Dan Pyong to the dinner table tonight as well." My words make you confused. Why is this him?" Woon smiled evilly and replied, "Because I have something to ask him at the meeting tonight." After dinner, everyone went to the hall to discuss business. Dan Pyong was nervous and scared. "I didn't want to meet these people. Why did they call me here? Why did I come here?" "Right now," Woon said loudly, "bring it up." From outside, a group of subordinates came in carrying a box of things. The box slowly moved inside. The crowd placed it firmly on the ground. Jang Myoyang was startled and asked, "What is this, young master?" Woon explained, "These are the items I got from the Devil's Cave. As you can see, these are not normal items. If you want any, just take them. I also plan to distribute all of these." Jang Myoyang widened his eyes in bewilderment. "Wait, you intend to give us these precious items?" Woon appeared indifferent on the surface. No matter how precious these things were, they couldn't compare to your talent. Even though he said so, in his heart he was extremely proud. "Of course they're precious, but because I get it for free, if I show generosity, they will work harder." As expected, everyone respectfully said in unison, "Thanking you, young master." Hu took up a sword and rejoiced. "If you choose a bow and arrow for yourself, choose a bow and arrow." When only Jang Myoyang was still struggling, not knowing what to choose, at that moment Woon called out to him. He held out a ring and said, "Take this. This is the Black Dragon Ring, which has the same effect as the poisonous blood jade." Jang Myoyang panicked. How dare I accept such a precious thing? Looking at his touching appearance, Woon was secretly happy. Of course, I have to protect my strategy so he doesn't get poisoned to death. But the problem is that he's so crybaby. How did he get the title of war? Describe the devil in legends like that. At this moment, only Dan Pyong was still bewildered and did not understand anything. Woon put her arms around his neck and said, "Sorry, but there's nothing for you. I will entrust you with the responsibility of selling these Demon King's masterpieces as a reward. Magnet's family is famous for selling weapons." Dan Pyong worriedly asked again, "What is the reward, sir?" Woon smiled and said, "Why are you talking so politely all of a sudden? I mean, try to sell as much money as possible." After speaking, he glanced at the other person with evil eyes. Just like that until the afternoon. Wol embraces sadness and walks along the corridor. She was thinking about how after passing through the demon god's cave, she was now a descendant of the Demon King. While in a daze, Woon suddenly spoke up, "Welcoming my sister." Wol was startled. "You came again without warning. You don't know manners." Woon didn't answer but gave her a token. After observing for a while, she turned to ask, "It's a sealed token of the Lahao clan. have you been there? Woon replied, of course, I always keep my promises, now it's your turn. Wol looked at him with suspicious eyes, but right now she was the weaker one. After a while, she asked again, by the way, the Devil's Cave is not discussed, but why were you recognized by the General Rahu? Woon sweated profusely, looking for a reason. In his heart, he clearly understood that he didn't care about the fact that he was a descendant of the Demon King. He had to give him many gems worth the price of a dragon's hornless glove before he accepted. In order to get rid of Wol's doubts, Woon confusedly said, please don't worry anymore, sister. The person who wants the alliance is you, not the Nwet Vu clan. Wol quietly observed him. In her heart, he reminded her of Hyuk Ryan Jin. After a while, she nodded. I will ally with you as promised. Woon smiled and said thanks, looking forward to cooperating with you. At the same time at Ryan Jin's palace. He is sitting quietly by the window. The space became more and more silent. After a long while he spoke up, so Woon is on the same side as Wol. He must be very serious about this match. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly burst into smoke. Ryan Jin looked annoyed and sighed. The general manager will definitely get mad at me, let's see. At a rocky mountain. Suddenly there was a noise at the foot of the mountain. From inside, someone stepped on a rock and stepped out. Tall and mighty figure. This person is none other than the main character of the novel, The Road to Becoming a Hero, Tae Mu Kwang. The other person brushed the dust from his hair and said, it's been a long time since I've seen the sunlight. Saying that, he raised the sword in his hand high into the air. Muttering, he went to check the surrounding situation. As soon as his voice ended, his figure completely disappeared. The rocky mountain fell into a quiet state again as if no one had ever been here. The sun also slowly sets, as if preparing for a new beginning. In the forest, Tae Mu Kwang wandered away. He was so confused, where are we at? Then it seemed like he suddenly remembered something. Oh ha, you can go ask for directions. Because it's been 2 days since I've been gone, Tae Mu Kwang quickly rushed away with that thought. Not far from here, there was a fight. Bandits fiercely grabbed people's clothes. At this moment, a shadow of a person appeared. The bandit was still confused and did not understand anything when a foot came closer and closer. Right after that, he was kicked straight in the face by the other foot. Injured his wife. Tae Mu Kwang's kick caused the bandit to fly backwards. Tae Mu Kwang calmly said, sorry, I was winning quickly, why are you standing there? The bandit shouted angrily, who are you? Tae Mu Kwang still looks indifferent. I want to ask for directions. But first, do you have anything to eat? The bandits aggressively picked up their swords and wanted to slash him. What do you say, you bastard? However, Tae Mu Kwang easily dodged his attack. Not only that, he also used that position to hit the opponent in the stomach. He fell to the ground in pain. Tae Mu Kwang clicked his tongue. I'm hungry, so I just asked for some food before leaving. But if you encounter a robber, you can't help it, right? The people who were being tortured by the bandits also witnessed Tae Mu Kwang's attack. He felt like he had grabbed the straw that saved his life and knelt down. Young master, if you help us chase away these bandits, I will treat you to a sumptuous meal. Tae Mu Kwang smiled. Remember to keep your word, hearty meal. This confident attitude of Tae Mu Kwang made the bandits angry. They shouted loudly and rushed forward. Tae Mu Kwang did not show any fear. After a while, his feet pressed firmly against the ground. From inside the body, as if a dragon appeared. Tae Mu Kwang takes a stance holding the sword. The bandits did not realize the threat but shouted and rushed forward. Immediately followed by a series of sword slashes. The bandits' swords simultaneously fell to the ground. Everyone was beaten to pieces. The villagers nearby saw this scene and were bewildered. He defeated all those robbers in just one move. However, that attack also caused Tae Mu Kwang to suffer internal injuries. The villagers ran in panic and asked, "What's wrong? Are you injured?" Tae Mu Kwang sobbed and said, "I'm so hungry." The villagers immediately gave him 2 dumplings. Tae Mu Kwang quickly took it and ate it greedily. The villagers took this opportunity to quietly assess that his torn clothes and powerful gong shell were not suitable for his age. He was definitely an expert who had just come down from the mountain after completing his exercises. Then the old man spoke up, "My name is Gungsun Sang. Please allow me to ask where the young master is going." Tae Mu Kwang answered while eating, "I was wandering around to Hubei, but I got lost." Gungsun Sang happily said, We're also going there. If you want, please come with us. We will pay for your food and living expenses." Tai Mu Kuang laughed. "That's great," Gongsun Sang happily said. "Thank you very much, young master." "How old are you?" Tai Mu Kuang replied. "I'm 30 years old this year." Gongsun Sang, "Oh, me too, so please address yourself comfortably." This is the first meeting between Tai Mu Kuang, the main character of the novel Road to Becoming a Hero, and Gongsun Sang, a merchant, who will later become the leader of the largest trading guild in the Central Plains, the Fong Lam Guild. The sound of fireworks exploding in the sky. Below the tower, the association had gathered. Woon quietly sat in the chair. He looked down at his forces, the official launch day of the Black Lion faction. And also the day I officially became the leader of the Black Lion sect. Wall approached and asked, "The reason you invited me to the sect's opening ceremony was to reveal our alliance to the second young master. Are you sure about this decision?" Woon replied, "Our alliance, the truth will be exposed sooner or later, and this is a good opportunity to sway those who are still wondering." Wall hesitantly said, "What you say makes sense, but Jin brother is not a simple person." Woon nodded in response. They also knew that. Suddenly there was a loud shout, "Hyuk Ryan Woon, that idiot!" The person who spoke up was Woon's big brother. Wall is extremely wary of this person. He led his men aggressively. However, he calmly put his arm around Woon's shoulder and said, "I can't believe that the youngest child is a descendant of the Demon King. Since when did you get so big?" Woon forced a smile and said, "Compared to you, you still have to practice a lot." The two's fake laughter echoed around. Wall was extremely cautious and observed, "He came here to check on Woon, if that's the case." Before she could act, another person came. "Woon and that big brother's conversation is still going on. Drink until your nose breaks." "Then I will drink until your nose is straight again." At this moment, the other person placed his hand on Woon's shoulder. His whole body felt as if it had received a rush of electric waves. Woon's body trembled. The big brother just calmly shouted, "You're here, Jin." He didn't answer but turned around and said to Woon, "As a member of Shinto and your senior brother, I sincerely congratulate you. To make me respect you." Woon looked painfully at the opponent, the main character Tai Mu Kuang's opponent, the second young master Hyuk Ryan Jin. His strength is on another level, no matter how hard he tries. "I will never be able to defeat him." Then he tremblingly bowed and bowed. "You have said too much. I still have many bad points. I hope you will help me more in the future." Jin smiled and said, "I should be the one to say that. Okay, let's go inside." Looking at Jin's footsteps, Woon still couldn't calm down. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't beat him. "If my goal is not to be killed by the main character Tai Mu Kuang and return to the old world, then I think I will go hug the second young master's thigh right away." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The way home is so far away. Inside the hall, Hu said loudly, "So the Black Lion's unveiling has come to an end, and here comes the auction of the Demon King's ultimate weapon, which has been hidden for 300 years, officially begins. Everyone, please focus your eyes here." The guests below were buzzing. "Demon King's weapon? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you have any money?" Hu couldn't hold back his joy and turned to Woon. This reaction was quite good. Woon nodded. "They are the Demon King's weapons. Of course everyone in the Shinto will want it. You also like it." Right after that, the first weapon was brought up, which was the Demon King's spear. The starting price is 1,000 taels of silver. The guests below gasped. Woon silently rejoiced. "Yes, continue to attract everyone's attention to those weapons, good job." Each person kept bidding higher, 100,000. 102,000. Old Jang saw this mischief and turned to exchange glances with Woon. Very good progress. Hu takes the opportunity to close the price. If no one offers a higher price, then congratulations to old Lee of the Han Ma family for selling. The auction continued. Until near the end of the session, old Jang brought a box. He held up the jade bracelet and said, "And this is the last piece. This is the holy demon rosary that the Demon King likes the most." Everyone immediately looked at it with fascinated eyes. Old Jang continued, "The starting price will be 500,000. Everyone gasped. Woon chuckled, "This money is worth about 1 billion won. Who will be the buyer?" But the crowd began to hesitate. It was just a string of beads, not a weapon. Who was that stupid? But there was a hand raised, 5 million. Everyone who took it looked over in bewilderment. Even Woon himself couldn't believe it. The person who set this price is none other than Jin. Old Jiang's sweat dropped and asked again, 5 million from the second young master, is there anyone else? The people below were stunned. After a while, Hu read aloud, the Holy Devil necklace was successfully auctioned to the second young master for 5 million. Immediately, everyone shouted hone and applauded. Woon was extremely impatient. Why? Even if it was an ancient artifact of the Demon King, why did he spend 10 billion won just to buy such an ancient necklace? Jin still made no move but calmly walked over to receive the necklace. That's it, he put it on his hand. Immediately there was a surge of energy. His hand seemed to be connected to some hole. With just a thought, a sword slowly emerged. Jin was extremely surprised by this. Not only him, but the people around him were also amazed. The Demon King's rosary had turned into a sword. Seeing the other person succeed like that made Woon extremely miserable. When I wore it, it was just a normal necklace. Jin calmly said, I just bought it because I liked it. I didn't expect it to have this ability. After speaking, he took the sword into his hand. The sword turned back into a jade necklace. Jin smiled. Woon, I don't think I should take this. Although extremely regretful, Woon could only helplessly bow his head. No, they say holy objects can recognize their owners. The owner of this holy devil necklace can only be you. Jin sighed regretfully. If you say so, then I swear that I will become the person worthy of possessing this sword transformation necklace. The crowd below said in unison, Second young master, long live second young master, the true descendant of the Demon King. Woon quietly observes the situation. This is the best. When the second young master is attracting public opinion, I will take the next step. The positional match has just begun. At the same time, on the side of the rocky mountain where the main character of the novel escaped, there was a group of people shouting, Sir, right here. There were signs someone had snuck out. The leader grimaced and said, It's too late. I was assigned to notify immediately when I see anyone coming out of the cave to practice. Notify the team immediately. The soldiers quickly received orders. Wait until the end of the auction. The Hu people returned to discuss. He was depressed. The rumor that the second young master was the true descendant of the Demon King had spread far and wide. Old Jiang sighed, It was my fault, I should have considered it more carefully. While I was still worried, Woon kicked in the door. In his hand he was also carrying a pile of books. Someone help, I accidentally brought too many. Hu asked while helping, What is this stuff? By the way, are you okay Woon, about yesterday? Woon rubbed his head and replied, That necklace turned into a sword. I'm a bit sorry. If I had known, I would have sold it at a higher price. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. You knew and still sold it. Woon smiled and nodded. Perhaps the necklace is a weapon that only reacts to high-level vitality like second young master or higher. Then even if I own it, I don't have enough vitality to do anything with it. His answer successfully made everyone shed tears. Woon sighed helplessly and thought, I don't know how I'm going to face these main characters. I can only prepare carefully, just. It would be better if that second young master let his guard down a bit because of this incident. Thinking of this, he discovered that there was a letter on the table, an urgent letter from the Dongbak Merchant Association. As soon as he read the contents inside, he was startled. What? The person in the cave disappeared. The main character, Tae Mu Kwang, was supposed to come out of the cave 2 years later. There are still 6 months until the Demon God Festival. It's not the time for him to be on the floor. The crab is too harsh. Maybe my actions affect the plot. Is it possible that the ending of Death Under Sword Tae Mu Kwang cannot be changed? Inside the hall, Woon told himself to calm down. You are not the client's name. Novel These 3 trends can certainly change. That night, in the forest, there was a group of people running away angrily. They were extremely scared. What was that guy? I didn't even know. Why does this crazy guy keep chasing us? But the cause of this incident originated 2 hours ago. In the quiet darkness of the night, 2 robbers with a dazed look spoke up. That's great, no different from a fairy. This girl must be a master. I have to drug her several times stronger. It took forever to defeat her. The person they were talking about was the girl who fainted and fell to the ground. While these 2 guys were still proud, a cold voice rang out, What are you doing? You have bad intentions, right? These 2 guys shouted angrily, Who is this crazy guy? Don't meddle in our business. And then they grabbed a knife and tried to rush forward to slash Mu Kwang. but he just calmly sneered. "Why are you all so angry?" said the same thing. As he said that, he pulled out his sword. After a slash, Mu Kuang continued, "You guys study with the same teacher." The weapons of these two men were cut off and flew into the air. The changing situation makes it impossible for them to calm down. "Why is this kid so strong?" Mu Kuang snapped his fingers in warning. If he had been smart, he would have delivered the antidote here. The two bandits glanced at each other. Taking this opportunity, they threw the toxic smoke bottle straight at Mu Kuang and then quote, "Go to hell." This peaceful appearance of Mu Kuang scared the two bandits. He must be a master, immune to 10,000, no, 10,000 types of poison. Run. "Okay brother. I said that." Both of these guys turned around, run away. Just like that, there was the current situation. Mu Kuang chased after. The two thugs, although tired, did not dare to stop. Suddenly Mu Kuang accelerated. The murderous aura is getting closer and closer, making them gasp, "Please forgive us." Immediately a sword passed by. Mu Kuang stopped his steps. Behind him were the bodies of two bandits. "If you don't want to drink the wine, if you don't want to drink it, you'll be punished." They probably brought the antidote with you. After a while of searching, Mu Kuang put the antidote into the girl's mouth. Suddenly there was a voice calling in the distance, "Mu Kuang, where are you?" Why did he suddenly disappear? As he spoke, Gongsun Sang breathed heavily. "I know your martial arts are good, but you're blind, girl." While she was in a daze, the girl was already asleep. While she was still in a daze, the girl was also awake. Mu Kuang hurriedly asked, "Lady, are you okay? There are many bad people in the land of Jianghu, next time be careful." The girl bowed her head and said, "I owe you a debt of gratitude." Gongsun Sang interjected and said, "But lady, is she the goddess Moon?" Mu Kuang was confused. "What is the goddess Holy Moon?" Gongsun Sang replied, "You remember me telling you listen to the story of bad people being taught a lesson recently." When Mu Kuang heard that, he blankly asked, "So are you the goddess Nwet?" The girl replied, "That was just an exaggeration. So please excuse me." But before she could leave, Mu Kuang suddenly blocked her way. "Let's get to know each other first. I'm Mu Kuang." The girl only had to introduce her name. "I am Sol Su Yun, and this girl is the female protagonist of the novel The Road to Becoming a Hero." Right at this moment, the male and female leads officially met each other. Mu Kuang continued, "So Miss Yun, maybe this is fate. Do you want to have a meal with me?" The other person hesitated, moment and then nodded. The next day on the battlefield, Bu Seon quietly sat and observed the remaining ruins. After a while, he ordered and informed the leader that we would clear out the remaining scorpions before returning. The subordinates immediately obeyed the order. Just like that, the group urged their horses to return. Extremely eloquent atmosphere. At the same time at Woon's palace. As he walked, he said, "Bu Seon will suppress all the remaining people, really diligent. If we eliminate all the remnants, the entire western area will be clean." Who nodded in response, "Yes, this is our first victory since becoming a Shinto sect." Woon's heart has long blossomed, the Black Lion sect. I was worried about whether the ancient soldiers were good, but their strength exceeded my expectations. Thanks to them, my survival rate increased a little more. At this moment, a eunuch's voice rang out. A month order from the director was sent to leader Hyuk Ryan Woon. Woon immediately knelt down to receive orders. Looking at the Than Chi version gives Woon a headache. On the surface, he appeared to sincerely accept it. But inside he had been cursing for a long time. This was tiring enough. What was the order? Life was so depressing. He slowly opened it and pointed it out. The content inside made him pale in fear. "Do you want me to come to the main hall tomorrow?" That night, Woon kept tossing and turning in the study room. "Why did you suddenly call me to the main hall? What did you find out?" He was not allowed to know that the client had been possessed by someone else, otherwise everything would fall apart. 1 year after the Ghost Festival, the Demon Path will go to war with the Gypsy sect. The client will die around that time, so I must find a way to return before that happens. Then he immediately pulled out the diary, the secret weapon and survival plan. Then write down your plan. Now he must find a way, must find a better way. In the tower in the hall, everyone had gathered in large numbers. On one side are the names of Big Brother and Second Brother. The other side is Woon and my sister. In the middle of the main hall is that person. Shinto's current leader, Hyuk Ryan Moon. An official said loudly, Pay your respects to the ruler of the divine fire." Immediately, the big brother respectfully said, "We would like to pay our respects to the ruler of the sacred fire, the leader of the Shinto religion, and the supreme being, the ruler of all things." Woon followed everyone's actions, but he completely did not understand. Ryan Moon waved his hand and signaled, "That's enough. It's all family. No need to be so formal. Come inside and have tea with me." This friendly appearance of his makes Woon confused. The leader is not what I imagined. Inside the tea room, Ryan Moon slowly took off the accessories on his body and breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to breathe. He told him that wearing this divine fire cloak was very uncomfortable, so don't wear it. But he still forced me to wear it. How are the kids these days? Also, Woon, let me see. He sweat dropped and asked again, "What did you say?" Ryan Moon continued, "Devil Sword God, I called you here because I wanted to see it." Woon hesitated for a moment before suddenly agreeing. He took out the sword and gave it to him. Ryan Moon tried a few ways and said, "So this is the demon sword." Suddenly his attitude changed. He sharply slashed his sword forward. The storm-like power made the whole room vibrate, but the second young master still indifferently drank the tea. Woon was bewildered by his strength. After a while, Ryan Moon nodded, "I understand. You've worked hard, good job." Woon gasped when he saw his actions. He was talking to the sword. Could it be that the sword had consciousness? Ryan Moon gave him the sword again and said, "This sword is very good. Remember to keep it carefully." Woon hesitantly took it. "Of course." He awkwardly communicated with the sword. "Can you say, 'Answer, I'm going to find the devil and God'?" At this time, Jin took out the bracelet and said, "Dad, look at this too." Ryan Moon nodded, "Oh yes, and this one too." Then he put the jade bracelet on his hand. Then he applied force to the bracelet. Everyone looked bewildered. Jin also watched attentively. After a while, Ryan Moon smiled and said, "Nothing happened. It seems that only you can make it work. Maybe it chooses its own owner." Jin smiled and received the bracelet back. "I also tried asking someone else to wear it but nothing happened." Wall only spoke up, "Now tell me why you called us here." Ryan Moon coughed and said, "I'm sure we all know, the ghost festivals are coming. Furthermore, because this time the descendant of the holy demon has appeared, I plan to expand the scale of this festival. I am considering including talented people from other Shinto clans to participate in this match." The big brother shouted in panic, not saying anything, "Do you want other talented people to join in?" Ryan Moon gave him a warning look. "So what? The position of Shinto leader is not hereditary. Anyone in the Shinto has the right to become a leader." The big brother bowed his head sadly. Woon then spoke up, "Your Majesty, I mean, Father, I have a suggestion." Ryan Moon was a bit surprised then nodded, "Say it." Woon replied, "I want to invite families outside the Central Plains to attend the Ghost Festival." His words made everyone look in surprise. Even Ryan Moon seemed surprised. He asked him why. Woon explained, "Although we are suppressing their forces, who knows when they will betray us. For them to be truly subdued, they must understand and be loyal to our Shinto religion." Ryan Moon nodded in agreement. "I like Woon's opinion. What do you guys think?" When hearing that, Wall breathed a sigh of relief. The boss was annoyed and turned away. Jin smiled and said, "I think this idea is good. This will be a good opportunity to show our strength and kindness." Ryan Moon slammed his hand on the table and nodded, "Good. Turn difficulties into opportunities. I like it. There's not much time left. I wish you luck. After you finish placing your order, everyone will return." Each group of people left one after another. Just after walking for a while, Jin suddenly glanced at Woon. He said hesitantly, "It seems this year's Ghost Festival will be quite fun. See you again next time." Wait until the other party has left, then Wall turns around and asks, "Do you know what it means to invite border forces?" Woon replied, "I have a plan. Please don't worry." He thought to himself, "Even though the situation has changed a bit since I left the cave, I know the leader will expand the scale of the battle. I can only invite more people to play." It was almost a month before the festival. A carriage was traveling outside the border. There was a voice inside, "The king at the border, the king of the desert Ha." For hundreds of years, many different tribes have gathered there, yet there is still a king. Hearing Wall's question, Woon explained that in a faraway town in the desert, there used to be a prosperous civilization, called Ko-Sat, and nothing could stop them from regaining their old form. Wall hesitantly said, "If it's a remote neighborhood, isn't that where the Asana tribe is located?" Woon nodded. "Yes, the Asana tribe has maintained its strength and prosperity for a long time, and more than half of the 36 tribes in the desert are their allies." In his heart, he also thought, according to the original story, after the Demon Festival, the Border King will leave the Asana clan and become a powerful arm for the two young masters in the future. He must conquer the person who will become king, Border first, then plan for the future. Wall seemed to think of something and asked, "If it's the Asana clan, then you're probably talking about Asmat, who is known as the Desert Wolf." Woon smiled. He seemed to remember someone's shadow. Then he replied, "I'm not sure." 1 week before the Demon Festival, countless guests were invited. Jin warmly welcomed each person. Woon stood in the back and was bored. No matter where he went, he attracted bees and butterflies. I couldn't even come close to say hello. At this moment, a group of people came loudly. Everyone looked over in surprise. Based on their clothes, these people came from the desert. Ryan Moon personally welcomed. The opponent respectfully greeted with his politeness. In order to strengthen the friendship between the Asana family and Shinto, I, Blue Wolf, Asmat, would like to participate in the Demon God Festival. At your invitation. Ryan Moon nodded. Good. Then he picked up a glass of wine. Welcome to enlightenment. The two just kept toasting each other. The crowd in the back were all admiring. Everyone's attitude surprised Wall. He's really famous. So how do you plan to convince him, Woon? But when she turned around, he had disappeared. Oh what, where is he? But Woon ran with a bottle of wine to the crowd. He used his arrogant expression to say, "I heard you're quite strong. What, do you want to try it out?" Asmat glanced at him and said, "Today I am a guest, we can compete next time." Woon teased, calling himself a wolf but being as cowardly as a rabbit. "You're not a wolf, but more like a dog." This sentence of yours made Wall standing in the distance tremble, and Asmat was angry. "This bastard. I forgive you this time, go quickly." But Woon still doesn't know how to be afraid and is even more sarcastic. Hey, don't be like that. "Come play with me," he said, then took the sword and attacked. Asmat Roth drew his sword. 2 people performed consecutive attacks. They both looked at each other silently. My body also moves backwards at the same time. As soon as you maintain your balance, continue to attack. Woon doesn't seem to get tired and fights harder the more he fights. Asmat was not weak at all and rushed in to follow. Just when the wolf battle was getting intense, Jin intervened and cut both of them down. Woon's face turned pale with fear. He didn't think that the pain would come so quickly. At the same time, Jin's block also caused his body to be knocked backwards. He ordered, "Take it away." While being dragged away by the subordinates, Woon still loudly said, "Hey puppy, I'm not done yet. Come here you bastard." Jin expressed concern and said to Asmat, "Please forgive him. He was probably just too excited." Asmat nodded. "It's normal for him to get drunk at the banquet. You don't need to worry." Wall looked at the situation and was suspicious. It was no use. What was he planning? Outside the woods, after being dragged out by the guards, Woon just stopped acting. That wine was quite strong. It was almost okay. I was a bit drunk and acted out a bit. Now the next step is. As soon as he reached the courtyard, he immediately noticed the person opposite and found him. He called out to the person there, "Lady Asana Sarah." Seeing the call, the other person also turned to look at him. "Are you the 4th young master?" Saying that, she silently evaluated Woon, the youngest son of the leader. He was famous for his rude behavior, but after he found the ruins of the Holy Demon, he was called the descendant of the Holy Demon, but from previous actions. Thinking of this, she immediately turned around and left. "I have nothing to say to you, please say goodbye," Woon immediately said. "It is very difficult for Asmat to become the king of the desert. I know you're worried about that too, Lady Sarah." The other person responded calmly, "I really didn't understand what he was saying, and how could he know what I was worried about?" Woon explains, "Asmat is a strong warrior. He cannot stand injustice, he is brave and has an indomitable will. Although those things help him become a talented warrior. Becoming a king is a completely different story." Sarah hesitated. "What next?" Woon replied, "If he truly had the dignity of a king, he would not have raised his sword in response to my simple provocation." His words really startled Sarah. Seeing that the other person had fallen into the trap, Woon continued, "I don't think Asmat is qualified to become the king of the desert, but you are. You are only overshadowed by Asmat's popularity. And that is your effort, not him. She helped the Asana general become a strong tribe. Sarah was extremely shocked by his words. What are you saying? Am I the king? Woon continued. I am the son of the leader in Shinto and one of the official members of the Rahu clan. I will help you become the king of the desert. At the same time, in the village outside the city, there are two people raising their swords and struggling. Don't come closer. If you take another step, I'll cut it. The baby in this guy's arms heard that and cried. The male lead, Mu Kwang, still didn't panic and said, if you don't calm down, go straight to the child, right? The other guy yelled, I said don't come here, otherwise I'll really kill him. In the hand of the deceased Mu Kwang appeared a coin. He had just snapped his fingers when the coin rushed towards the opposite direction. The guy holding the sword was immediately hit. Pain suddenly came, causing him to unconsciously drop the boy in his arms. The female protagonist took the opportunity to rush forward. She hugged the other baby in her arms, then quickly took the boy away safely. Mu Kwang continued, now let's hand you over to the court and ask for your crimes. The other guy saw that he was being threatened and became increasingly angry. Just a few seconds later, suddenly countless pimples appeared on his body. This guy proudly said, you dog, you will have to receive retribution. His actions startled the male lead Mu Kwang. This guy uses the Sun Moon God blade. Mu Kwang saw that he was about to commit suicide and immediately warned Miss Yun to get away quickly. His scream startled her and the baby. The other guy's body was also in the state of self-destruction. Mu Kwang used all his force to reduce the pressure to the lowest level. Hunger spreads out to cover the surroundings. Yun and the baby were completely healthy. A large hole appeared on the ground as evidence of a self-destruction. Mu Kwang was extremely angry. These devils, what are we planning? Each delicious dish of any fish meat is made up of the servant at the party. The food dishes are continuously brought out. Before the night of the festival, there were crowded people preparing hundreds of big banquet trays. Master, that's enough. Let everyone rest. Why did you prepare so much food? Woon asked while walking with his teammates behind. The old man turned his head and smiled and replied, since the young master is a descendant of the holy Ni, the old man must prepare accordingly. Descendant of a monkey, I turned around and pretended like nothing happened at the banquet. After listening, he scratched his head and laughed. The old man also felt a bit embarrassed after hearing that. Speaking of this, he suddenly stopped to think, yes, I did a bit too much, but the important thing is that I achieved my goal. Because the image of Hyuk Ryan Woon is not as important as the image of the Desert King. I also wanted the second young master to let down his guard a bit after that incident. While thinking, the person following him spoke up, young master, you have a guest, the young man asked, a little surprised. When he turned out, it was quite surprising to the person in front of his eyes. It was a woman with sharp features, even though she was wearing a veil, but combined with her deep voice, everyone knew that this was a beauty, young master Hyuk Ryan Woon. How are you? Sure enough, as soon as I opened the veil, there was a woman with stunning beauty and long, shiny hair. The four of them were blankly before the beauty of the woman. Great beauty, the three men behind just saw her fat, everyone was blushing and thinking. We come here to ask how to defeat the second master in the match to gain the right to this position. The girl looked at Woon softly, speaking in the straight hand to the question. As she thought, she was not trivial, just there is a young man who remains immutable. If you want me to have the confidence to ally with you, I must know your strategy, how you can bridge the huge gap in strength between you and the second young master. Of course I have a plan. He finished his sentence and snapped his fingers when a servant came running with a large chest. Here it is. The young man immediately opened it and showed it off. As soon as she saw what was inside, she was suddenly surprised. Just with this thing. This will help us defeat the second master. Woon nodded satisfied and said. In the morning of the festival, the match takes place. It is a towering mountain and a rough road. Woon slowly opened the blindfold. Well, just like in the novel, I went to the rocks on the east side of the delta. You looked around and assessed the situation. I knew it would be the same, so I planned a long time before the festival day. The young man worked so hard to climb the mountain until he bled. In addition, he also learned how to set traps very cleverly, indeed a person of a big age. I don't need to defeat the young master, just need to collect a lot of cards. Woon, are you really okay? How was your conversation with Third Lady Hyuk Ryan Wol? The guy walking behind asked Woon. I talked to her, but she can take care of herself, trust me. Woon talked and laughed while wearing protective gear with a very confident attitude. Hearing these words made him a little prayed for everything to be fine. He had overcome many challenges of the god and had the same heart to prepare these things, so he could trust. I will definitely need this. Woon also conveniently holds a wooden box and shakes it to check the items inside. Let's go. This way. Woon quickly led first. Come to the first base. Youth is extremely cheerful. 3 days after the match venue, the sky was now completely dark, leaving only the bright moonlight shining a few rays of light down into the forest. A soldier who was lying on the ground suddenly woke up and was surprised to see that the person standing in front of him was none other than the second young master. In He-Chu Owner and many other names accompanied him, the eyes of killing intent. The person who holds the card of the Holy Peace. Here he is. He trembled and then held out 4 cards. No need to be afraid. If you don't oppose me, I will protect you until the end of the match, he reassured him. You tell the truth, not all of us are all the gods, he suddenly asked. There is no need to kill each other, the second young master said while extending his hand to show that they were joining hands as allies. The sky is still so calm, but there are 2 silhouettes that are gliding quickly through the bush. Miss Hyuk Ryan Wol and her guards are running at lightning speed and rushing forward. This is what Woon has warned. She fell down and thought. Woon has advised before the match, Billion, this may be a survival match. People will try to rob each other's holy cards. The robber will win the most, because many people in the God of Directors focus on practicing martial arts without understanding the terrain. It is best to bring a guide, may not be good at martial arts but thoroughly the terrain of the mountain. Referring to this makes the $1 billion Chin thinking about finding people who are not good at martial arts but know the terrain. If we will start tomorrow at 2 different points, remember to meet in the north regardless of whether yes what. Now she herself regrets her decision. It was a mistake. I brought along a master of the Moon Clan to be my assistant. I thought this match would follow the rules of the jungle like 30 years ago. Now she had to go to the north. She had to quickly meet Woon. She ran nervously and only secretly hoped she would get there as quickly as possible. Now in the barracks. There are 2 men sitting opposite each other staring at a box. A total of 46 pieces, the name of a fur coat said. We have not met Woon and Wol, the young man facing his face and his arms crossed his arms. The other guy said angrily, you're so worried about white-toothed cows. Thanks to luck, he accidentally found a mysterious place in the Cave of Precious Gods. That idiot is not talented or famous at all. Whatever you say, my body is still worried, saying Woon, the first person to overcome the demon cave for the past 300 years. Just because of luck is hard to believe. Surely he has plotted something. So why now not even peeking out? He became more and more impatient. Did you forget he got drunk and messed up the banquet? Nothing changed. Suddenly there was a very loud noise outside. The 2 men went out to listen to the situation. What the hell? The worried soldier pointed to the trunk of the tree swaying a lot of small corpses hanging there. He looked at it. Those are the rabbits that were brutally killed, blood and blood everywhere. They were shaking there without mourning. The guy in the fur coat got angry and cut off the ropes, cursing, you idiots, you guys are screaming just because of the rabbit corpses. The body kept falling to the level. Some kind person just brought his food himself. Why bother? He glared at them threateningly, making those people bow down and say, yes sir. Only the white-haired young man who saw this abnormal scene was thoughtfully thinking. Did they go so far as to hang him up here just to warn me? His face suddenly changed. At this time, the 2 young male protagonists and their accomplices stood guard early in the morning, waiting to observe everything. The gray-haired man glanced over and asked, Commander, is it okay to hang the animals up like that? It must have put some pressure on them. Woon chuckled and said, all of this was premeditated by the young man because in the novel, Hyuk Ryan Jin took advantage of this contest to try to gain people's trust. People. That's why he cooperates with the weak even though his arms and legs are entangled. So this is a good opportunity for me. The night before, the young man hung the body of another small animal after killing it. The second young master once again cut the rope and put it down. What are you planning, Woon? Jin looked at him for a long time wondering. I'll go take a look around. Jin will definitely go look at everything this time. The guy in the fur coat asked, is it necessary? Just stay here. Those who want to live will automatically have to hand over their cards. If you're still worried, Send a team to scout the situation. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, behind Jin, far away, the forest was set on fire. I'll go there to check. After he finished speaking, he rushed there in an instant. He quickly jumped up to the ledge to observe. It turned out that someone had burned down the entire camp. The fire burned brightly with a cloud of smoke. Jin looked at this scene and couldn't figure it out. Strangely enough, these guys must have been attacked. Why did they clean up the bodies and then set them on fire? Or were they luring him away from the camp? He was startled to realize the real plot. Suddenly an arrow came out of nowhere and suddenly attacked. Of course Jin's quick and agile hands can grasp it easily. He glanced out into the distance into the shadows of the trees but saw nothing but a dark night. So he immediately launched an attack in that direction. An explosion immediately went off. Jin without hesitation rushed straight towards that place, wanting to force the tiger into the tiger's den. That little rat, he thought angrily. Another arrow shot out from his post. More than one person. How lucky he was to dodge easily. He quickly landed on the ground. It's starting to bother you? His face sighed. Then, much later, he returned to the barracks. Did anything happen while I was away? There's no place for you to check, the guy in the fur coat asked. The second young master clicked his tongue and said, I thought someone was attacking the base, so I went to check it out and 2 archers attacked me. He sneered, who in this place would bring archers as assistants? I don't know who they are, but this move is a bit stupid. Only Jin really paid attention to this. Confronting archers on a real battlefield is quite troublesome. He laughed even louder to show his disdain. Forget it. Archers besides scaring the enemy do nothing else, no matter what. At the end it is the warriors who fight in close combat that decide the outcome of the match. Jin took out an arrow and observed it carefully. The black arrow was specifically for the arena. The person who made this must have prepared it after clearly determining the content of the competition. Don't say Woon. A voice immediately interrupted his thoughts. Second young master, please come and see this. Jin came out and asked, what's going on? When he came in, Wol was walking slowly. Jin was bewildered to see Wol in this situation. When she raised her face slightly, one eye was red, her limbs were scratched and her face was bruised, and her whole body had an unexpectedly high fever. What's wrong? Why are you like this? Jin asked worriedly. Woon Hyuk Ryan Woon, she whispered his name. That bastard betrayed me. And after saying that, she was out of breath and fainted. She just fell unconsciously into his arms. Commander on, how's Wol? The commander then reported, the fever has not subsided, and the lady keeps saying she is poisoned. I think we should ask the doctor to take a look to know the cause. Woon really betrayed Wol. Even now Jin still feels a little suspicious. A shrill voice startled both the commander and him. Damn sea monster, go away. A soldier with a face covered in red blisters. His face was pale with dark eyes and he screamed and looked behind him unconsciously. Next, a series of soldiers also suffered the same thing. All of them had the same phenomenon, like hallucinating and swinging their swords to chase something away. This scene made Jin very surprised. Commander On quickly punched a guy. Wake up. Unexpectedly, that guy was still trembling and mumbling, it's a monster. Jin turned left and right to look at the chaotic scene. Not understanding anything. This looked like Wol's symptoms. Why is this happening? He was hallucinating and mumbling like he had a fever rather than being poisoned. Wait, the bumps on their bodies. Now he really noticed the bumps on their bodies. Damn it. He was startled to realize that it was too late. Suddenly a series of fire arrows were shot from nowhere. I only know that they kept aiming straight at the barracks tent. Then each fire burned brightly and loudly. Turns out it happened a few minutes ago. I went back to the Devil's Cave to get the mosquito larvae back. They must have grown very well. Woon smiled wickedly looking at that thing. The young man next to him asked with concern and caution, are you planning to use that disgusting thing again? We will use every means to win. Let's start, Woon said as he covered his face with a scarf. The two then gingerly approached the barracks. So we just have to wait until everything is chaotic? The white-haired young man asked. This is the first level of the demon class. Woon nodded. Flocks of mosquitoes rushed forward like death arrows. And that's how Woon created this scene without any effort. Now the second young master's entire team has been destroyed. What the hell? Those who are still sane, gather and burn the barracks quickly. The man in the fur coat shouted angrily and gave orders, but now there is no one left to suspect. I suspect all of this was done by Woon. Why would that useless idiot pull this trick? He suddenly said. Even though I'm quite angry, running is important right now. If I leave the barracks, I won't have time to take care of these electric guys. Commander, our main camp. A soldier pointed forward to signal. All the holy fire cards are hungry for strength. The normal ones are in the main camp. Jin, go quickly. That guy quickly ran and urged the second young master, but unexpectedly he turned around and looked back. We have to save Wol first, he muttered very softly. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and had to save me first. Are you planning on ruining our efforts just because of that point? He shouted angrily. One of them clenched his fists, each vein clearly visible on his hand. Jin quickly ran in to call Wol. Who would have thought that the inside was empty? Except for the bed, there was no one in sight. The box was gone. Someone quickly shouted a report. As I thought, Wol and Woon are on the same side. His face is calm as if nothing happened. At this time, the moon had risen to the top of the head. The Wol people are now in another place setting up tents and sitting around each other. A total of 46 holy fire cards. Woon smiled as he looked at the box. Wol glared and reproached him. If the bastard makes me do that again, he will know what I'm doing. When Woon saw her so angry that her mouth was puffed up and her cheeks were rolling, she quickly apologized. Sorry sister, there was only one way to trick the second young master. Sarah then said, now just need to guard this box until the competition ends. Woon shook his head and said, no, it's not that easy. From now on we will know why I am so afraid of the second young master. Wol nodded in agreement, his eyes also radiating murderous aura. Brother Jin was not the type to let go easily. Now the real game begins. This time, we will need your help, Miss Sarah, Woon said, looking over at her. As for Jin's side, everything has been extinguished. But the soldiers still held their heads in fear and could not escape their hallucinations. What about him? Jin asked Commander On. He chased after the third lady. Thanks to them, we lost a peaceful night. But never mind, we still have 2 days left. We have plenty of time. He smiled and will definitely take revenge for this. You stay here to protect the others and I'll go find the box myself. Obeying the order, Jin immediately set out as fast as lightning. Right now we are in a house made of stone that looks extremely rickety. The group of people they are lying in there for shelter. Fourth young master Hyuk Ryan Woon. Can you explain the plan in more detail? Sarah asked. Perhaps the second young master will soon come to this place. This place is not used to stop him but to lure him into his trap, Woon explained. Seducing him? It's not easy because he's very alert, Wol said, lying on the ground and smirking. Because of that vigilance, the plan will be more likely to succeed. Of course Woon knows this already. What do you mean? The guy next to him asked. Now, just rest while you can and lack of sleep will weaken that intuition. The young man calmly went to sleep. Woon, is he sleeping? I looked at that guy in bewilderment, sleeping soundly right on the spot. Wol was equally confused. Even if he could sleep in a situation like this, he didn't know if he was pretending to be crazy or really crazy. Only Sarah was thoughtful. In the desert I had never seen anyone so carefree like this. Perhaps he could fulfill his dream of becoming king of the border. At this moment, Woon stirred a little. It turned out that he had not slept but was calculating many things in his mind. According to the novel's setting, Lady Sarah is easily attracted to bold actions, so even if she has to act, she must be on her side. It's so difficult. He feels depressed for a long time. As expected, just as the male lead predicted, that guy came all the way here that night. Did he set up this place on the mountain before the competition even started? He took one look at all the girls. At this time, Sarah took out the box. She walked straight forward without any hesitation. Asana Sarah. Jin took one look and immediately guessed her identity. Second young master, I know you heard me. There is no one ambushing me here, it's just me, Sarah suddenly said first. Jin didn't say anything but thought, Miss Sarah is alone in this deserted place. Is this another plan of Woon? Sarah continued. I want to tell you that if you help me, the desert tribe will become under him. He continued to remain silent, not to be tempted, and there was Asmat, so there was no way Miss Sarah could decide the desert clan according to her wishes. If you don't believe me, I will show you some evidence. At this time, she dropped a series of cards. Then opened the door to show him that everyone inside had fainted from the poison. Woon and Wol, were they poisoned? Jin was surprised to see this scene. If after all this you still haven't shown up, then perhaps the second young master is not wary, but rather discouraged. This challenge was indeed effective. He immediately jumped down from the tree. Then appeared before her. Jin asked first, how could she exchange with the whole desert tribe? In the exchange she said, "I will become king of the border soon," Sarah replied with a smile. Meaning that after I become the successor, I will help you become king, not Asmat, right? She replied. Actually the young master came up with that idea first, but after hearing his plan I've changed my mind. He wanted to drink poison to make the reader die and lure him here and keep him here until the end of the competition. So his trick was to use poison? Jin asked again as if he understood everything. Sarah then made a proposal. I don't care who becomes the successor. I just need someone to help me, so I think it would be better to cooperate with you because you have more power. That's a good idea, but I want to ask one last question. Did you suggest that to Jin, brother? Surprisingly, the Jin glared as if he wanted to devour her and then looked straight at Sarah's face. Sarah immediately felt guilty after hearing this. She quickly jumped up and left. Don't forget to call loudly, young master Hyuk Ryan Jiam. At this moment, a group of men rushed down from nowhere. One by one, muscular men with weapons appeared in front of Jin. The most muscular leader with strong muscles and great pressure radiating from him. At this point, both sides officially stood facing each other. Bro, I've been looking for you forever, but you're here. He pointed his sword at that guy. Jiam brother said frankly, the position of succession is not in my mind. Doing this is for the future of Shinto. So let's try to snatch it from my hand, Jin challenged. Attack. And when he finished speaking, a series of soldiers took up their weapons and rushed forward. Of course, Jin is not the type to attack again. Those guys were immediately blown away by one of his moves. The pressure and strength made them all fall back with wide eyes. Soon the whole group disintegrated. At this moment, their leader rushed forward aggressively. Take this. Jin also continued to rush forward to respond. Both of them kept swinging their weapons at each other, then created a huge concussive explosion. In the end, only Jin was left standing there. Disappeared. He looked ahead and saw that there was no one left. There was only an empty box left on the ground. The young man still had a calm face and only said one sentence, but he was fooled again. I didn't want to do this. His eyes were as red as blood in the moonlight. He used his strength to jump up really hard. His silhouette was imprinted in the night moonlight sky, making the scene even more sinister than ever. Jin quickly ran like he was flying in the sky, going from place to place like the wind. The whole group, who was hiding below, saw his shadow passing by. Look, it's just as I thought. We can't rush in to fight him directly, she angrily shouted. Why are all your plans? It all ends like this. If things don't go this way, we can't fool him. He brushed his hands off and stood up. Yes, that's right. Of course Wall is the one who knows this best. How are you feeling? I think your body still has traces of the poison. Sarah was next to ask. Woon breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm fine. I just want to know if the antidote is right or not, the rest is no problem. Actually, the young man had planned everything in advance. I think from the beginning the young master betrayed him. Fortunately, the plan to propose cooperation with Hyuk Ryan Jiam first, and then attract Hyuk Ryan Jin's attention was done, came out nice. We don't have much time. We have to move as quickly as possible. Again, the bright moonlight shined everywhere in the forest. At this time, the chief matsman had already taken the box and ran over, tired and out of breath, thinking, I just need to endure the rest of the night and that's it. Even if I was the second young master, it would be difficult to defeat all the scattered soldiers in one night, he muttered to himself, but no. The next second a familiar foot immediately appeared. The other guy jumped up in fear and shouted, Who are you? It turned out to be Jin, but with eyes full of murderous intent and a face filled with the aura of a murderer. How could it be so fast? This guy now felt scared and jumped back, stuttering in disbelief. Brother, I will give you the last chance. He shook his neck to the side, his eyes dead and his voice deep and hoarse as if he was ready to kill him at any moment. Knowing that everything was stressful, his face immediately changed color. He quickly knelt down, abandoning all dignity. Then, with shaking hands, he quickly offered the wooden box. I did not forget to scream, I was wrong, please forgive me. Then he slowly opened it. As soon as I opened it, I was startled to recognize this scent. Jin was annoyed and immediately threw the box away in front of that guy's bewilderment. The box immediately caught fire within an inch of its life. "No. Why you?" He was bewildered and didn't understand anything. "That bastard Woon, he tricked me again," his deep voice echoed in the space. At this time, the light of the sun was gradually rising and in the distance was a cloud of smoke. Was the signal from the hand? Don't tell me Woon has already arrived at the outpost. His eyes widened in surprise. The young man quickly rushed to that hill. Waiting there, I saw Woon. Commander On quickly said, "The fourth young master said he would burn all the holy fire cards if we did not call you." At this moment, Woon took out a few cards from his pocket. He didn't hide until the end of the competition, but he still called me. He went alone. Woon's strange actions made Jin very curious about what he was planning to do. "I will burn him immediately if you come near." Woon then held out a candle threateningly and smiled. "What do you want?" After a moment of consideration, Jin asked. Woon sighed, as expected. "Talking to you is more pleasant than talking to you." Jin could only sigh in surprise in his heart. I always thought Woon was a troublesome youngest brother, but I didn't expect him to be able to play this soft and tight game with me. It seemed like retribution for being too careless arrived. At this moment, Woon got straight to the point and said, "I want to talk to you." Jin asked in surprise, "What to talk about?" He immediately glared at him with caution. If he really wanted to win the contest, he wouldn't have had to call me. "I'm sure you're really worried about Wall." He smiled challengingly. He looked straight at him and said impolitely, "Woon, is too early to conclude that you have won the contest. I still have plenty of time to cut you into 100 pieces and then go find Wall. His hand is already on defense and ready to move." Defense. The young man looked at the whip and broke out in sweat. He was truly a terrible villain. If he said the wrong thing, his head would fly away. Thinking back, in the Little Blood Hyuk Ryan, Jin was the one who achieved the most victories, even though he was quiet and always polite. But when it comes to killing, no one can compete with him. He has a real talent for killing people without hesitation and is also a person who is about to become the master of Shinto. "Okay, let's talk about the situation first." Woon speaks first. "If you kill me and take all the holy fire cards, then you will definitely become the successor, but having the support of the 6 families is another matter entirely." This statement certainly caught his attention. He continued thinking, if Hyuk Ryan Jin lacks anything, it is support. Hyuk Ryan Jiam has the backing of the Northern Dean family. Hyuk Ryan Wall has a Zen Vu family. Hyuk Ryan Woon I have a Marquis family. However, Hyuk Ryan Jin's mother is from a family that has some problems with Shinto, so he always has no one to back him up. In the Hyuk Ryan clan, a neutral force is of no use at all. Hyuk Ryan Jin does not receive any help. He has been able to get by until now with his own strength, but after the second young master Hyuk Ryan Kin become his successor, the 6 families that do not accept Hyuk Ryan Jin will do everything to eliminate him soon, and Hyuk Ryan Jin, from trying to convince the family, has decided to eliminate that family. Exactly that is the time. Main character hero Tae Mu Kwang comes to invade Shinto and enters the Holy Devil's tomb. I know how hard Hyuk Ryan Jin had to work to eliminate the 6 clans, if there was a way to convince the latter clans without bloodshed. The second young master will definitely choose that way. Who hesitated to say softly, "You said 6 clans." Suddenly, that young man burst out with a large amount of abundant power. The male lead wanted to fall over in bewilderment. What the hell was going on? "Don't tell me you killed those 6 clans." That's what the second young master always wished for. The young man looked worriedly at the extremely angry Jin in front of him. "Damn, if that's true then I miscalculated. That's it, the young man's life is on the line." The strength from his body completely overwhelmed him, making it difficult for him to stand. I'm suggesting this is all based on the novel's plot, but it seems like it's self-destructing. Woon is very afraid that this will ruin the entire deadly plan. Suddenly the strength gradually weakened. Who would have thought he would regain his strength? The male lead's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding anything. "Deputy Captain On, go ahead." Jin turned around and ordered. The general nodded and obeyed. Then he left immediately, much to the dismay of the male lead. Jin then calmly said, "Go into more detail." The male lead's mouth was wide open. His back was still cold. He turned around like a rice paper in just 1 second. Oh, what a different villain. So he hesitantly said his wish. "I want you to ally with me." Jin remained silent and didn't say anything yet. Then you will have the support of Wol's Nwet Vu clan and my Luo Hao clan, and from there you will definitely succeed when supported by 2 of the 6 clans." Jin raised his voice and asked, "Are you telling the truth or are you joking? You already have 2 families backing you. Does helping me benefit you?" He looked at him suspiciously. The male lead quickly explained, "What I want is not the person who becomes the successor of the Shinto religion," the young man said and swore in his mind. This part is not allowed to be mistaken. He continued to propose, "In exchange for you having Shinto, I want to have the border area. The desert tribes are still opposing Shinto. At this rate, when Shinto enters the Central Plains, they will definitely attack us." Jin still doesn't trust this guy of his because he suddenly asked to shake hands. "So you mean you want to take on this difficult task?" He nodded firmly. "Yes, to be honest, I'm not very interested in the story. At the border there are vast deserts and beyond that is the western region. Even though the holy fire of Shinto is taken from there, if we consider the future of Shinto we must have eyes and ears there." Jin fell into deep contemplation this time. The young male lead was really confused. His mind was in turmoil. His father was talking too much. He was so stressed that he burst out without even thinking about it. Never mind stabbing him. He would have to kill him and there was no way out. Gone again. Only later did Jin call Woon. He was startled and said yes to Pesp, "Yes Haofing Hyung." He glared at me with a threatening face. "What you said makes sense, but why do I find it fake?" Just hearing this sentence made the guy's face turn so pale that he felt like he was going to burst out. As expected, just saying it wasn't enough, right? "So Jin is about to attack again. If you have nothing more to say, then I will take those holy fire cards." He was really panicking at this point and stammered out, "Brother, I don't want to die." He screamed like a house on fire. He said while breathing heavily because he accidentally shouted too loudly, "Brother, I really just want to live. Even if I steal all this today and become the successor, I'm sure I'll be at peace in the future," and the young man will be able to let go of his heart in a long, long speech. Jin stared at him and asked, "Didn't you say you had the Moon Witch and Rahu tribe backing you?" Woon said tremblingly, "Even so I can't be as strong as you. I won't be able to escape death's door." Jin also decided not to attack anymore. "It sounds more convincing than the border incident just now. Is that all?" Woon continued, "I want you to ensure my life and Sister Wol's, and also our status." He smiled and asked, "Do you think I will destroy your blood and flesh?" The young man honestly replied, "Well, it's possible." Jin clicked his tongue and agreed, "Okay, is there anything else?" "And this too." He pulled out a small piece of paper from inside him. Jin widened his eyes in surprise. He smiled and said, "I predicted this would happen," he said while looking at him. Young people are praised and smile from ear to ear. There's nothing later about preparing in advance. He finally nodded and said, "Okay, I have conditions." The young man with sweat on his face trembled and asked, "What are the conditions?" He then put away his weapon and said gently, "I said I wanted to take charge of the border area. But let's leave that for later." Jin looked straight into his eyes and patted his shoulder like a leader touching a general. "When I become the Shinto leader, you will stand by my side." This statement caused the male lead's brain to immediately stop functioning for a few seconds. "Haha, what do you mean?" The male lead was confused and didn't understand anything. He still looked straight at him with determined eyes. "I need you. I need your skills. To take as a token. I will give you this," he said and took down the rosary on his wrist. The male lead was startled because he didn't think he would give him the 2 billion item as easily as his hand. Too embarrassed, the young man quickly shook his head. "Stop it. I don't dare accept this gift." Jin still offered it and said to take it. Woon felt shy but had to take it. "This is the holy fire card." Jin took it and asked, "Is this everything?" "No," saying that he took a tube from inside him. Then immediately shot into the sky as a way to announce the news. "Sister Wol is holding the rest. I told her that if there is no signal, keep it there, and if there is a signal, burn them." Jin was a bit surprised with this intelligence and continued asking, "What if Wol doesn't burn it?" Woon replied, "The number of cards she holds is equal to yours. If she doesn't burn it, then she has to fight each other." Jin changed his voice and smirked again. "You're really clever at calculating." At this moment, a series of soldiers rushed out and jumped down behind him. Commander On was already standing there waiting for orders. Jin nodded to show he was done. Then, an enormous amount of power immediately erupted, making everyone afraid. The young man was so scared that he jumped back and didn't understand. What the hell was going on? Oh my god, did Hyul Ryan Jin trick me? So it's the end, isn't it? As I was about to light an incense stick to pray for my grandparents to return to their motherland, tears welled up in my eyes. Surprisingly, Jin looked straight at the pile of cards. One shot at a time, the flames shot up and burned away. The male lead was surprised and did not understand what this action was. He looked up and quickly asked, "Why did the royal brother do that?" Woon doesn't understand what Jin's actions are. He suddenly took something out of his pocket. And surprisingly, it's another set of cards. This makes Woon extremely surprised. That Wol's card? Brother, why are you? It's true that from one surprise to another is real. Jin complimented, "Woon, your plan is quite good, but we have enough time to find Wol." Only now did he see the villain's true ability, but in such a short period of time he had already found Wol. Jin smiled and said, "Don't worry too much, you're still safe. I just want to hear you tell the truth." At this time, there was a yellow light in the sky from the sunset. They both raised their heads to look. Jin spoke. The sun was starting to set. Woon suddenly felt relieved. The contest was over. Everyone returned to their normal lives again. But our male lead just couldn't sit still. Everything was going according to plan until the Ghost Festival. "But why do you feel so frustrated?" He frowned and couldn't figure it out. "If I keep going like this until the Central Plains, that brat Tame Mu Kwang will be there and kill me with one slash, and my young life will end from there." He was so worried that he couldn't stop muttering. Even though he had successfully allied with the second young master, he had to make a plan so that he wouldn't have to go to the Central Plains. According to the novel, Hyuk Ryan Woon followed the second young master's side, but when he became the successor, he began to avoid the young master. However, because he wanted to contribute something, he was led a vanguard team to the Central Plains. He smirked when he heard this order. Then he met Tame Mu Kwang on that trip. Without knowing that it was the last time he saw the sun. Basically the result for a guy like him in the original novel was to narrowly fly headlong. But because I changed the event of the Demon Festival, now I don't know what the next story will be like. Who knows if tomorrow the enemy will attack again. Woon is so worried that he bites his nails. Just as I was thinking about breaking my head, someone called, telling me, "Why aren't you out yet?" The young man suddenly stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Sangkwan Hu then said, "You said you would participate in today's comprehensive training session of the Black Lion sect. Don't try too hard or you'll overdo it. If you're too tired, think about it today. You'll refuse the good idea, otherwise I'll have to go see the results of their training myself. Because the Black Lion style will be the straw that saves my life when I face Tame Mu Kwang, so you must hold on." At this moment, loud shouts rang out outside. The Lion sect is practicing martial arts extremely uniformly. The young man came and smiled happily to greet him. "Hello Bu Seon." As soon as he saw him, Bu Seon immediately shouted orders. The whole team paid attention and saluted the leader. Those people immediately bowed extremely solemnly. He was satisfied. The deputy commander did a good job. He suddenly felt happy. "Okay, you did a great job." Bu Seon continued to force them to practice again. The whole group obeyed and continued practicing enthusiastically. Woon stood to the side to evaluate carefully. Dan Pion also improved significantly. "Everything is better than I thought." Suddenly he turned to one side and saw someone dancing with a sword there. He slowly approached curiously, that is. As soon as the young man saw Woon, he stopped and greeted respectfully, "Commander." He smiled and replied comfortably, "Hello. Please show me your dagger." That guy hurriedly showed it to him. As soon as he picked it up, his eyes widened in surprise because this dagger didn't look like a modern military dagger. He ran back and showed it to Hu. "Among the daggers, only this one had a different shape. When I asked you to order the dagger, did I ask you to add serrations under the blade and punch holes in the knife?" Hu looked at it for a while and shook his head. "No, this seems to be defective. Do you know who made this dagger?" Hu thought for a moment and said, "I'll place an order with a blacksmith recommended by an elder in the hall. I'll find out. We have to find the blacksmith who made the knife. I mean this knife right away. You have to stop for a moment or else say something wrong and leave her." "Who, I don't understand why you're in such a hurry." "Okay, I'll go find it right away." "Impossible. Could it be that there is someone other than himself who also comes from the modern world?" The young man's suspicion arose. That night at the palace of young master Hyuk Ryan Jiam, The moon was shining overhead. There were two men drinking together. The person wearing blue is Sang-wol of the Northern Dean clan. Brother, Hyuk Ryan Jin is only the successor in name. After hearing this, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. Han shouted in protest, "Nonsense." Sang-wol followed, "We have come to this point and we must overthrow the second young master. This idiot, knowing the strength of that brat, still dares to say that," Jiam said with a sigh. Sang-wol sneered, "The second young master was alone and had no one to back him up. Even if we tried to make trouble with him, no one would intervene to stop him." "You mean to find someone to assassinate Jin?" Jiam asked. He shrugged and nodded. "You only think an assassin can take care of that second young master." At this moment, he pulled out a small bottle with a red lid from his pocket, but there were still better ways. "There's no way someone as vigilant as Jin would fall into this poison trap." Jiam shook his head. Sang-wol continued to explain, "This is something we had a hard time getting from the West. According to them, this thing originated in the far western desert, a place separate from here." Jiam shook his head and said, "And, the problem is not the type of poison, but if you use it carelessly and let him detect it. So what if the person who poisoned him was fourth young master Hyuk Ryan Woon?" This sentence immediately stunned Jiam, causing them to misunderstand each other and create internal turmoil. "It's true that the senior brother is different." He gave a giant smile and said the idea that if the relationship between the two of them broke down, outside supporters would be very difficult for the Luo Hao and Nwet Vu clans. "So you want to take advantage of that moment to usurp the throne?" Sang-wol nodded, "Yes, the Baek Dean clan and the Mo clan will join forces to support me. If the situation changes, there will also be at least one neutral faction willing to support you. The name of the successor is not important. The important thing is who is approved by all 6 families." Sang-wol laughed loudly. After hearing this plan, Jiam laughed with satisfaction. "Or you made me open my eyes, there. I will always be on your side," Sang-wol said with a smile. "When you become the leader of the Shinto, don't forget me." Jiam smiled even more excitedly and looked forward to it. "Of course, you will become my great assistant." "That guy, quickly bring more alcohol." Both of them laughed and talked all night long, looking forward to their plan. At this time, the roof was crowded with people running. The mystical mystic god family includes all 4 people. The first person in charge immediately stopped after arriving. The following guys also followed suit and stopped. He dug into his shirt to find something. He then dripped some kind of water from a bamboo pipe onto the roof, causing it to melt. That guy tensed up and used a rope to reach down. Turns out they are assassins sent to kill Jin. The string slowly reached down near Jin's mouth. It dripped a few drops of water into his mouth. After seeing that, those people were secretly happy. It was successful. But why is the second young master not reacting at all? Is it okay? I thought he would wake up before he was poisoned. Isn't it such an easy game? Never mind. Before being discovered by the second young master's black wings, we left a trace of the fourth young master and left the rope. We all looked at each other and signaled to each other. They immediately jumped to the ground. Before my feet warmed up, a series of arrows flew from afar. One shot kills 2 guys without saying much. The other guy was scared and quickly pulled out his sword and shouted, "Who is it?" That sword was pointed straight at his eyes. Turned out to be a member of the Black Lion side. His eyes widened in surprise. He could not believe that the fourth young master's faction was the one attacking him. He had to report to the master immediately. Several soldiers wearing red clothes came one after another. It turned out that it was the third lady with a majestic aura, a stern expression, arms crossed and staring at him. He jerked back, cornered. The second young master's faction must have predicted this in advance. "Well then I will," he said, then sneered, "I would like to pay my respects to the Lahao clan." Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit 3 times in the back. And then passed out on the spot. The person who just hit was none other than Jin. He sighed. It seemed Woon was telling the truth. Third Miss said, "If she had acted any later, she would have fallen into the young master's trap." He nodded. "Yes, fortunately we predicted this poisoning. Everything happened exactly as Woon warned." But that's why Jin wondered why Woon had this happen. Third Miss ordered to bring this guy back to the Nwet Vu clan, showing him how brutal the Nwet Vu clan's torture was. "What about Woon?" Jin asked. She crossed her arms and replied, "He's gone to confront the young master." The young man asked in surprise, "What, Woon went alone?" she said hesitantly. Well, actually. At this moment, the other two guys still don't know that the plan has been revealed and are extremely leisurely. Why haven't they heard any news yet? Why are you making such a fuss? They will bring good news soon. Hyuk Ryan Woon and Jin dare to mock me. Now I will give them a taste. The more Jiam talks, the more bitter he becomes because of the past debt. Sang-wol laughed heartily and agreed, thinking that the good news would come soon. A sharp arrow shot from nowhere. One shot between two people. Luckily they had some martial arts. The Jiam quickly raised his vigilance and glanced. He screamed and cursed. What fool would have the guts? That guy stood on the roof without fear and smiled and replied, long time no see, Jiam brother. The other guy immediately jumped down from above. Hyuk Ryan Woon. That guy was so surprised he couldn't speak. He shouted in annoyance, how dare an idiot like you attack me? He glared fearlessly in response. He had to say it correctly, you're the one who stabbed me in the back first. The Jiam suddenly felt scared. Did this guy already know my plan? It couldn't be. Woon continued to smirk and said, there were a few brave people who dared to raid Brother Jin's palace. It was a coincidence that my soldiers passed by there and captured the assassins. That guy then took off his shirt. A deadly murderous aura emitted from his body. He ordered that no one would interfere. You have the audacity to provoke me. Out of respect for my blood and flesh, I have already turned a blind eye to your stupid actions. But today you have crossed the line. He angrily took out his knife. The young man laughed, replied, and in a moment you will know whether you have gone over the limit or not. The annoyed Jiam showed his face and pointed his sword to refute. Shut up. You are causing trouble between the two royal brothers. Living is cruel. Today I have to punish you. He was going to risk it all. Even if he was discovered, he could just kill him and blame him. With the power of the northern tribe, the lie would still come true. Then, without hesitation, he launched a move forward to attack. The male protagonist was startled when he saw this move. An explosion was immediately caused. The old man smirked. It must have been broken into 100 pieces. Thinking he had won, the young man jumped up from the pile. The male lead's eyes have completely changed, extremely serious and murderous. So in just a blink of an eye, it appeared before him. Before he could figure out the situation, he punched him straight in the stomach. The Jiam immediately took all the punch until he vomited blood. Damn it. He was hit once and flew backwards, having to use his foot to rub it back. So that Jiam got angry like a man who had lost his mind and rushed forward, an ignorant daughter-in-law. He threw moves continuously without even looking to see who the opponent was. Has he gone crazy? The male lead is a bit confused. The next level is one person slashing and one person dodging, all wonderful. A move appeared from behind the young man's butt. Luckily he jumped in time. When he saw him jumping continuously, he screamed. All he could do was roll and dodge. Where was the pride of a warrior? Blood flowed like a river from his mouth, like a stream on his face. Respecting the monkey, he rushed forward at lightning speed. The other guy was now irrational, so he threw his sword around and died. The male protagonist then used the bracelet on his hand to summon a weapon. A sword suddenly rushed towards his arm. As soon as the Jiam saw the sword, he was amazed. A punch sent him flying. The light from that move radiated everywhere. He was slashed straight into the middle of the prison with a long sword, blood spraying everywhere. That guy suddenly collapsed and couldn't believe it. Cook, how could someone like you use such holy swordplay? Every word he said was very slow. Woon smiled confidently, because I have a wonderful master. Jiam finished speaking and then passed out in front of all his people. When Sang-wol saw that Jiam had lost, he turned pale and screamed. The fourth young master attacked the eldest young master, rushed to arrest him. Kill him immediately. 4 assassins immediately rushed forward. The male protagonist is of course ready to hold the knife and say, from now on I can't control myself. I haven't trained properly. If you surrender now, I will spare you. The sword is as sharp as a death scythe pointed straight at him, one red one bad. Those 4 idiots didn't know how to measure their strength, so they rushed in and pounced. The army of the North Dean clan roared and quickly rushed together towards Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon shot out a cold gaze staring at that group of people. His body suddenly became illusory. The sharp blade of a northerner clansman slashed down loudly but only cut into the air. He was frightened, bewildered, turned to look at his teammates, looked around, not understanding where Hyuk Ryan Woon had disappeared to. Right at this moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon appeared behind the two of them. He pulled out his sword, his pupils flickering with a layer of murderous aura. The Holy Devil's rosary in Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand also turned into a sword. He held two swords tightly in both hands and rushed straight at the two Northern Dean people at an unbelievable speed. His feet quickly glided across the ground. It didn't take long for the other two to fall left and right. But very quickly they stood up. One guy with a sword shouted loudly, "I've caught you," then slashed hard at Hyuk Ryan Woon. But Hyuk Ryan Woon was very quick and immediately disappeared on the spot. The blade slashed straight to the ground. Disappeared again, that guy shouted in surprise and anger. At the same time, Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly appeared right behind another guy. When he discovered it, that guy turned his head and cursed 2 damn words. His face was pale and covered in sweat. He raised the sword in his hand and screamed loudly. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't want to waste time. He used extremely fast speed to rush past those 2 guys. These 2 guys actually raised their swords and slashed straight at each other. When a guy saw that, he was terrified. The remaining guy was slashed until his blood splattered. He stammered and cried out, "You're crazy. You can't say a complete sentence at all." Hyuk Ryan Woon stood in the distance and turned his head slightly, exhaling a breath. Seeing a guy fall on the spot, he turned and walked away, an extremely dangerous smile on his face. "No way." Sang-wol was in the distance. Seeing this scene, he stammered in fear. His face was black and covered in sweat. The sword has now turned into a holy devil's necklace and wears it on Hyuk Ryan Woon's hand. Shaking his arms a few times to relieve fatigue, he silently said, "This is the first time I've used these skills in real combat, but they seem quite useful for these minions." Seeing Hyuk Ryan Woon walking towards him, Sang-wol trembled and took a few steps back, stammering and asking, "You? Who are you? That scandalous 4th young master can never use martial arts like that, so." Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his hand to adjust his collar, not too fast or too slow to answer, Actually I'm really stupid at studying, but in my last year of high school, when I heard you hesitantly say this." Sang-wol looked back with blank eyes, equally incomprehensible. Right after that, a punch landed right on his face. Hyuk Ryan Woon continued in a cold voice, "Just know that there are people with mysterious potential, you bastard." His blow was filled with power, causing Sang-wol to fall straight to the ground. Hyuk Ryan Woon snapped his fingers. Sabu Seon and another member of the Black Lion sect immediately jumped down from above. Hyuk Ryan Woon spoke up and ordered, "These are the people who had the audacity to assassinate Brother Jin. Take this guy and Brother Jiam to the director's custody." Waiting for the people to finish escorting away, at this time there were only 2 people left. Sabu Seon stood behind him, crossed his arms, looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, "I didn't know the leader's martial arts were this strong. Even though I heard said that the young master is a great minister who has surpassed the pinnacle of martial arts." Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Woon laughed a few times, then turned around and replied, "It's all thanks to the elixir. My martial arts haven't improved much, that's why I had to find the 9 Devil's Flower elixir." 9 Ghosts medicinal flower. Sabu Seon was startled and quickly asked again, "Isn't that a rare miracle medicine? One of 2 things that can only be obtained when you become a Taoist leader." "That's right," Hyuk Ryan Woon replied calmly. "I went to the director and exchanged it with the Holy Devil's robe." Hearing this, Sabu Seon was startled, couldn't believe it and asked again, "What? You exchanged the Holy Devil's robe, the precious treasure of the ancestors, just to get the magic medicine?" Hyuk Ryan Woon calmly said, "Anyway, I can't use it much, because that cloak is a symbol of the ancestors, so it would be more appropriate for the director to use it." He raised a finger, looked straight into Sabu Seon's eyes and continued to speak. "In addition, the Taoist exchanged an ancient artifact that is beneficial to his reputation, and I got a magical medicine to boost vitality. This is an exchange, it's win-win." Sabu Seon heard this. His head was pounding. He was confused and asked again, "What? Win-win?" Having just said this, a figure from afar suddenly appeared below. Hyuk Ryan Jin raised his head slightly and asked worriedly, "Woon, are you hurt anywhere?" The 2 of them saw clearly who was coming and quickly jumped down. Hyuk Ryan Woon stood in front with his hands clasped, bowing his head slightly and replied, "No, Your Majesty." Hyuk Ryan Woon frowned and thought, "What is this? The second young master is not the type of person to care for the fourth young master like this. Hyuk Ryan Jin raised his hand to check Hyuk Ryan Woon's body, impatiently asked, "Is it really okay?" Hyuk Ryan Woon did not answer but was still immersed in his thoughts. According to the novel, the assassination of the eldest young master happened a few months later, and after that assassination, the second young master became angry and the massacre took place. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't know whether to cry or laugh. His face was slightly twisted and he came to the conclusion, because of my intervention, the second young master's personality changed. I wonder how much more the story will go astray. The next day, on the street. Inside a carriage, Governor Jang Myuyang and Sang Kwan-hu sat on one side. Hyuk Ryan Woon sat opposite, crossed his arms and asked, "Brother Jiam has left Urumqi. Has the North Dean clan made any moves?" "No, nothing at all," Sang Kwan-hu replied, slightly bowing his head. Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon was satisfied and thought to himself, Hyuk Ryan Jiam's supporters didn't say anything. Through this, the alliance between me, Jin Hyung and Wol Sis will be even stronger. At this time, Sang Kwan-hu continued to speak, worriedly asking, "But, are you really okay? Actually, I find it a bit confusing. I thought you wanted to defeat the second young master and take the title of successor, taste." Hyuk Ryan Woon looked out at the street and slowly spoke. "The battle for the throne is more complicated than you think. Just because you achieved that title doesn't mean the battle is over." His face showed a serious look. He continued slowly, "It remains to be seen how much you can maintain your strength." Administrator Jang Myuyang heard this and smiled in approval. "That's perfect. Just having a name is not enough. If you can maintain the same strength as the second young master, who already has the title of successor, in the future you will also achieve useful positions." Only then did Sang Kwan-hu understand. He let out a cry of approval. "Woon, you've already thought about these things." Hyuk Ryan Woon scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "Well, this is nothing." He let out a breath and thought to himself, "I did all this just to save myself. If I become the successor, I will be greatly limited. If the second young master steps up and takes care of the hard work for me, then my priority is only to avoid Tae Kwang and find a way to return to the real world." Hyuk Ryan Woon chuckled in his heart. Seeing the boundless admiring eyes of the two administrators, Jang Myuyang and Sang Kwan-hu, Hyuk Ryan Woon was sweating. "Don't look at me with that face." The carriage went a little further before stopping. A voice rang out, "We have arrived." Stepping down from the carriage, Hyuk Ryan Woon and Sang Kwan-hu looked around. Hyuk Ryan Woon propped himself up and said, "So it's here." In front of them, a blacksmith shop appeared. Inside the blacksmith shop, the sound of a heavy hammer hitting a piece of hot iron echoed endlessly. The three Hyuk Ryan Woon entered inside and saw many blacksmiths working hard. Looking at this scene, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought with excitement, "So this is what the forge is like. I've never seen it in real life. It seems interesting." While thinking like that, a blacksmith came up behind him and asked, "What are you looking for?" Hyuk Ryan Woon quickly took out a small knife and brought it forward and said, "I'm looking for the blacksmith who made this." When the other blacksmith saw the knife, he let out a cry and replied, "So you came to find the strange girl in our smithy." Having said this, he took a breath, turned his head back and shouted, "Hey, Chol." The girl named Chol So Young heard the call and turned her head slightly. Her curly brown hair fell down her back, tied neatly with a headband. Her face was covered with sweat. She replied, then said, "I'm busy now." Even though she said that, Chol So Young still slowly approached this side. Watching her every step, Hyuk Ryan Woon silently thought, "He said this girl is the one who made the military knife. Including the outfit, could it be that she comes from the modern world?" Waiting until Chol So Young leaned on her hands and walked closer, Hyuk Ryan Woon slightly raised his eyes to look, silently exclaiming, "Wow, she's so tall. Is she a model? Or is she a foreigner?" Administrator Jang Myuyang and Sang Kwan-hu stood behind. Their faces pale, Hyuk Ryan Woon stammered and asked, "Do you speak English?" Chol So Young showed a puzzled face as if looking at a strange creature, looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon, frowned and said, "What are you babbling about?" Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his face to the sky, a little embarrassed and thought, That's probably not it. It's so rural, Mom." Seeing the strange expression of the person in front of her, Chol So Young didn't pay much attention. She asked straight to the main issue. "So, why are you looking for me?" Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and immediately raised his military knife and said, "Ah, this knife." Seeing the knife in front of his eyes, Chol So-young's face suddenly darkened, exuding an extremely dangerous look. She raised her hand to grab Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar. This movement was so unexpected that he cried out, his whole body covered in cold sweat. Chol So-young burst into anger and shouted, "What about this? You came here to say you don't want to use weapons made by women. Women aren't allowed to touch steel or something. If you I didn't come here to thank me for making your stupid knife better, so please go away." Catching the point in Chol So-young's words, Hyuk Ryan Woon thought to himself, better, that is, she changed her design. Thinking so, he quickly raised the military knife high, looked straight into Chol So-young's eyes, and quickly explained, "I mean, this knife, oh wrong, this dagger. She designed and made it herself. How does it work?" Hearing this, Chol So-young finally let go of Hyuk Ryan Woon's collar. She turned around, full of contempt and said, "Who else? I did it myself. Do you have any opinions?" As soon as she said this, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately responded from behind, "I will pay you 3 times the salary of this smithy." Hearing that, Chol So-young was startled and stopped. 3 times, she suspiciously turned her head to look at the person in front of her, only to see him smile at her and continue to say, "Please join the Black Lions Special Blacksmith Team." A few days later, Hyuk Ruk Woon is slowly walking on the street. He entered a house, looked at the girl inside with her back to him and then called out, "The blacksmith." Hearing the call, Chol So-young immediately turned around. She replied, "Ah, you're here, leader Hyuk Ryan Woon." Chol So-young took out a bow and brought it in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon. Her face was covered with sweat. She slowly said, "The bow you requested last time has been completed." Hyuk Ryan Woon took the bow, tried it a few times and silently exclaimed, "Wow, it's perfect, exactly like what I described." He secretly wished that if he had a gun, it would be even better. Maybe it was because his explanation was so bad. No matter how many times I told her how the gun worked, she still couldn't understand it. Holding the bow firmly in his hand, Hyuk Ryan Woon stared intently for a long time, thinking to himself, that even so, if the Black Lion sect was equipped with these modern caliber weapons, the ability to survive and become to your home will increase even more. After admiring for a long time, Hyuk Ryan Woon gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected, "Miss Blacksmith, you are truly a genius." Being praised like that, Chol So-young felt a bit shy. Her face turned a little red and she stammered, "Well, I also like to create new things." Hyuk Ryan Woon raised the bow, once again made an arrow shooting motion and continued to exclaim, "Wow, in this era there exists a powered bow, it's amazing." Looking at the person in front of him who was happily playing with the bow, Chol So-young silently assessed, "Leader Hyuk Ryan Woon, his appearance is really scary. So when I first met him, I thought he was just another tyrannical bastard." After observing for a few seconds, Chol So-young's face suddenly turned red. A thought appeared in her mind, that is, looking back now, Hyuk Ryan Woon is also cute. In a small pavilion at Tae Mu Kwang's party, he was resting on his arms, eyes closed, lying on the grass. Seol Soo-yeon sat next to her and silently wiped her sword. Sitting inside the pavilion is also the king of martial arts swords, Lee Museng. A person with his arms crossed, eyes closed, mouth holding a blade of grass sitting next to him is a heretical Jaegal sect, Jaegal Seopung. A person sitting on the floor playing dice is the crazy Kunlun sect, Ban Ryon. At this moment, suddenly Gungsun came from afar and ran back, shouting, "Everyone, listen. I think they will come to Sichuan," he said while breathing heavily. Hearing this, Jaegal Seopung suddenly opened his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed and said, "See, I told you it was very suspicious. The last attack was suspected of being a Shinto spy. Not long after, how could an ancient treasure map suddenly appear?" Gungsun Sang seemed a bit confused. He shrugged and smiled and said, Well, the Jaegal faction is the one who decided this. I heard they will be departing soon." Jaegal Seopung let out a breath and held his head and screamed, "It's impossible, you idiots with cerebral palsy from the Jaegal sect." Seeing him screaming like that, Gungsun Sang immediately came forward and said, "Ha ha, aren't you also a member of the Jaegal sect?" Ban Ryon, who was standing not far away, felt it was too noisy, so he raised his hand to cover his ears. Li Museng hadn't said anything until now, but now he slowly spoke up. If that was the case, the Azure God sect would probably be commanded by those idiots. Gongsun was startled when he heard that. He bowed his head and thought for a moment before continuing, "Aren't those the infamous latecomers? I heard that this time they will be the first to enter." Jagal Siapung was still angry. He stood up and left the courtyard, clicked and said, "That group of God Azure faction is very arrogant." "Brother Mu Kuang," a voice suddenly rang in Tai Mu Kuang's ear. Jagal Siapung stood aside and asked, "What should we do?" Hearing that, a bandaged hand immediately leaned against the surrounding grass. Tai Mu Kuang sat up, stretched and said, "Sichuan, or." He stopped for a moment, raised his eyes, then continued to say, "Let's go." As if he heard something terrifying, Jagal Siapung turned pale and exclaimed, "Oh hello. You told us to just walk into such an obvious trap like that." Li Museng didn't know when he came out here. He let out a breath, propped up his hands and said, "Even though they're arrogant, it seems like he can't stand looking at death. It's really Brother Mu Kuang." Tai Mu Kuang stood up, stretched and yawned again, the corners of his eyes sparkling with water. Tai Mu Kuang turned his head slightly to look at the people behind him. The sunlight shining through made his face bright. He said seriously, "Let's go." Hearing that, Ban Rayon also jumped out from inside the courtyard, meeting with the others. Everyone followed Tai Mu Kuang, walking forward together. Gongsun Sang was left behind and hurriedly followed, urgently shouting, "Hey, everyone, wait for me." The three Hyuk Ryan Woon were walking on the street. Sang Quan Hu asked. In the end it was still the second young master who became the successor. Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't say anything, just nodded his head once. Sabu Seon walked behind with his arms crossed and asked, "I heard that you had to run around during the succession ceremony. Tell me about it." Hyuk Ryan Woon turned pale when he heard this. He let out a sad sigh. "Let's begin, tell." This year's succession ceremony was a mess. Brother Jiam said it was illegal to burn all the holy fire cards during the Demon Festival, and insisted that he should have been the leader of the Shinto because he had so much, the holiest fire, before they are burned. So we voted. The Lahao and Nwet Vu clans voted for Jin brother, while the Bak Din and Xuan supported Jiam brother. The Mahan clan was neutral. So it's a tie. Then why was the second young master chosen as the successor? Someone asked. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and immediately replied, "In the end they had a duel." Second young master Hyuk Ryan Jin was obviously very confident in his strength in the duel. And of course Hyuk Ryan Jiam can't win. At the Great Hall of Demons and Gods, Hyuk Ryan Woon's three brothers and sisters were all present inside. Hyuk Ryan Moon sat high above, slightly bowing his head, looking down at the three children below. At this moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon suddenly turned to look at the person next to him and said in a low voice, "Congratulating you on becoming the successor." Hyuk Ryan Jin turned around and replied, "Well, it's all thanks to you." When he said this, he stopped for a moment, looked straight into Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes, and seriously asked, "Woon, let's not mention the Lahao tribe, but how did you even get the support of the Nwet Vu tribe?" Hyuk Ryan Woon thought of something. He smiled and said, "Of course I have my own way." Hyuk Ryan Woon flashed past images in his mind. He thought to himself, who would have thought that all members of the most powerful Nwet Vu family would suffer from malnutrition? That's why people have the saying, living frugally is just enough. Luckily for them, I know about foods and nutritional supplements. Third Miss Hyuk Ryan Wall standing behind suddenly sighed. Hearing this sigh, Hyuk Ryan Woon laughed ha-ha twice, hastily corrected himself. "What did you say? It was all thanks to you and Wall's sister." His mouth said so, but in his heart he secretly scolded, "Of course it's my job, you bald bastard. Do you know how hard it is to run around collecting those items?" Hyuk Ryan Moon sat above, looking at this scene with satisfaction and said, "I'm also happy to see you guys getting along so well." At this moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon seemed to remember something, so he took a few steps forward, raised his eyes slightly, and asked in a low voice, "But why did you call us here?" When Hyuk Ryan Moon heard that, he lowered his voice and said 4 words, "The news had arrived." As soon as these words finished, a person came in from outside and presented a scroll in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon. Receiving the scroll, after opening it and reading it, Hyuk Ryan Woon's face suddenly turned pale. Hyuk Ryan Moon above continued to say, "Many martial artists from the Central Plains are moving to Sichuan. That guy is coming." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that and thought to himself. The true protagonist of the path to becoming a hero, Tae Mu Kwang. At this moment, Hyuk Ryan Moon seriously continued, "It doesn't matter how many people there are, the important thing is that at this time it's not okay." At that moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon asked confusedly. Hyuk Ryan Moon nodded, recalling things that had happened in the past. There was a big event that happened a few months ago. In the area of martial arts activity, there was someone claiming to be a converted Shintoist, disguised himself as a disciple of the inauguration sect and broke in but was captured. At a dead end, that person simply took off his shirt, and countless disgusting lumps of flesh emerged around his body. It is said that he took a hostage, then blew himself up, causing many casualties. Not many people came to Sichuan, but it is possible that they sent a reconnaissance unit or a powerful team. Hyuk Ryan Moon looked straight into his son's eyes and said seriously, "So Woon, I hope you can come to Sichuan to scout the situation. I have already informed the Shinto army in Sichuan. Go find the Five Virtues merchant group and use their capital to create a place where we could later enter the Central Plains." "You want me to go?" Hyuk Ryan Woon stammered palely, his face covered in sweat, thinking in panic, "There's no way I'm going anywhere, that bastard Tae Mu Kwang is there." Just thinking about this, Hyuk Ryan Jin next to me saw that something was wrong, so he put his hand on Hyuk Ryan Woon's shoulder and said reassuringly, Woon, I recommended you to father." Hearing this, Hyuk Ryan Woon was dumbfounded. He silently spit in his heart. Is that so? This guy repays me by pushing me to death." At this time, Hyuk Ryan Jin continued to say, "This is a good opportunity to take the first step into the Central Plains, and if you do well, your position as well as that of the Black Lion team will increase significantly." Listen to these words. Hyuk Ryan Woon became even more sad. He lowered his head and silently scolded, "Who cares about those things?" Above, Hyuk Ryan Moon spoke again, "Even though it was nominated by Jin, but I gave you this mission because I trust you, Woon." Hyuk Ryan Woon frowned and thought, It's because I did a better job than expected. If I refused, the relationship between me and Hyuk Ryan Jin might break down, and turning my back on the leader would be even worse." "Is he laughing?" Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at Hyuk Ryan Jin standing in front of him, silently exclaiming, "Never mind, I don't know." Thinking back and forth for a while like that, Hyuk Ryan Woon immediately clasped his hands together into fists. He bowed his head slightly and said solemnly, "Thank you for trusting and entrusting this responsibility to me, new leader. I will definitely listen to their every move and action and return." "Damn." Hyuk Ryan Woon finished speaking and gritted his teeth and cursed, "If I die there, even if I become a ghost, I will come back to haunt you for the rest of your life." On a road leading to Sichuan, there were many groups of people moving on it. Everyone here was cautiously looking in one direction. Unfriendly whispers resounded everywhere. "Look over there. It's the swindling young master Jagal Siapung, and that's not the great machine gun king Lee Munseng. That guy has been dodging and flying around for several times, fencing because he's afraid of blood. And that's the crazy guy Ban Ryan who loves gambling." Looking at Tae Mu Kwang, who was leaning against a tree and dozing off, the whispers became even louder. "I heard that they call themselves a strange group of heroes, ha ha ha." This group of people turned their eyes to the girl standing next to her with her arms crossed, exclaiming in admiration, "But why is the goddess Seol Soo-yun there?" "Brother." Not far away, a call rang out. The so-called leader of the Azure God sect, Yang Ho-chun, he turned around and replied, "Again, I told you to call him leader in public places, right?" Hearing that, the other person embarrassedly scratched his head, smiled and said, "I'm sorry, oh wrong, leader." Yang Ho-chun helplessly let out a breath, nodded and asked, "Okay, what's going on?" Hearing that, that person immediately pointed back, raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't those strange Hero Association bastards making our army lose morale? You just let them go with us all the time." Yang Ho-chun shook his head and replied, "It's okay, aren't we all orthodox?" The other person heard that and immediately raised his voice, "Hey, leader, we are so kind." Yang Ho-chun heard that and burst out laughing, jokingly said, "Stop praising, it's embarrassing." After he finished laughing, he glanced in one direction. "I only saw that there, 3 people, Tae Mu Kwang, Seol Soo-yun and Gungsun Sang, were leaning against a tree, resting." He secretly looked at Seol Soo-yun full of infatuation, thinking, "Holy Moon Goddess, "The more you hang out with these scum guys, the more you will see how good I am." While thinking like that, Yang Ho-chun licked his lips, showing a hungry and disgusting face. At the Black Lions training ground, 3 people, Hyuk Ryan Woon, were crossing their arms and looking at the disciples practicing below. Sabu Seon stood behind Hyuk Ryan Woon and said calmly, "According to the leader's orders, the sniper team has completed horseback shooting training, survival training, close combat training, as well as sniper training." Hearing that, Hyuk Ryan Woon turned slightly to look at Sabu Seon, nodded and said, "Good job Bu Seon, thanks to your guidance they have progressed so quickly." Sabu Seon heard that and immediately replied, "Actually, it's all thanks to Master Jang." Jang Myuyang heard Sabu Seon mention him and glanced over, a bit startled. He was a bit embarrassed. His face immediately turned red. He waved his hand and smiled, shyly saying, "I didn't do much." Hyuk Ryan Woon didn't think so. He clasped his hands together towards Jang Myuyang, bowed his head slightly and respectfully said, "I already know that Master Jang is the one who has the hardest time. No matter what anyone says, Master Manager Jang is still the most important person in the development of the Black Lion." Hearing Hyuk Ryan Woon compliment him so much, Jang Myuyang's face became even redder. A bit shy, he scratched his head and said, "You are too praising, young master." After speaking, he immediately looked down at the disciples who were enthusiastically practicing martial arts below, and said softly, thanks to the healthy eating plan and physical training exercises he had compiled, out of 54 martial artists, there were 10 who were now high-level warriors, 25 others also had great potential. Hearing Jang Myuyang say that, Hyuk Ryan Woon's eyes lit up. He also looked at the disciples below, happily thinking to himself, how impressive, even among the top 1,000 strongest members, no one possesses it better, 10 high-ranking warriors. Sabu Seon next to him opened his hands and calculated for a while, then said, "They are growing very quickly. Thank you for all the nutritious food and martial arts books you gave them. Moreover, they were promised of vacations and gifts if they complete their goals, so there's no way they won't work hard." Hyuk Ryan Woon heard what Bu Seon said. He looked down slightly, a smile curled his lips. He thought to himself, as expected, whether in the modern world or the fantasy world, welfare is best. Thinking for a moment, Hyuk Ryan Woon calmly crossed his arms and asked, "What about our organizational unit?" Jang Myuyang immediately replied, "About that, as the young master said, a team was formed by gathering members with similar missions, combined with someone with expertise in tactics, communication, and combat skills as their leader." Hyuk Ryan Woon was extremely satisfied. He placed his hand on Jang Myuyang's shoulder without stopping to praise, "It's wonderful, Master Jang." On the other side, 2 people, Sang Kwan-hu and Chol So-young, were trying to pull a tall cart back. Chol So-young was breathing heavily, angrily glaring at Sang Kwan-hu. She scolded, "That guy, you can push harder, haven't you eaten yet?" Sang Kwan-hu in the back could only sweat and pant, nodding his head repeatedly. Hyuk Ryan Woon heard the noise and rushed over. He shouted loudly, "Ah, Miss Blacksmith, you don't have to come all the way here yourself." Chol So-young put down the cart, put her hands on her hips. She angrily looked at Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, "I will quit my job if you dare to make such an order again." Hyuk Ryan Woon scratched his head and began to soothe Chol So-young. "I'm sorry, but I suddenly had to go to the center of the delta." Chol So-young said that, but she wasn't really angry. She took out a few weapons and brought them in front of Hyuk Ryan Woon and said, "Let's check it out." Hyuk Ryan Woon reached out to receive it. First he turned around to study the sharp knife in his hand. Next, opened the compass to check. Seeing that both things were extremely perfect, Hyuk Ryan Woon looked at Chol So-young with admiring eyes and praised, "Wonderful, as expected, Miss Blacksmith is truly an expert." Sang Kwan-hu and Sabu Seon standing behind saw this and said curiously, "Let me see, I also want to see." Chol So-young on the other side was a bit shy. She coughed a few times and then replied, "Actually, that's nothing." Chol So-young used her thumb to point behind her and said seriously, "I made armor and combat boots, take them with you." When Hyuk Ryan Woon heard that, his whole face immediately sank. He curled his lips and smiled softly, thinking to himself, "This is truly amazing." He listened to what Chol So-young said and started trying on the armor. Next, put on your combat boots and try it out. Once finished, Hyuk Ryan Woon also directly distributed armor and combat boots to everyone, waiting for everyone to wear them. He looked around, extremely satisfied, and thought, of them, a completely modern squad. Perfect is ready. The sky today is extremely blue. Inside the courtyard, a small cat is stretching and basking in the sun. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. The frightened cat meowed loudly. Inside the house, Jaegal Seopung pointed at himself. Next, he threw the bowl of rice in his hands straight into the table next to him. The three people of the Azure sect saw this and were startled, not understanding what had just happened. All three immediately stood up and looked angrily at Jaegal Seopung. A guy with long hair saw that and shouted loudly, "Hey, who the hell just said that? Get out of here." At this moment, Yang Ho-chun came from behind and spoke. "This scammer, young master. Are you crazy? How dare you use violence here?" The guy with the long hair quickly pointed at Jaegal Seopung and told him, "Sect master, this scammer young master suddenly threw a bowl at us and started a fight." Jaegal Seopung was extremely angry at his words, angrily said, "Stop saying nonsense, you insult us first." Yang Ho-chun let out a sigh. Then he raised his hands on his hips and angrily roared twice. The whole crowd here heard this huge roar. Their faces turned pale and they were covered in sweat. Jaegal Seopung was also affected by this extremely strong pressure. He frowned, covered his ears with his hands, thinking in his heart, "TSK, this brutality, is this guy trying to brag about how much content he has, gas after consuming a lot of drugs?" After shouting, Yang Ho-chun calmly as if nothing happened, raised his voice, "Young Master Jaegal, we are on our way to Sichuan for a very important mission. You are going to make a mess with your behavior, own immaturity." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint voice suddenly came from outside. He really couldn't say anything. Hearing this, Yang Ho-chun was a little startled and turned around to look. I only saw Tae Mu Kwang and Sol Su-yun calmly sitting on the chair. He was still holding a chopstick in his mouth. He was twirling the other chopstick in his hand. He continued superficially, "You are talking as if you are the only one. I have a mission now." The long-haired guy from earlier heard Tae Mu Kwang's sarcasm, gritted his teeth, lifted his sword and scolded, "How dare you speak like that to the sect master?" Before he could pull out his sword, a beam of light suddenly struck from somewhere, causing the long-haired man to quickly withdraw his hand in fear, and his whole face turned pale. He lowered his head to look at the chopsticks falling on the ground. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The long-haired guy saw Tae Mu Kwang stand up and walk this way, then backed away in fear as if looking for protection. Tae Mu Kwang slowly walked towards where Yang Ho-chun was standing, looking at the tall man in front of him. He was a bit scared and called out, "Young Knight Tae." Tae Mu Kwang didn't say anything, just coldly hummed. Yang Ho-chun tried to calmly explain, "I just want to go to Sichuan without any trouble. Can I ask about your cooperation, young Master Tae?" Tae Mu Kwang heard that and slowly said, "What you say is exactly what I mean, let's cooperate." After finishing speaking, he walked up to Yang Ho-chun, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Once finished, Tae Mu Kwang passed by Yang Ho-chun, leaving an apology. Tae Mu Kwang's group didn't stay here anymore. They immediately got up and left first. Yang Ho-chun looked at the backs of those people, his eyes red. In his heart he cursed angrily, "How dare you look at me like that? This strange team of heroes, I will make you pay 10,000 times more." Gung Sun Sang, who had been concentrating on eating until now, noticed something strange, looked around and cried out in fear, What, where has everyone gone?" On a large lake, on the side of the bridge, there was an old man sitting fishing. The old man with white hair and beard dozed off, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and asked, "Old man, did you catch a lot of fish?" Hearing that, the old man opened one eye and glanced, sleepily saying, Who could you be?" The person who had just arrived was wearing a black cloak, with a hat on his head, bowed slightly and replied, "It was me, the old man." The old man looked at the strange face in front of him and fell into deep thought, for a moment unable to recognize who he was. As if reading the old man's thoughts, the man immediately covered his face with his hand, causing his face to quickly change. A moment later, a youthful face with slightly smiling lips appeared in front of the old man. Looking at that face, the old man laughed a few times, pointed at that person and happily said, "Is it you?" That person stood in front of the old man, his voice mixed with resentment, and questioned, "How could you forget my face, old man?" The old man still sat cross-legged below, arms crossed, and calmly replied, "How could I remember? It's okay when you change every time I meet you." Not wanting to argue anymore, the person immediately got to the point, "Old man, the ancient treasure map seems to go through the Urim Alliance. Promising talents are said to have departed for Szechuan." Hearing that, the old man stroked his white beard, looked into the distance, thoughtfully asked, "What about Tan Kung?" The person immediately replied, "I also revealed the rumors there. However, something beyond our expectations happened in Xinjiang." The old man heard this and immediately stopped stroking his beard. His face was somewhat shocked. He exclaimed incredulously, "This is beyond our expectations, that is impossible." The man in black calmly replied, "We are still investigating whether the news was transmitted wrongly, but," before he could finish his sentence, the old man took back his fishing rod and interrupted, "I am sure it was wrong." The old man carried a fishing rod on his shoulder, approached the man in black, raised his gray eyebrows and said, "It seems I need to go to Szechuan." The man in black bowed his head and said affirmatively, "Everything was for the benefit of that day." "That's right, for that day." The old man's hand grasped the fishing rod tightly, and a hurricane began to rise around his body. A moment later, the old man completely disappeared on the bridge, leaving only the man in black standing there. His face also slowly changed. Moments later, a new face was replaced. On the bumpy mountain road, a group of 4 men were walking forward. Someone asked, "Sect Master, are they really coming? I'm talking about our church members." The bearded man was in the lead. Carrying a large sword on his shoulder, he looked straight ahead and replied, "Yes, they're on their way here." There was a smile on his face as he continued to speak, along with an outstanding leader. He carried the sword on his person, walking, thinking to himself, if they were given the honor of waging the first war in the central region, they must be very elite. Is that a famous faction, like the Heavenly Wolf or the Red Dragon? While thinking, suddenly the person behind him ran up to him and said urgently, "Sect Master, someone is coming from that direction." I only saw that not far away, a powerful army was slowly marching towards. Of course this mighty army is led by Hyuk Ryan Woon. Hyuk Ryan Woon raised his face and looked forward, his cape fluttering, revealing 2 sword hilts hanging on his waist. There were a few small stains on his face. He looked a bit tired from having to walk a long way, but his eyes were still sharp looking forward. In his heart he thought, "I thought I was going to die. Who would I think there are 2 monster birds, not one?" Hyuk Ryan Woon remembered the scene from before. 2 monster birds were chained on top of a towering snow mountain. 2 huge chains pierced their wings. They opened their mouths to scream in anger. Inside the mouth was a long, extremely hideous tongue. Seeing the Hyuk Ryan Woon group below, the 2 bird monsters became even more frantic. They tore off the chain and rushed straight down below. Those 2 monster birds used their beaks as weapons to attack Hyuk Ryan Woon's group. Hyuk Ryan Woon's body had a few minor injuries. His expression was somewhat panicked.